Good morning, Chitty House.
What's up, Bill?
Do we see who won the belt?
I believe Ramsey did. At least that's what it says on my screen.
I got Ramsey as well.
Ramsey gets a belt then today. Good job, Ramsey. Atta babe.
I think we give it to Russell 2 days in a row just because. Russell, we got your back. Yo, Russell, we got your back. What's going on, everybody? You all, everybody. We did ask. You've never seen the TV show Lost, right? Oh,
Yes, that's right. No, I haven't.
Stunning. The opening episode, spectacular.
We finished Baby Reindeer.
Yeah,
Just
disappointing or
no,
you're in?
incredible television show.
Okay.
Like just from like I said, definitely upsetting and unsettling.
Okay.
And some really, really highly traumatic subject matter.
Ooh.
But man, the storytelling is so good. Speaking of so good, our show is starting. Here we go. The vibes are so good on a Friday. Except for the fact that I've got allergies just whooping my ass this week.
Yeah, Kyle, and I'm like on a sugar rush. Like sugar and coffee. I had 2 donuts.
Hey, all right, hang on. Nobody's listening.
Turned up.
Nobody's listening to this, right? It's just you and me. Nobody else can hear this. I'm kind of salty at what has happened to Donut Friday.
Yeah.
Because Donut Friday is like, so if you're unfamiliar, I've told this story a million times on the air, but if you're unfamiliar, I used to go to this donut shop when I worked in San Francisco. I'd get off of BART. On my way to 95.7, there was a donut shop, and I would stop in there from what I thought was time to time until one day I walked in there and the guy goes, "Oh, maple old fashioned?" And I was like, "Oh, I'm a regular at the donut shop. This needs to stop." So I started making it an every other Friday thing. So payday Friday, little extra money to play with. I'm going to go in, I'm going to get a dozen donuts because we didn't have nearly the amount of people in the office as we do here. Well, we did. It was just a separate setup. But anyways, so I'd get a dozen donuts, bring them in, and it was Donut Friday. That was the thing. That was the deal. That was the bag. And so on our first show, you and I separately, or on our first Friday, you and I separately,
without even talking about it,
didn't discuss. Both brought donuts.
Both of us.
So it's like, all right, we're doing Donut Friday, and so it's kind of become a thing. You bring them on non-paydays, I bring them on paydays. That's what it is. One of our salespeople, I'm not going to name names. I'm not going to say who they are. Pulls up. Well, first of all, they pulled up with bagels earlier this week. Salute. That was tight.
That was.
Pulls up today with 2 dozen additional donuts. Like, dog.
Kyle, that's a lot of donuts.
That's our bag, though.
It is.
That's the insider's bag.
I mean, you can bring donuts on a Tuesday.
Yeah, Donut Tuesday can be your thing.
That's right.
Girl or guy.
Bagel Wednesday.
Bagel Wednesday can be your deal.
That's right.
Donut Friday belongs to the insiders.
It does.
Like, what?
Not even a DM to say, "Hey, I'm bringing in donuts this morning. You guys don't have to."
Right, I didn't have to stop and get 18. Shout out to Baker Benz, by the way, on Douglas. Big fan of them.
Okay.
Always very helpful, very patient. As I'm sitting there trying to do math on how many donuts I have, I get 18, so I'm a pain.
Do you do that yourself, or do they do the donut? Do they put the donuts in the box, or do you put the donuts?
They put the donuts in the box.
Okay.
So they could tell me like, you're at this many, but I try and be like, okay, I want 2 of those, 3 of those. And what I usually do is increments of 2 because I get 18, and then I know I need to get 9 donuts because I'm going to get 2 of each. But today I went off the map and I went off the grid and I went 3 of 1, and now I'm at 5. Now I'm out of my increments of of 2 or 3. So like I don't know how to address this with this person. Do I reach out and go, "Hey, we
Bro.
got Fridays." I think that's the way I go, just to avoid future confusion.
Or if you want to be in the rotation,
right? If you want to get in the rotation, like let us know,
because it's $40 a week, pretty much. It's really close,
more or less.
More or less, like donuts.
If you're
cheap
buying
anymore.
a couple dozen, you're pushing $40.
Yeah.
I get 18, so I don't get to 40, but
I get a punch card. Do you have a punch card?
No punch card at Baker Ben's.
Oh, see, I get a punch card.
Maybe I'll ask if they do that. I've just never thought about it.
Yes,
but I think that's what I have to do. I have to go to this person and tell them, look, Donut Friday is the insider say. If you would like to be an insider, if you would like to be with us on this,
part of our group,
part of the donut circle, if you will.
Yeah.
Then please, but let's get on a schedule here. We need a schedule, because this is there are so many freaking donuts. And if you're unfamiliar with, again, office culture these days, there are a lot of people out on Fridays.
Yeah.
A lot of people have work from home days on Fridays. So we have 87 donuts for 6 people.
I had 2, Kyle.
We have 3.5
strung out like cornholio.
3.5 dozen donuts.
Yeah.
That's too many. That's too many. 2 dozen. We discussed this last week. 2 dozen is too many. 18 is the sweet spot.
18 is a sweet spot.
That's 1 for everybody. And then the people who want 2, or maybe like somebody brought their kid in today. Kid's going to have a donut. Maybe you want to take one. You have, a kid at home or family at home, and you're like, you know what? They would enjoy a donut. You can have 2. There's enough. But man, 3.5 dozen donuts is entirely too many. And we need this madness to stop. And apparently a bakery is coming in today to bring some goods.
Oh my gosh.
So
we'll have more baked goods?
Yeah. I'm taking some home. I usually don't bring food home from work. We'll talk about sports, by the way. Hello. Good morning.
Maybe I'll take a couple home too, because the 16-year-old loves his donuts.
Yeah, as he should.
Yeah.
So I will probably be taking some baked goods home today. I always think there's like a little competition too when 2 people bring in food. So I've been keeping a close eye on who's grabbing my donuts and who's grabbing his donuts.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Don't feel bad if somebody grabs,
It's not going well for me.
I took 1 out of each box.
No, that's fair. And I think that's the right move. You're gonna go with 2. But mine are in the pink kind of squarish box where they're stacked and they're kind of not Jenga, Tetrised in there.
Okay.
And his are the or hers are the rectangular, like traditional donut box that flips up kind of like a pizza box where all the donuts are displayed out there nicely. And I think that draws people attention more.
Oh.
And I think that's why his donuts are winning.
The one week
I did
Krispy Kreme. It went wild. Like the Krispy Kremes were gone. First of all, they're not nearly as good. They just aren't. Like they're fake donuts for the most part.
We love Krispy Kreme though. If you want to sponsor the program,
that's right.
Go on. If you'd like to sponsor Donut Friday,
they were warm, so I think that's what got everybody. And they went so fast. It was like, wow.
Well, but the thing with the Krispy Kreme is it's definitely different, right? Like the Krispy Kreme donut. I promise. I swear to God, we're going to talk about sports today. But the Krispy Kreme donut. Welcome to Donut Friday. The Krispy Kreme donut is different, like in the way that, to me, I don't classify Chipotle as Mexican food. When I want Mexican food, if I'm like, man, I got a hankering for Mexican, I have my places near my home that I will go. Shout out to La Costa. Shout out to Chapala. I will go to those places. If I have a hankering for Chipotle, I'll go to Chipotle.
Yeah.
Like that's the, and if somebody's like, hey, you want Chipotle? I'm like, yes, I am in. I dig Chipotle. But I don't classify. That's the same kind of way I classify Krispy Kreme. I want a Krispy Kreme or I want a donut.
Yeah.
They're like Krispy Kreme because it's like with a donut like we get from Baker Ben's. It's like a big fluffy donut that just pulls apart, and it's so like there's a sensory aspect of it.
Yeah.
With Krispy Kreme, it's like, hey, here's this sugar bomb. It's going to dissolve in your mouth. It tastes delicious. Go ham.
Oh yeah.
And that's different to me. Like you brought in the Krispy Kreme. I wasn't going to have a donut that day, but I was like, I'm having one.
Or 3.
The allure. No, just one.
Just like Hoover.
I'm a single donut guy. I'm a single donut guy.
All right.
Don't don't do the Hoover thing ever again. Good Lord, man. It is 10:08 on a Friday.
I'm going to get called out.
My God.
For that.
My God.
All right.
So real quick. All right, here's how we're going to fit sports into this segment. Jonathan Gannon, head coach of the Arizona Cardinals, is officially an enemy of this program.
Oh, yes.
Because while we have Donut Fridays, where you and I alternate Fridays, and apparently one of the salespeople now alternates Fridays that we bring in donuts, somebody on the Arizona Cardinals beat brought in donuts today for everybody on the beat.
For their friends, for their humble co-workers.
Bo Brack is this person's name. Shout out to Bo Brack.
Okay.
He brought in donuts. He said it's going to be a Donut Friday desert style. So when Jonathan Gannon came into his press conference, somebody said, hey, are you a big donut guy? And here is what this sicko Jonathan Gannon said.
No, I'm not a donut guy. That's non-winning behavior in our building. What's going on?
I'm not a donut guy. That's a non-winning behavior in our building.
He's going 4-13, just so he knows.
1,000%. Fire him immediately.
Yeah, it's done.
Not a donut guy?
It's done. His team is not gonna win. You know what he is not? He is not a winner.
No, he's not. Although I will say,
that's non-winning behavior in our building.
Is a hilarious drop.
It is.
But yeah, no, that's an active loser behavior for me.
I totally
understand
agree.
that Jonathan Gannon's in great shape. The dude lifts, the guy works out. I'm sure that he is meticulous about what he feeds himself. But I have friends who are like sicko CrossFit people who compete in CrossFit, and day of their wedding, they're like, gotta wake up early to work out first
to go
kind of
like,
deal.
Hit a giant tire with a sledgehammer.
Right. Yeah. Just in shape beyond my wildest dreams. Right.
They can do those stupid pull-ups that don't really look like pull-ups.
Yeah.
Where they're swinging and stuff.
Yes. Yeah. The muscle ups or whatever those are called. But anyways, I'm sure I know I have friends like that, and they, when presented with a donut, are like, I'm eating that. That's going in. That donut is going to be in and around my face. And Jonathan Gannon's like, oh, no, I'm not a donut guy. No. It's not a winning behavior in our building. That's why you're a bunch of losers.
Well, the Cardinals are going 4-13.
Maximum.
4-13.
Maximum.
Take that.
And every time they lose, we're going to get on the radio and we're going to say the Arizona Cardinals lost this week. You may blame their defensive line. You may blame Kyler Murray's 6 interceptions, but no. It's because their head coach is anti-donut.
That's right.
He said, we donut eat those around here. I don't know. Anyways.
This is completely BS.
It is.
I don't know what's happened.
Jonathan Gannon, enemy of the insiders.
We've lost our
Friday.
We've lost our way.
You don't have to. No, we haven't. This is exactly what I had planned.
All right.
What are you talking about? We lost our way. It's very clear that Donut Friday confusion is right at the top of the rundown.
It is. Right.
Lost our way. Sir, this is going exactly as planned.
I agree.
Lost our... It's a Friday, bro. It's a Friday, and we're cracked out on sugar.
We are cracked out on sugar. That's faux show.
All right. We'll talk about the NBA next. We had a couple of playoff games last night. 2 playoff series officially started.
They started, Kyle.
With road teams getting victories. We didn't talk about the NBA passing of the torch thing. I want to get into that today. The NBA draft lottery is on Sunday. What does that mean for the Sacramento Kings? We'll talk about it. Rick Carlisle got fined $35,000 for crying. We'll get a little baseball fix in today. Tons coming up on the Insiders on a Donut Friday. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We are sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we are on 1320 ESPN 1320. Boy, Sacramento sports leader. We'll be back in a second.
Lost our minds, Kyle. Lost our minds. What's going on, everybody? Hello, Lizzie. Yeah, we got a little sugar and caffeine coursing through our veins.
What up, Lizzie? What do you guys think of A's? Of course, dude. Of course they are. Of course they are. Why wouldn't they be? If you're still at the point where you're like, hey, the A's have a good player, hope they hang on to him, like that's, I don't know what to tell you, man.
I really hope they don't, but I do understand the dynamics of this situation. No, I don't. Like, he's a good player.
He's really good.
Yeah, you might as well keep him because you have team control over him for 5 years.
Well, and that's what, so yeah, they're not just going to give him away the way they've given away some other guys, but I think they're definitely,
yeah, there's some murmurs that, the asking price is astronomical, which it should be.
This is the least surprising thing that's ever happened. Ramsey agrees with Jonathan Gannon. That's the least surprising thing of the day.
Oh?
Bro, it's not Chipotle slander.
I
like Chipotle.
I may have knowledge on who is representing the Sacramento Kings.
Breaking news coming up. Yeah, I just don't. It's not slander. Chipotle's fine. I just don't. When I want Mexican food, I don't want what Chipotle is going to give me. That's all. It's not like. That's like saying I want a cheeseburger and I hand you a pizza and you're like, oh wait, I didn't want pizza. And me being like, why are you slandering pizza?
Or are you saying, that going to McDonald's and having McDonald's cheeseburgers and not really having a cheeseburger, it's not the same thing. I'm with you. I see your logic, Kyle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like if someone says, let's go get hamburgers, I don't say, let's go to McDonald's. McDonald's is just a separate thing.
Yeah.
We did have Chipotle here last week. It was really good.
Yeah. Oh, it's really good. Yeah, for work, for sure. We'll definitely be attending
the Sacramento A's.
Definitely not Sacramento, but very obviously Sacramento A's. Yeah. Of course it is. A Rocco shredded wheat, though. I love Denny's too, bro. We spent so many nights at / early mornings at Denny's when I was in college.
Growing up, that was literally like my dad's favorite restaurant. Yeah.
The best. Okay, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
NBA playoffs going down last night. We had Boston and Cleveland. We had Dallas and Oklahoma City. We'll dive into those games. We'll also take a look ahead at tonight's games a little bit later on. Speaking of tonight's games, Knicks at Pacers is the first game tonight. Coverage begins at 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. So D'Lo and KC will take you up to 4, and they'll lead you right into Knicks-Pacers.
And we won't be able to watch it because it's in a small market, and it's too small of a market. We won't be able to see it.
Yeah, really tough.
It's tough. I hate it when that happens during the playoffs when it goes to a small market and then you can't see it.
Yeah, it's going to be like home video, tape delayed. You have to have the rabbit ear antennas to...
Buffering.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough. To watch the Pacers. No, let's talk about last night's games first. I can't decide where I'm at on Boston because every fiber of my being is going, I'm out on this team, dude. They lose last night 118-94. to a Cleveland team that should just be dramatically overmatched. And I was talking to Jesse, the producer for D-Lo and KC, and I shot him a text yesterday, and I was like, hey, like, your boys are struggling. And I said something different than that, but for the radio, I said your boys are struggling. And he said, this is just like game 2 against Miami, Celtics in 5. And I want to believe that. And I think that's logically the right thing. The Cavs hit some ridiculous shots last night to pull away in that game. Boston missed a bunch of wide open threes, and very quickly a 9-point game became a 15-point game, became a 20-point game. And that can happen sometimes. The issue for me is I can't decide if the Celtics are just bored, as like they're so much better than Cleveland and they know it, that when Cleveland starts hitting a couple of tough shots and the Celtics can't buy a bucket, where they go, oh, all right, well, screw it. We're just done for tonight. Or if that's a sign that they are, I don't like, mentally a little bit soft.
Yeah, I think, Kyle, the problem that I have is that eventually they're going to run into a group of players that they're opposing that understands that they're soft and that will take advantage of that. And that one game will become 2, will become 3, will become 4, and they will lose the playoffs. That's the problem, because when you show that you're willing to trick off a game, and that's part of your DNA, that you're willing to do this, another team can say, okay, if that's who you are, that's fine. We'll play within those parameters, because if you'll trick off 1, you'll trick off 2.
Yeah.
And then we can steal another 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And then we can bounce you from the playoffs.
Right.
And I don't know. I don't think it'll be Cleveland that's able to like capture this little lightning in a bottle moment. But I certainly think the Knicks could take them down. Like the way the Knicks are playing. Okay. Like this is not how you should be playing. It's too late for that. There's only 8 teams left. And if you want to be one of the 4 teams remaining, you got to get through. And so, we've seen it with other teams in the last couple of years, whether it be the Bucks, whether it be Philadelphia, where they didn't take things serious enough and they got bounced. And I don't think the Celtics will be that team, but I certainly think that there's an issue there where, like, look, this is NBA. You can't take somebody lightly this late in the season. I mean, like Cleveland, we can think what we want about Cleveland, but let's not act like the first game wasn't at least have a little bit of an asterisk, because one team had 1 night's rest and the other team had 5.
Sure.
One team had no juice. I mean, this is a 48-win team. They were 4th in the Eastern Conference. Like, this is a good team, and you can't just mess around and think that Donovan Mitchell isn't going to bust you up.
Boston got outscored 64-40 in the second half. And I just don't. There's something about they are. If Boston wins the title this year, and this is where like the logical side of me is struggling. Because if Boston wins the title this year, which they very much still could, I'm not trying to write them off or anything, then we're going to look back and go, well, of course they won the title. They were the best team all year.
Yep.
Top to bottom, they were just the best team. Of course they went and won the title. But at the same time, I see some of the things that happened in last night's game where Jaylen Brown is dribbling on, I think it was Evan Mobley, and just lost the ball, just as if he handed it to him.
Yeah.
And he's bricking wide open threes. And in the third quarter, as Cleveland is pulling away in that game and winning the third quarter by 12 points, you have Jason Tatum going 3 of 5 from the field. And then you have Jaylen Brown going 1 of 2. You have Derek White going 1 of 5. Al Horford 0 for 4. Like, why are Derek White and Al Horford taking a combined 9 shots? And your 2 stars, your $300 million man, Jaylen Brown, is taking 2 of them. Yeah. I don't get what this. I get that the Celtics are good, and then I watched them in that game last night, and I go, I don't think I would pick them against Minnesota or Denver. I don't. That feels, again, that feels illogical, because I do think that they've been the best team all year, but they're still just so what's the word I'm looking for? So like open to or I don't know. They are prone to these stretches of play where you're like, what team is this?
Yeah.
What's the goal here? Who's running this show? Who's taking these shots? And they have Jason Tatum, who should be like that dude. Jason Tatum's going to be an MVP candidate for the next decade. And he should take over a game like this, and he just doesn't.
Yeah. I think
I don't know, man.
That's one of the reasons why Jason Tatum, finished 5th or 6th in the MVP balloting, even though he's the best player on the best team.
Mm-hmm.
Like he wasn't even in the top 3. Wasn't even close. Like realistically.
Mm-hmm.
We didn't even talk about that yesterday. Domantas Sabonis, number 8 in MVP balloting. He received 3rd place, 4th place.
Third place. No. 3rd place.
He got 3 points. But
So
he finished
place,
ahead of Kevin Durant.
Woo.
Yeah. I don't know.
Did you just fist pump?
Just kidding. I mean, that's like when in the grand scheme of things. In the grand scheme of things, like like Jason Tatum is.
He also got a DPOY vote.
Oh,
Domas did.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Had to be Mark Jones.
Someone out there just loves
Jason Anderson, maybe.
I don't think so.
Oh.
Yeah, Jason takes these things seriously. He does.
I love the idea that there's some national writer who we don't know who's just a major Domas stan.
That would be spectacular.
I would love that.
It would be even better if it was Kevin O'Connor.
But they're not enough of a stand to be like, yeah, 1st place.
No,
they're like, yeah, 3rd place. You can have this one.
That's fine. That's fine. That might get him above a player like maybe Kevin Durant. Yeah.
Did Durant play 65 games?
Yeah, he did. I think he played 71, something like that.
Hmm.
Yeah, if I'm looking at Jason Tatum, I'm like, man, I get it. You're young, but you're not going to be young forever, and you're just like everyone's waiting for you to take this leap to be the guy, and you're just the best player on the best team. That doesn't feel like he's not living up to what that usually means.
Right. He wasn't even their best player in the 2022 finals.
Yeah.
Jaylen Brown was by far the best player in that series for Boston.
Yeah.
And like I said, I get it with Tatum. I get why he's good. I see it. Like he is a just phenomenal all-around scorer.
Uh-huh.
But it's the same thing I always talk about with Keegan Murray. Yeah, he's really, but man, I would really like to see him be as aggressive as he was against Golden State in the play-in game. I would love to see that game in and game out.
Yeah.
And with Tatum, that's the big reason that everybody circles the Celtics. It's like Tatum and Brown. Man, Derek White had a career. Derek White's awesome. I freaking love Derek White.
Yeah.
I will go to war for Derek White, especially since he came home. My man. Kristaps Porzingis has been great for them, and I know he's out, and that's a big deal or whatever. But Jaylen Brown's really good, and Drew Holiday, like you just see it with the roster, and then you watch last night and you go, man, I don't want to pick that team to win the finals. I just can't feel good about anything they're doing.
No, I'm with you. I'm with you. It kind of gives you, it's a little bit of the feel of some of the other players that are around his level, like Paul George. Mm-hmm. Like you think, oh yeah, he's great. Mm-hmm. But he's not an MVP. And not only that, but like he can be the best player on a really, really, really good team. But he's yet to prove that he's the best player on a championship team. And that's tough.
So, and maybe he can be. Yeah. Maybe he comes back the next 3 games and averages 35 a game, and the Celtics roll through the rest of the playoffs. I mean, that's on the table, and that's why this is hard for me. That's why I don't want to come on the radio and be like, the Celtics are done.
No,
because you see it, but it's can they just get to that level? We know what level they're capable of getting to. Whether they get to it though is still a pretty big question. All right, we got a Mavericks Thunder game to talk about. We've got the NBA Draft Lottery coming up Sunday at noon. We'll talk about that all next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports. Clear.
What's going on, everybody?
Hello.
How are we doing out there? Yeah, like again, I like Paul George, but Paul George has always felt like kind of maybe that's what it is with Tatum. Maybe he feels like he's miscast as like a true 1A. I don't know. Steve Nash, who I would compare Halliburton's game to, sort of. Like, I don't know. Ham, do you think the Kings look at more veteran players in free agency or young, athletic? Okay, the problem is they only have a mid-level to play with and a biannual exception, which they can, of course, use in trade as well. Free agent market is going to be really, really difficult for the Kings to play fully in. Like, you got to get Monk signed. And if you sign Monk to the full, like 17.4 million, and your mid-level, that would put you at the luxury tax or maybe a little bit over. So you'd have to make a corresponding move to clear up some other space, especially if you kept your number 13 overall pick. So I know the answer to this. We'll discuss that next on the Insiders.
Hell yeah.
You like that?
I love that. That's a great tease by you.
Great tease. Let's see what else we got.
Anybody have any insane trade ideas that can take over the show?
I don't vote. Yeah, it's good. We kind of did have that yesterday, right? And I don't even know who that guy was.
Mark Nash, shout out.
He just like showed up, threw out a demanding trade. Like he wasn't gentle about it.
Yeah, it wasn't that wasn't a trade idea. It's a trade demand.
It was kind of a trade demand. I think he put a billboard up somewhere. Okay, so someone asked us yesterday. You're not going to find out until the end.
Of the show?
No. Monk.
I love that. Long time.
June 30th. As soon as the window opens, we'll find out where Monk is going. I mean, I might know a few minutes earlier. I might know the night before and be able to tweet out something. But that's when we're going to find out. It's going to be within at least I think. I don't think he's going to like announce it earlier. This is logical.
Who says no?
Who says no? Who says no? Steven Castaneda, our tequila drinking friend.
I don't hate the Julius Randle idea.
Oh, I've never. Yeah. Okay. It's not Kenny Caraway. Najee Marshall is a free agent. I need to look that up.
I like Najee Marshall. Oh, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
And we'll talk about Lucas Presser a little bit later. That's James and Kyle. We're hanging out with you until noon. If you want to call the show, 916-909-1320. That is 916-909-1320. I see somebody on the line right now. Stand by. We'll get to you in just a moment. That's Farmer's Dog Talk Line. A healthy life starts with healthy food. The NBA draft lottery is on Sunday at noon. And apparently, James, did you say you had news about this?
Yeah, I know who's representing the Sacramento Kings at the NBA draft lottery.
Are you announcing it here?
That's fine.
Okay.
According to a league source, Keegan Murray will represent the Sacramento Kings at the 2024 NBA Draft Lottery.
All right.
There it is.
According to sources.
Yep. Keegan. There it is.
All right. We will talk about what that means for the Kings and what they should be hoping for, what they could be hoping for coming up. Really fascinating NBA draft this year.
I think it is.
Fascinating.
It is a fascinating NBA draft. I don't know, it's weird because like the 13th pick might have a bunch of value because teams might just have this idea of there's a player there that they got to get their hands on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they're like, again, there's value at the top 4 of this draft. It's not your standard draft, so I don't think it's going to have the value that a lot of other drafts have.
Mm-hmm.
Like if someone has a top 2 pick, I don't think you can go out and get 3 first-round picks and a player for it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. But I also think that there are people who are going to fall in love with somebody in the top 3 or 4 and think, okay, I would like to move up to get them, and I don't think it's going to cost me a ton.
Sure.
And on the reverse, for a team like the Kings, if you were to move up to the top, if you were to go from 13 up to 1, 2, 3, 4, which is all you can do, and you have like a 3.6% chance of doing that. I think that like if you're the Kings, it would just increase what you might be able to get for the pick. Because but I also think it would put more pressure on you to trade the pick.
Mm-hmm.
If you're going to be in the top 4, I don't think that there's a player there that you instantly think, hey, this is going to change the direction of our franchise this year or next year or maybe even the year after.
Mm-hmm.
It might be a ball player, but it's going to take a while, right? Most of them are 18, 19-year-old prospects at the top end of this draft. Most of them are European prospects at the top end of this draft.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're a team like the Kings, you really don't want the $8 to $9 million salary because we're already talking about how if you sign Monk and you use your mid-level exception, that would put you at the tax line or over.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's when you got a $3 million first round pick. If that becomes a $9 million or $10 million first round pick, all of a sudden you'd be way over the luxury tax. And now you're going to have to trade a player or two to get below that tax and be aggressive in a different way. So I just think it's an interesting way to look at this draft. I don't think the talent up there for the Kings specifically, maybe for some other teams, but the talent up there isn't worth the commitment in salary cap dollar.
916-909-1320 if you want to join the show. Caller, you're live. What's your name?
Big E.
Big E, what do you want to say, bro?
It's just hitting me all at once that the Kings are a lottery team yet again. You guys are already talking about it, but are there any names, James, that you think that the Kings should look at getting that might be NBA ready? And Kyle, is there anybody from Villanova that we should pick up in the second round?
Thanks, Vicky.
Well, first of all,
you
should
gotta
just
start building a new. The Kings have the Kentucky thing.
Yeah,
they got to find somebody from Kentucky.
No, that's true. Look, I'm gonna do a much deeper dive into the draft, but the problem that I have with this draft in particular is the players that are around where the Kings are going to draft are very, very young and a lot of European prospects. So I do like Ronald Holland, I think is his name, out of the G League Ignite. But again, he's so raw. It's just, you're looking at 6'8", 6'9", giant wingspan. His 3-point game isn't there yet. His defensive acumen isn't there yet, but the tools might be there to convert him into like an elite, an elite scorer, an elite small forward. But like, again, there's just not a lot of guys around this area that kind of fit who the Kings usually draft. And so again, like you have Dalton Connect that, projected to go anywhere from 9 to like 15.
So that's, hang on, stop right there.
Yeah.
That's the thing that this draft is in the NBA. I feel like that's where this one differs than a lot of other drafts. This one's more like an NFL draft, where in the NFL, you typically know, okay, this group of guys is probably like the top 10.
Yeah.
And then you've got another group that's in the top 20-ish. And then after that, it's, these guys could go anywhere from 21 to 35. And it's kind of and then there's always somebody that a team loves who projected second rounder who goes in the early 20s or whatever. It's always a little bit weird. You pointed this out. ESPN's number one player. No, I'm sorry. Michael Huff.
No, Brett Huff.
Brett Huff. Michael Huff. Who's
Brett
Michael Huff? Michael Huff, Raiders legend.
There you go.
Brett Huff.
Friend of the show.
Friend of the show. Brett Huff pointed this out. ESPN's number one player is the Ringer's number 10 player.
Yep.
And the Ringer's number one player is ESPN's number 9 player.
Yeah.
So when you start trying to project out, hey, what kind of players might be available for the Kings at 13, in a typical NBA draft year, you kind of know, hey, this is the top 3. This guy is going to go either 4 or 5. This guy's either going to go 4 or 5, maybe 6. And you have a good idea of, all right, these players are for sure gone in the top 9. So here's these 4 players who might be there at 13. And this year, it kind of seems like, yeah, this guy might be there at 3 or 13, which is very strange.
It's strange and it's very frustrating. That's what I think most executives, they're going to be confused because, again, a guy like Donovan Clingham is like, if we use Brett Huff does a consensus draft every year. He pulls all the biggest and baddest, mock drafts, and then he puts them into an algorithm and figures out where everyone should go according to like a consensus of all of the draft boards combined.
Mm-hmm.
And so when we're looking at like Donovan Clingham going in the top 5, like most drafts have him in the top 3 or 4.
Mm-hmm.
That to me is crazy. Like, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but we're talking about a 7'2" guy who limited offensive game, a great shot blocker. But guys like this usually go between 15 and 20.
Yeah.
They don't go in the top 5 of the draft. That's not who we're looking at here. And I just think it's really interesting to look at, most of the players around where the Kings are going to draft are either freshmen, they're either G Leaguers, or again, they're international players who again, you got it's Tidjane Saloon out of Cholet.
Of course.
He's 18. His draft age is 18.7. That's the day when the draft happens. He won't even be 19 years old.
Man.
And he's 6'9", 203, and he's a small forward, and you're like, oh, you want to look at the feel for the game and all that stuff. You're also like, what is he, 3 years away? And that's the problem that the Kings have, that every single player outside of Dalton Connect, and then we slide all the way down to like Terrence Shannon at number 18, or you start getting the Tristan Da Silvas in the 20s.
Sure. Yeah, those
right?
are names.
Well, the problem is that like any of the guys who are like juniors, seniors in this draft are like in the mid 20s.
Yeah.
And I keep bringing this up because that's who the Kings take.
Yeah.
The Kings like to know what they know about a player. They're not out there prospecting. They're not out there taking some wild stab in the dark on some prospect that could like become something great. They would rather know what the ceiling and what the floor is of a player, and hope that he lives up to the ceiling and not to the floor. But if he does live up to the floor is at least maybe a rotational piece for them.
And I think the other aspect of this, as it pertains to the Kings specifically, is what Keegan Murray did last year, or 2 seasons ago now, I guess, in his rookie year, was atypical. A rookie stepping into a huge role like that on a really good team isn't what usually happens.
No.
So you may be talking about a 23-year-old prospect and you think, oh, hey, this guy could contribute this year. But you're talking about, like, look at Trace Jackson Davis in Golden State.
Yep.
4-year player. Contributed. Really nice player, but to what end? And that's with Sacramento, there's enough urgency there that you're going, hey, a contributor who could play 12 to 15 minutes a night comfortably is not the same as, hey, this is an NBA rotation player who we feel good about starting in a pinch. There's that gap is massive. And it's the difference between, yeah, hey, this is probably a pretty lateral roster, or this roster got substantially better at this spot. if you're drafting somebody who is if you're drafting somebody who is not a substantial upgrade or not an upgrade at all over Harrison Barnes, and who is on the bench and is like your 9th guy, that doesn't help you that much.
Or your 12th guy.
Or your 12th, right? Or,
And you're
9th guy or below. You're just not helping yourself.
No.
That's what Colby Jones can do. That's what Jalen Slauson can do. They can occupy those spots. Players who have played with the team in the NBA, who have practiced with the team, who have been in the G League, who have been around the organization, those guys can fill in the margins of the roster. If you can take that 13th pick, or you talk about the top 4 and it's not, but objectively, having a top 4 pick is better than having the 13th pick. Full stop. Regardless of whether you're going to use the pick or not.
Of course.
It's just
there's more value.
There's no that's just not regardless of who's available for the draft, a team would rather have number 4 than number 13. That's easy. But so you're hoping to move up to 4, but only from the standpoint of this could fetch an even better player in a trade. Conceivably.
Yeah.
This should be able to fetch an even better player who can maybe enter the starting lineup or be a Malik Monk replacement if he winds up leaving, or be a really solid 7th guy and better wing depth,
or a package for a huge player like it's draft capital.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
No, I totally get that aspect. And when like we talk about this draft in particular, like it's difficult because if Keegan Murray were a rookie, were in this draft, like I have a tough time saying he wouldn't be the top overall pick. Like that's where this draft is. Like I don't think that there's anyone that would go above Keegan Murray in this draft. And like, look, maybe I'm wrong.
Sure.
But I also look at this draft, and even if let's just go back to Keegan's draft, right? Where what is it? Keegan followed by
Jaden Ivey.
No. It's Paolo Banchero at number 1.
Oh.
Is it Jabari Smith Jr. or is it Chet at number 2?
Chet.
Okay, and then Jabari, and then Keegan, and then Jaden Ivey, and then Benedict Mathurin. Yeah, followed by Dyson Daniels.
Nope.
Oh.
Shaedon Sharpe. Then Dyson.
Okay, Shaedon Sharpe, Dyson. Okay, so let's just look at the top 8, right? In that draft, there were only 2, maybe 3 players that were coming into that draft that would have stepped on the floor. Let's say, 3, maybe 4 of the top 8 that were coming in and they could step in and actually play any minutes at all on a decent team. Any.
Paolo, Chet,
Jabari, and Keegan. Even Jaden Ivey would not have played major minutes, a major role on a good team.
No. And
Chet gets hurt, and Jabari would have been a spot minute guy early as you're bringing him along and you're getting him stronger. Paolo would have been a number 1 on anybody.
Paolo's the man.
Yeah,
I like Paolo Banchero so much.
I like him too, but I like him the same way that like I compare him to Carmelo Anthony. That's who I always compare him to, just a bigger version of. And he probably will have a prolific scoring career like that. But I also think that there are other players in that draft that could be better overall NBA players by year 3, year 4. And I'm not sure if that's going to be the case or not. I don't think Keegan will ascend to that. And I don't know that, that Chet might have the all-around game to be better. Maybe Shaedon Sharpe, puts it all together. But either way, like most of the players in that draft, there's at least a handful that could play right away in the NBA. I don't think there's any players in the top end of this draft that you feel that way, that are going to be rotational players on day 1 for a good team.
That's tough, man.
So,
yikes.
So I know the value of the pick would be higher, but it's also a blessing and a curse because you do not want the salary that comes with a top 4 pick in this draft because you could get stuck.
Yeah.
Like literally people could go, yeah, we're not going to trade up because we don't want the salary.
Man. That's where, but I do think there's going to be enough teams that are kind of in that weird purgatory area, like Cleveland. I could see Cleveland if Donovan Mitchell asks out and they decide to trade Jarrett Allen. And they're like, we're going to build this around Evan Mobley and Darius Garland. We're just going to let it be his team. Yeah, we'll take a top 4 pick who we think has a ton of upside and can develop alongside these guys. I could see a team like Cleveland doing that.
Okay.
But I don't know.
It's tough. I think there will be teams out there that go, okay, like it's a top 4 pick is a top 4 pick, and we're willing to take that.
Yeah.
But I also think that there are a lot of teams that are like, yeah, I would prefer not to be in the top of this draft. I would
Sure.
prefer to have a lower salary because it's going to be more value for the player.
Yeah.
And like if you're going up and getting one of those players, you have to understand that like it's basically a 4-year, $40-something million contract, $40 million something contract you're giving them, where number 13 is going to be a 4-year, $14 million contract.
Yeah.
That's a substantial difference in commitment. And if one player doesn't work out, you feel much better about moving away from them.
So okay, all right. So would it be better then for the Kings to stay at 13? Am I wrong in saying it's objectively better to have number 4 than 13?
No, because there might be a possibility that there's someone out there that loves somebody that has been scouting one of these European players for the last 5 years and watched him develop, and they think, oh no, we want to get our hands on this guy. Or there's a couple of U.S. prospects in the top. Whether it's Klingham or Reed Shepherd from Kentucky or Rob Dillingham from Kentucky, Stephen Castle from UConn. Like one of these guys could be someone that someone goes, yeah, I've got to get my hands on that guy. So you're always hoping that someone falls in love with the player, but there's no guarantee at the top end of this draft that anyone is going to be like a star level player at all. And that's tough.
Yeah, it is. Now I'm stuck in the 2022 draft. Andrew Nemhard, 31.
That's a great pick.
Arkansas, Jalen Williams, 34.
That's a great pick.
And after that, it falls off a lot.
The Kings drafted Hardy.
Yeah.
For Dallas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Got San Antonio. Malachi Branham.
I like Branham.
Jeremy Sohan went in that draft.
Yep. Sohan's a guy that would really fit the Kings, what the Kings are doing. And maybe that's something where a team like San Antonio would listen and for a top tier pick.
Yeah.
Although, they're going to already have a top tier pick, and I'm not sure that any of these players, but they are a team that knows these players as well as anyone. They've got European scouts nonstop, especially they knew where they were going to be in this draft.
San Antonio is a really interesting team this offseason.
Oh, yeah. And the next 3 off seasons, I think.
Yeah, for the foreseeable future. Let's run through. We got a few minutes here. Let's run through the last few number 13 picks. Jalen Duren went 13 in 2022.
Great pick. He's a stud.
Would love to have Jalen Duren in Sacramento. Last year, it was the Grady kid for Toronto.
Yeah.
But to your point about there are good players available in this area of the draft outside the top 10, Jaime Jaquez, 18, Brandon Pajemski, 19, Cam Whitmore, 20. That's a Cam Whitmore is a little bit different because
that was an anomaly.
Yeah, and he got a chance. Well, Villanova guy, get on the Knicks.
Yeah,
he got an opportunity to play in Houston that he wouldn't have gotten on a better team.
Whitmore?
Yeah.
Well, he did late in the season, but early in the season they left him in the G League.
Right.
Whitmore is a guy who was a top 4 pick and then fell and toppled on draft night.
Yeah.
Like physically, he's a top 5 player. Like you can see his build and like what his potential is. But there was something that people didn't like about him, and so he tumbled in the draft because of it. Yeah, he could end up being as good as their number 4 pick, Amen Thompson. You just don't know. Like he has a ton of talent.
Yeah, but to this point, Jaime Jaquez, contributor on a team that was in the playoffs, big time contributor. Brandon Pajemski contributed a lot for Golden State. Keontae George went 16 out of Baylor. He was he had a really nice year for
He's
Utah.
got a ton of potential.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, but it's hit and miss, and
no, totally. There's a lot of really not good players in here too.
Yeah, I honestly believe that the middle of this draft is going to be, you'll find better players than you will at the top end of the draft. You just have to choose right. You gotta be selective. You gotta like really hone in on specific skills that you're looking for from a player. But it's not easy.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, so
that's coming up Sunday.
Derek Lively was number 12, right, in that draft. Grady Dick, number 2, number 13. Yeah. But there's also,
I like Jordan Hawkins. in New Orleans. But again, but all of these players, none of these players, like Brandon Podziemski, Golden State was not very good. Miami was not very good. Utah with Keontae George, certainly not very good. Jordan Hawkins had some moments for New Orleans, but wasn't a major contributor for them.
Yeah.
Derek Lively, really nice player for Dallas, but they had to go get Daniel Gafford because Derek Lively was not enough as their starting center. They got better when they went and got. Yeah, right. And that's where this all comes back to the Kings, because that's why we're talking about all this. And this year, and their need to get better this year. And all these players are really, really nice players. But there's a leap the Kings are trying to make that a rookie is not going to help them make in year one.
Yeah, I totally agree.
So that's why we're discussing all this. Before we go to the break, Rick Carlisle was fined $35,000 for his complaints about the officiating. While I think that Rick Carlisle is kind of a clown for the way he went about this, if I'm a coach, I'm eating that fine every single time. You're making enough money and I know $35,000 is a lot. No matter what kind of money you're making, losing $35K would suck. But that's a fine I'm eating 100% of the time if I'm a coach. I think it was in Rick Carlisle's case, I thought it was the wrong time to do it. But like Mike Brown that night, he pulled out the laptop and he's saying, "This is exactly what I'm looking at." Our guy in Toronto,
Scotty Barnes.
Yeah.
His rant, I would do that every single time and eat the fine.
Yes and no, because the officials don't forget. So, yeah, you got to put your foot down. You got to make sure that people are watching what's happening, but the officials don't forget. They don't like being publicly shamed.
Well, tough.
No, I get it. I get it, but you got to remember
they're
that
people. They're humans.
Well, sure. And they're going to get another one of your games.
That's why I would be a terrible NBA official. Let's just say that I had I knew the rule book front and back and was good enough to be an NBA official. Mm-hmm. My personality falls in line with exactly what you're saying. I'd be like, "Oh, that's what you think? Okay. All right, good to know. Oh, you think I'm making these calls because you're a small market team? Okay, no, now but wait. Now you're getting calls against you because you're a jerk."
Yeah.
That's exact. Oh man. I would be so petty with it. I'd be the worst official in the league by a wide margin.
Yeah, I might even become an Instagram guy with stay at the Holiday Inn Express near the arena and take pictures myself out by a really small pool. Living the high life here in Utah. Click. And then
just dragging the city of Salt Lake City.
#small market. I could get petty here, Kyle. I could.
I'm here for petty all the time.
Yeah.
That's how I'd be as a ref. I'd be the worst ref. I'd have a lot of fun with it though.
Yeah.
I'd be the guy that NBA players make TikToks about because they're mad. They'd go on podcasts and be like, "I don't like that guy. Here's a story about a time he was petty." Anyways, let's talk some baseball. Real quick, we'll get a quick MLB update. We'll talk about the future A's of Sacramento, and we'll talk a little bit about the Giants as well. The Giants are basically just the A's. They disguise it as something different than that, but the Giants are basically in the same spot the A's are in. We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Clear.
I was just looking at the 2021 draft. And, it's Cade Cunningham, Jalen Green, Evan Mobley, Scotty Barnes, Jalen Suggs, Josh Giddey, Jonathan Kuminga, Franz Wagner. And then it really drops. From the top 8, it goes Mitchell, Zaire Williams, James Bouknight, Josh Primo, Chris Duarte, Moses Moody, Corey Kispert. That is the next 7 picks. Then we wake back up.
Mood Dog is the best one out of that group.
Maybe. Bouknight's out of the NBA, right?
Bouknight stinks. Okay, he's in Charlotte, but out of the NBA.
No, I think he got waived.
Did he really?
Am I wrong?
Oh my God, he might have.
No, I think he did.
Hang on, I'm checking. James Bouknight, who last played for the Charlotte Hornets. He is out of the NBA. He had a Oh.
I think he fell asleep in his car with a gun on his lap one time. Like, okay, so we get to number 16. That's where we have Şengün, and then Trey Murphy, Trey Mann, which I still like Trey Mann. Kai Jones, which is a whole nother story. Jalen Johnson.
Good player.
Keon Johnson, like pretty much out of the league. Isaiah Jackson, pretty decent player there for the Indiana Pacers. Usman Garuba, who is like not a good player. Josh Christopher, not a good player. Quentin Grimes, interesting. Bones Highland,
Love
Cam
Bones.
Thomas.
Pause.
Jaden Springer is kind of like, unfortunately, I like Jaden Springer. He was like projected to go top 10, 12.
I would take Cam Thomas as a Monk replacement.
I
have a weird affinity for Cam Thomas. I understand. I know exactly. I could write what you're going to say.
Yeah.
But I'm just in. I love him so much.
It's just he can't dish it in the pick and roll. Like you have to like the beauty to Monk is that he sets up. It's the same thing with Lou Williams.
Yeah, he's a point guard. He's not a scorer.
Yeah, the beauty to Lou Williams was the lobs to Montrezl Harrell.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what it is. I just freaking love Cam Thomas. The problem with Cam Thomas would be that A, everything you just laid out.
Yeah.
B, it would be like it's Cam Thomas time, but all the time. We'd get in here so many shows and be like, how did Cam Thomas have more shots than De'Aaron and Keegan combined?
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, Cam
Thomas.
Thomas.
Weird soft spot for him though.
And Karis LeVert, very similar. Head down, don't look up at their teammates at all, and then a bucket. Yeah, they can score from anywhere, but they cannot help anyone else get better.
When it comes to passing, he's careless LeVert.
Yes, there it is.
Yeah, it's bad. I think the reason I have a soft spot for Cam Thomas, remember a couple years ago when he had like the 4 40-point games in a row? And he was just pouring it in and just having a bunch of really good games. And after every single one of the hosts of the show that I was on at the time was like, not impressed, doesn't matter. 40 is the new 20 in the NBA. And he just ranted against the NBA every time Cam Thomas did anything good.
Okay.
And I think that's why I am a very pro Cam Thomas guy. Herb Jones, 35th in that draft.
Jeez.
Ayo Dosunmu, I love Ayo so much.
Najee Marshall is a free agent this year. I'm going to assume he is a restricted free agent, but I'm not sure. I'll look it up right now. Oh, he was a two-way.
Who is it?
Najee Marshall. Two-way. He's going to be restricted. He only made $1.9 million this year. I like him.
The ones who get it done. Groovy Greg, I thought Colby Jones was ready to be a contributor this season.
Yeah, I definitely think Colby.
Mike Brown is holding Colby Jones back.
I'm not sure about Slauson. There's like a mixed, like
what Mike Brown said
hanging
about.
on him?
Hang on. We're coming back. Hang on. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madson. We're hanging out with you until noon on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. We'll take you up to noon. Then D'Lo and KC will jump in. They will take you up to 4 o'clock. And then at 4 o'clock, we have NBA playoff basketball right here on ESPN 1320. Knicks at Pacers. Coverage begins at 4. So you don't have to turn away from your radio at all today.
No.
We've got you covered till noon. D'Lo and KC got you till 4, and then we got NBA playoff basketball taking you into Friday night. Also, tomorrow, Saturday, we have Boston at Cleveland as that series continues.
Ooh.
Boston at Cleveland, 5 o'clock coverage begins.
Well, and of course that
Celtics
series
team, though.
officially started because the road
Yes.
team won.
A road team has won. Knicks-Pacers? Nah, hasn't started yet.
No,
We'll see if it starts tonight.
doubt it.
The Knicks can win a road. You don't think the Knicks are winning tonight?
Kidding. Yes, they're
I'm a little worried about them.
because of the injury. Because Tom
Yeah.
Thibodeau is like
Well,
out
because
there.
OG's out. Jalen Brunson questionable. Jalen Brunson's going to play and drop 40.
Probably.
But
That would
I
be my
just,
guess.
I don't know, man. I just the injury stuff. Maybe it's just random. Maybe OG just landed wrong, and Jalen Brunson just had a sore foot, and he's working through it, and he's fine. But there's just something about it. The vibes feel off with the Knicks.
That's too bad because I thought the vibes were really high with the Knicks.
I agree.
And now I'm kind of like, you're not in great shape.
No,
It really has a lot to do with the injury. So, and it has a lot to do with the fact that Tom Thibodeau does this every single time.
yeah. Well, their number one skill is busting their ass, right?
Yes.
Jalen Brunson's obviously incredible. Jalen Brunson is one of the best scorers in the NBA.
Mhm.
But outside of that, their main attribute is hustle, out efforting you,
Yeah.
out rebounding you. That's their locking in on defense, digging in on defense, and just making it really, really hard for you to score.
Deflections.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
that's fine. It's just there's a shelf life on that over the course of a season,
I totally agree.
and it's always going to be hanging over everything I think about the Knicks. If you told me 100%, yeah, they're going to be totally healthy, then yeah, they're gonna roll through the Pacers and they're going to go give Boston a really, really good series. But I can't guarantee that Thibodeau isn't going to run these guys into the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the problem that you always have with Tibbs. And I get it. It's just like his style and his players
Mhm.
love it
Mhm.
because players want to play.
That's exactly
Right. I think even like Sasha said that like during he said like everybody wants to play more.
Mhm.
He's like, even the guys who are playing 36 minutes a game, they want to play more.
Mhm.
He's like, you guys have to understand that everyone wants to play more. He's like,
Exactly.
so I can't be a jerk about it because like, look, that's the game. You got to earn it.
Mhm.
And I think that's just a problem with Thibodeau, though, where he gets like super tunnel vision on his guys. And it's almost like he doesn't even want to worry about making subs. Like if he looks at a guy and the guy's like asking to come out of the game, maybe he'll give him like 3 minutes to like breathe, take a, get some oxygen on the
Breathe.
side. Somebody's over there with a Theragun, like,
Sure.
trying to keep them loose. But yeah, it's he's a guy who fully doesn't even care. He's gonna play his guys until the wheels fall off, and you just hope that they fall off after the season and not during it.
The other problem, though, just to kind of take some of the blame away from Tibbs here. So they played effectively 7 players the other night.
Yeah,
Alec Burks played 44 seconds. And part of the reason that Precious Achiuwa played 28 minutes and Miles McBride played 20 is because Jalen Brunson got hurt 8 minutes into the first half and didn't return. And then OG Anunoby got hurt early in the third quarter and never returned. But here's who didn't play. Mamadi Diakite,
nope, don't know him.
Daquan Jeffries, Shake Milton, and Jericho Sims.
Kings legend Daquan Jeffries.
That's that's the rest of their bench. Bojan Bogdanovic already hurt. OG now hurt. Jalen Brunson dealing with an injury thing.
Mitchell Robinson.
Thank
Done.
you. Already hurt. Obviously, Julius Randle's out for the year. That has nothing to do with Tibbs or a shoulder thing. But it's like you want to go, yeah, you know what? Tibbs needs to take it easier on these guys if they want to make a deep run. But also, if you're giving Daquan Jeffries a bunch of burn, you're probably not winning game 2. This is the way he wants to play, but it's also their best route to winning.
At some point, you have to address the bench, and I guess that's part of the downfall of this team. Although they did try to with Bojan Bogdanovic, at the trade deadline, they tried to bring in like the scorer, but unfortunately he got hurt. This is a problem, and part of it. Let's not act like it's not. Part of the problem wasn't that he overplayed some of these guys during the regular season or rushed Mitchell Robinson back and then end up with a stress reaction in his leg. So yeah, it's tough. I at this point, I would be surfing the waiver wire to see if there's anybody like seriously.
James Booknight.
There you go. Book night.
He's out there.
No, I mean, that's the problem. I mean, you don't do that at this point in the season just because guys haven't played for months.
Mm-hmm.
But you're in a tough spot here.
I think Alec Burks, is going to get some more burn tonight. Like at some point, you have
He has to.
If Jalen Brunson's going to be compromised in some way, obviously Jalen Brunson's going to play 30-plus minutes. But he played 32.5 minutes the other night. I think that's a good 33, 34 minutes. Get Alec Burks in there for a while. You get a little bit of shot creation. You get a little bit of shooting. And you just try and survive some minutes without Jalen Brunson.
Yeah.
That's I think what you kind of have to do. Just start piecing together. Be a coach.
Yeah.
Piece together some lineups where it's not going to be a disaster if those 5 guys are on the floor for 3 minutes together. You get a timeout. So you get all the time from the timeout. They play 3 minutes. You're getting 5, 6, 7 minutes of rest for Jalen Brunson in total time.
Mm-hmm.
And then get him back out there, and you're ultimately probably benefiting your team. But I don't want to be the one who tells Josh Hart that he has to come off the court. So he can play his 48 minutes.
Just leave him out there. Yeah, he's the new Latrell Sprewell. It's fine.
I'm not going to be the guy that tells Josh Hart.
No, like there are players that you can rely on for that who are built for that.
Mm-hmm.
That are like a certain age in the league, 27, 28 years old, that literally can play like all 48 without any question. Mm-hmm. The guys that keep themselves in like tip-top crazy shape. But there's going to eventually be a crash.
Mm-hmm.
And you just hope that you make it to a point in the season where when that crash happens, it's not as big as, like it's not halfway through the Eastern Conference Finals. Like
feels like that's where they're headed.
A lot of these guys have not been in this position at all, and that's a problem.
Have any of them? OG was on the team that won the finals in 19, right?
Dante DiVincenzo was on the Bucks.
Yep.
Finals teams.
Is that it?
So
that might be it. Was Josh Hart was gone from the Lakers? Yeah, he was in the AD deal, so he wasn't with the Lakers in the bubble.
Yeah, and he went to Portland. I don't know how far he got with Portland.
Yeah,
that would be a question.
Man. Super interesting. I'm rooting for him though.
I love
this dude. I just have so much fun watching the Knicks. It feels like when people go, "Oh, basketball these days," and you get all the people who have their complaints about the NBA. Some of those I think are silly, to be frank, but I think some of them are really valid. And then you watch the Knicks, and I think the Knicks are just the idealized version of what Adam Silver would like to see in his league.
Okay.
And I think I enjoy watching them for a lot of those reasons. They're just they are a fun ass time every time they're on the TV.
I think it's crazy because they do remind you of like the Knicks of the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
No, they don't have a Patrick Ewing, but they do have a bunch of players, the John Starks, the Allen Houstons, like the Charles Smith, like Charles Oakley, like
mm-hmm.
they have like this grittiness to them
mm-hmm.
that I think is really interesting. And it's funny because it's a totally different group, but the Knicks feel is there with this team.
It's like when you talk about those old Knicks teams with a Knicks fan.
Yeah.
They're going to, if you have 10 Knicks fans and you say, hey, let's talk about the early 90s Knicks, the mid 90s Knicks, every single one of them is going to give you like a different favorite player from that group.
Oh, yeah.
And that's what I think this Knicks team is like. It's like a team full of fan favorites where any one of their players would be the fan favorite in Sacramento or Golden State or Portland or wherever. Because like, man, love the way that guy plays. I love the way he plays. Love the heart, the hustle. And it's just a whole team of those dudes.
I think so. And I also think that it's kind of like the Knicks, you want it to represent the city of New York, sort of like this punch.
I'm walking in.
Yeah, that punch you in the face style where, again, like Sacramento, like really appreciates the blue collar guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Because the blue collar guy, even though Sacramento is like a major political hub, it's still the blue collar guy that you're looking for.
Cowtown.
Yeah. Anyway,
shout out to the Knicks. We didn't talk about baseball again. We've had baseball in the rundown every day this week.
We keep missing it.
We'll get to it at some point. I promise. This is a weird time of the year in baseball. Like, hit me in June, then we can assess where everything is. That's what I keep saying.
We'll just make excuses for why we forget it.
The A's are better than we expected. The Giants are worse than we expected because the Giants are basically the A's. That's the premise. We'll dive into it at some point. Good idea or bad idea? coming up next, including somebody watching adult videos during Luka Doncic's press conference. We'll discuss it next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Things are going to get real. Maybe not, but interesting nonetheless. According to Mike A. Scotto, friend of the show, there's a sense that Jonas Valanciunas won't return as a Pelican this offseason in free agency. I'm in on the Jonas Valanciunas. Other people can be like, "You're crazy, James." That's fine. I'm in. I'm here for the bad ideas, here for the good ideas. I think there might be 3 minutes a half, 4 minutes a half you could steal with both him and Domas on the court together. Yeah, this is a good question. Yes, but I don't know what that does for you. Like, if you're going to bring in Kuzma, I think you still need to bring in defensive-minded guy. It's whether or not they want to trade Kuzma. That's going to be the problem. And there's some murmurs around that it's possible that some of the Kings players weren't all that keen on the idea of adding Kuzma to the roster. And that's something to listen to as well. Yeah, unfortunately, I think you would just have to do it. You have to forget what he did to Metu. Valanciunas is just a much better version of Alex Len. So, I mean, I'm not paying him. Well, I'd consider the MLE for him, but I think you can probably get him for less this offseason. We'll put him on the list. Oh. This is another interesting one, Owen. I would think that would be a possibility too.
What did Valanciunas do to Metu?
Took him off the rim, undercut him while he was on the rim, and like walked underneath him, and Metu fell and broke his wrist. I think how it happened was Metu dunked on him on one end, and then he tried to dunk on Metu on the other end, or he did dunk on Metu on the other end, and then Chimezie went to go dunk again, and again he like walked underneath him, and Metu like kind of was on his shoulders, and then fell backwards and fell and broke his wrist.
That sucks.
Yeah. That was after Metu had just, he was on a two-way, or he just got off a two-way. Kings were pissed. Jesse's here. Someone to eat donuts. Somebody's going to have to eat all those donuts. I don't even know what's happening. Trying to get Jesse to throw a flag on you.
Now I'm throwing a flag on Jesse.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
My man is in Studio One right now. That's at least that's a minimum 10-yard penalty. I don't know if I can pull Jesse. I don't think I can pull your mic up in here. Sorry. I really wish I could. That's a minimum 10-yard penalty. We'll talk about it later. I'll be on D-Lo and KC at like 12:15.
Okay.
I'll address it then. Review waits. All right. Good idea or bad idea. This is a segment we do every single day where we take 3 headlines and we decide whether the thing that happened in that headline is a good idea or a bad idea. Number 1, last night, the Oklahoma City Thunder crowd made it their mission to taunt Luka Doncic as much as humanly possible. Good idea or bad idea?
Bad idea, Kyle.
Really tough.
Luka's one of those dudes. I don't think he really cares, but I also think he likes to play to the crowd. And the last thing you want to do is give him a reason to play to you.
There's a tell that Luka Doncic has. And if you've missed my Luka Doncic interaction story, just very briefly, I got to sit courtside in an NBA game, and Luka was trying to get a review on a goaltend, and he was looking toward the crowd as though, like, am I crazy? And so when we made eye contact, I just went, don't review it. He got, like, it was off the glass. And then he called me a mean name.
Oh, yeah.
As he was walking away. Yeah. So that's the whole thing. So this isn't new.
He told you to shut up, right?
No. Yeah. That. And then he called me a mean name.
Yeah.
That starts with the letter P. So there's a tell that Luka has, though, and he did this early last night. He hit a 3. I think he hit back-to-back threes. And as he's going back down the court, he's nodding. He's just nodding his head. And when Luka starts nodding, shut up. I know you want to taunt. I know you want to jeer him. I get it. But just don't. It's going to go poorly for you. He went 11 of 21 last night, 5 of 8 from 3, 29 points, 10 boards, 7 assists, 3 steals, a block, 1 turnover. As the Mavericks beat the Thunder 119-110. The Thunder, who hadn't given up more than 95 points in a playoff game all year, gave up 119 last night. And Luka was cooking.
You have to remember, like at all times, that he leads the league in scoring at almost 34 a game.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not someone you can mess around with.
Nope.
So yeah, that's a tough look for the fans.
Yeah, really bad idea. And then somebody, I guess there was at one point he walked over and like got face to face with a guy and was talking to him, and I guess that guy was saying stuff about Luka's family. That's so trash. Don't do that.
No,
don't do that.
That's bad.
Don't do any of that. Bad idea for that guy too. Number 2. I'm not going to play the audio, but somebody was watching at the start of Luka's press conference. Somebody was watching an adult film loudly, either on their phone or their laptop. Bad idea.
Bad idea.
First of all, I think it was somebody messing with Luka on purpose. I don't think it was like somebody opened the wrong tab or went to the wrong side. I don't think that's how that went down. And the way Luka kind of looks up really confused and then kind of starts to smile and then he puts his head down. He like puts it.
Yeah.
Because it came up in the middle of one of his answers. It just loudly starts playing.
Yeah, that was wild.
I think it was somebody messing with him. I think he knew who it was.
I hope so, because it's a good joke. If that's someone that is messing with him.
If that happened, look, here's my goal on a thing, and this is why I would be a bad journalist, like a hard news journalist.
Okay.
I would be, my goal, like when I'm at a press conference, I've asked a couple of questions this year, but my goal for the most part when I'm around is just like, I hope nobody knows I'm here.
Okay.
I'll say hi to people. I'll say hi to, the people I know, the security people and stuff, you say hi to them, the ushers, you say hi to them, all that. But for the most part, I don't want anyone to know who I am. I am here. I am nondescript media person A to anybody important. If that happened to me, I'd be done. You'd never see me at Golden One again. You would not catch me dead in that place. Yeah, I might be done here. I might just call the big boss, Aaron. I just call him on my way home. Like, Aaron, I'm not done. I'm just done. I'm done now.
Let me tell you what happened. I'm done.
I'm not telling him what happened. I'm like, hey, I made a catastrophic mistake at the Kings game today. I'm quitting media forever. I'd be mortified, bro. That would be awful.
That's rough.
So I genuinely hope that was somebody messing with Luka and they were doing that on purpose, and it was not some rando journalist who now has that over their head forever.
Yeah, that would be tough.
You're the guy or girl.
That guy.
Or girl.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's hilarious.
Number 3. We've talked about this a little bit before, but ESPN posted a video of it today in a sit-down interview with Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards wants the Michael Jordan comparisons to be kaput. Wants them to stop.
Okay.
Is this a good idea or a bad idea for Anthony Edwards to come out and say that?
Well, that's a good question.
Thanks.
I would say it's a bad idea. Like, you want to... I think if you're a player like him, you should want to try to live up to that. Now, maybe you can't. Maybe that's part of it. But I also don't think that that's the case. I think that there's a possibility that he can live up to that. And okay.
I think it's a bad idea. No, I'm sorry. I think it's a good idea.
To kill it?
Yes. Because look, here's how this happens. And we see this all the time. You see this ascending star. And that's what Anthony Edwards is. If he's not a superstar already, he is on that ascension, right? He is on that path. Everybody loves him right now, except for people in Denver, I'm sure. Everybody is pro Ant. Everything is coming up Ant Edwards. The Wolves are going to beat the Nuggets. They're going to go to the conference finals. They're going to go to the finals. This is Ant's time. He is the new face of the league. All that is on the table for him. When you start bringing in the Michael Jordan comparison, well, now if he goes for 18 points and a loss tonight, it's like, well, God, I mean, how good is he really then? Because that now becomes the standard. Instead of, without the MJ comps, instead of, oh, you know what? Yeah, the Nuggets had a really good plan. Ant had a tough game. I think he bounces back in game 4. When you start throwing the MJ stuff in there, it's like, well, MJ wouldn't have done that. See, this guy is not that good.
Okay, maybe, but here's how. Okay, so I think the pressure of this killed like Harold Miner. Like, he couldn't be Baby Jordan, right? And that's what everyone thought he was going to be the next, right? And
it's people listening going, who's Harold Miner? Exactly.
We keep having these oh, he's the next MJ. He's the next MJ.
For so many people.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's Kobe, whether it's Vince Carter, there's been a lot.
Right.
But I think when Anthony Edwards stepped into the league, if he would have got that comparison then, that's one thing. If he's getting it now when he's ascending, he's 22 years old and starting to find his game and starting to be a lead and starting to carry a team in the playoffs. Okay. I'm okay with it. I can understand why he might not want that pressure, but he's also never been someone that has ever made me once think that he believes that there's pressure on him at all.
But also, no doubt, but also, and we got to go here in a second, but there's also an aspect of this where LeBron became LeBron. He's always going to get compared to MJ, but nobody calls Michael Jordan or LeBron James the next MJ anymore. It's just, he's LeBron.
Yeah, they wonder if he is as good as LeBron or not. That's as good as Michael Jordan or not. That's where you're at now.
He's the next Michael Jordan, though. That eventually kind of goes away as you ascend.
Yeah.
And so that's why I think I would put it down for now, because at some point you're going to accomplish enough things where you become this entity in the NBA unto kind of itself. And maybe you get thrown in the GOAT conversation. But I think it's the wise move for Anthony Edwards right now to kind of let his trajectory take it where it's going to take him. All right, we got the handoff. I believe KC is going to be in today. D'Lo and KC coming up at noon. One of them will hop in here in about 10 minutes. Let's look ahead to a couple of those playoff games tonight. We're also going to do some prize picks. We always talk about prize picks on the show. We're going to do some live, and you can play along with us on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports here.
Nailed it.
We're clear.
Sweet.
Okay, I am going to go get water.
Sweet. I've thought about doing that a couple of times this show to flush some of the sugar and caffeine out of my system.
I can feel the crash coming though.
Yeah.
Although I think that bakery pulled up, I'll let you know.
Oh.
I'm not totally sure, but I'll...
What's going on, everybody? I could ask it. Whoa, no. I could ask this, Tyler. I don't think they are going to minicamp. I don't know if maybe Chris is, but I don't think Kyle is. Jeez, I keep trying to move buttons. Pushing buttons. Where are we go? Where are we going with this now? Mark, no Keon Ellis, no disrespect. He's not better than Davion Mitchell in any phase of basketball? Bro. That's not correct. Keon Ellis is a better shooter than Davion without any question. He's more athletic. Like he's not as good as getting to the rim as Davion, but to say Keon Ellis is way better at getting through a screen than Davion Mitchell, man, Mark, you're wrong. And it doesn't matter who was ninth and who was undrafted, because I'll tell you, Jemmer was 10th, and Isaiah Thomas was 60th, and I can tell you who's the better player out of those two. But there you go. See, when I say I'm like not a hot take guy, I feel like, Mark, you are a hot take guy. Just saying. I don't even know what's happening. I don't know why we got to compare guys like this, but just saying. Mark Nash is back.
Hell yeah. Mark, what do you got for us, baby?
He had the weird hot take of the day.
Oh, did he? Again?
Yeah.
What do you say?
Well, let me see if I can find it now. Did we erase this?
No, you guys do not. No, nobody being mean to my guy, Mark.
This is what he said. Kyle got me a little.
Mark, what a dipshit. No, I'm joking.
Got me an itty bitty brownie.
Keon Ellis, no disrespect. He's not better than Davion Mitchell in any phase of basketball. Davion Mitchell was not.
I just broke down the aspects of the game where Keon Ellis is a better player.
Yeah, it's bananas. Mark, I got nothing for you on this one. Like yesterday, I could see the vision with the Kuminga trade. I don't see the vision on this.
Well, maybe we need to vision board this. I'm worried Kyle brought me special brownies. 3 minutes left in the show. James is going to be all squirrely again.
Yeah, we're coming back. Hang on.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madson, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. James is over there. Our producer, Mark Nash, in the building. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. twitch.tv/ESPN1320 if you would like to watch the show. Maybe you're listening on the road and you're going to get to work or home and you're like, man, I got to get out of the car. I'm not going to be able to listen anymore. Well, you can. There's the free Odyssey app. That's how I listen. Out where I live in the Bay Area, I don't get 1320 real great, but it comes in crystal clear on the Odyssey app. So that's how I listen.
Nice.
When I was not working here, when I was not working, I watched on YouTube all the time.
You're always working. It's just whether you're working in a radio station.
Sure. Yeah. But yeah, that's fine. When I was half unemployed, I'd watch a lot on YouTube. So check it out. YouTube.com/ESPN1320. The Chatty House is on one today, as are we, because it's a Friday and the vibes are high. While we're doing some housekeeping, subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madson show. You can get that wherever you get your podcast. That is this show in podcast form. So anything you miss, whether you can't catch it live, maybe you're out of town and you want to keep up on all the latest happenings in the sports world, particularly here in Sacramento and in Northern California. But of course, we'll talk NBA playoffs and we'll do the national stuff as well. Subscribe to the James Ham and Kyle Madson show wherever you get your podcast. That's also available on the free Odyssey app. So check us out.
Excellent.
Knicks-Pacers tonight. 4:00 is when coverage begins here on ESPN 1320. Do we expect the NBA to oblige Rick Carlisle? Because sometimes you'll see that. Sometimes a coach will go off the handle at the refs, fly off the handle at the refs, and blame them for X, Y, and Z. And we're not getting this call, and we're not getting that call. And, oh, we deserve an equal chance in the small market. Do we think we see some calls go the Pacers' way tonight?
Sure. Like, it's a home game.
Mm-hmm.
You would expect, I mean, the home team should get at least a little bit of benefit of the doubt. I don't know.
They should or they do?
Well, they do.
Yeah.
I don't know that, like, you're always like, well, that shouldn't happen on your home court.
Well, and that's the funny thing when we talk about officiating is there's the ideal. There's the, well, in an ideal 100%, this is exactly how it should be world.
Mm-hmm.
The refs are completely impartial. They are not affected by the crowd. They are seeing it and they are calling it, and they are calling it correctly every single time. The reality is referees are human. A, they're going to miss calls. B, they're going to be petty with players and coaches they don't like. C, they're going to be influenced by the crowd. That's just kind of how it goes. And that's why I think you're right. I think that we are going to see, if the officials are the story out of this game, I don't think it's going to be, wow, look how bad they hosed the Pacers.
Yeah, I don't think it, like, I think this is going to be a good game, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Pacers win this game tonight. I think that, first of all, it's been a good series already. Like, it's not blowouts. It's been tightly contested. And when you give them their home crowd, when you give them their home, their own beds to sleep in and their own routines that they have, like, I think this is going to be one of those games, especially if the Knicks are missing players. And, like, look, I think the Pacers can at least pick up one game here and make this a little bit of a series. I think this will be I
wouldn't be surprised at all if this is 2-2 going back to New York.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked.
It just that's because of the way the Knicks play. It feels, I think their games feel like there's more like gravity to them than there are. Because they won that second game by what, 9? Was that the final tally?
Yeah, I think
9
it was
points?
9. The last game was 9. Yes.
130 to 121 was the final. Was the final there? Like, it wasn't a 50-point blowout.
No, and
game one was close too.
Yeah,
it came down to a couple weird calls going against the Pacers at the end of that game. The phantom kickball and the moving screen on Miles Turner, and that's what really swung that game. That was a 2-point game late.
It was 121-117 final. 4-point game.
Yeah, if you told me that the Pacers won these next two, I wouldn't be shocked at all. Not one bit, especially knowing OG Anunoby's not playing. He's such a key for them defensively. You got Jalen Brunson, who's a little banged up. I think he plays. But if he's not 100%, we've talked about this before with the Knicks. Like, man, you saw it in that game. You saw it in game 2 the other night. Jalen Brunson goes down. The Knicks lose the second quarter by 10 points.
Oh, yeah. I'd even say, like, in game 1, the Pacers had a 5-point lead going into the fourth.
Yeah.
They were playing really well. They got beat by they gave up 39 and scored 30 in the fourth.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is still a series, and it's
Definitely.
it's a series because the Pacers are an offensive juggernaut, and if you allow them to get hot,
Mm-hmm.
they can put up 140 without any questions.
Yep.
And it's whether you can keep up with them.
Yep.
And if you don't have OG Anunoby and your star guard is limping, and you only play 6 or 7 guys, like this thing could get out of hand a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wouldn't be surprised. And then it's gonna be like, oh, did Rick Carlisle have any influence on this game? It's like, he would take it.
Do you know how Rick Carlisle can have a bigger influence on this game? Play TJ McConnell more. Yeah. I should have taken. I think TJ McConnell's going to play a lot tonight. I should have taken his points and prize picks.
There you go. We're going to do prize picks?
Yeah, no, we'll do it. Nuggets Timberwolves. Were we expecting a bounce back from the Nuggets?
Yeah, but I didn't expect them to get clubbed in the first 2 games.
Yeah. That's the thing is, I don't know. Michael Malone's a good coach. This is a really good team. I'm not counting them out of this series yet. If there's an adjustment to find, they're going to find it. But those first 2 games seemed an awful lot like Minnesota's just better than them.
You know what, though? I don't know if that's the case or if those first 2 games just felt like when the Kings played the Pelicans. It could just be a really bad matchup for you.
Well, that's what I mean. The Timberwolves in that head-to-head are the better team.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's unfortunate because like the better overall team could still be the Nuggets, but against the Timberwolves, they're not good enough, and that's a problem.
Yeah. Well, but okay, this is an interesting question. They weren't that much better in the regular season. Didn't they finish tied?
Yeah.
Or separated by 1 game?
Yeah.
They were roughly equals throughout the year. We just thought that the Timberwolves wouldn't be able to muster this in the playoffs, and then they go sweep the Suns, and now they're up 2-0 on Denver. Maybe the Timberwolves are just better.
No,
full stop.
It is possible. It's very possible. And I think a lot of us, when we looked at Denver, you think, okay, they went 57-25.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Minnesota 56-26.
All right, so game back.
Yeah, game back. And Denver and OKC tied for the number 1.
That's right.
But OKC won, right?
Oh, I have another. Go ahead.
Yeah, but when I look at this, I could see a world in which Denver is the reigning champs and go, okay, look, we don't care about every single regular season game, and we're going to play the season accordingly. So is it possible that Denver is really a 61-62 win team?
Sure.
And that Minnesota fought and is a 56 win team? That's very possible.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you got to get through them. And just like I think the Kings are a better team than like the Phoenix Suns and a bunch of other teams that if they could have got into the playoffs, I think it would have been more interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But they didn't. And that's, unfortunate, but that's what happened. Like you couldn't get past the Pelicans. If again, it would have been Phoenix and not New Orleans that they faced in the play-in game. Mm-hmm. I think the Kings would have been in the first round. And I also think the first round matchup would have been better, Kings and OKC, than it would have been what we saw.
Mm-hmm.
I just do.
Mm-hmm. Probably. I have a buddy, Sean. Shout out to Sean. He's a big Spurs fan. And I was thinking about this on my way home yesterday, a couple days ago. The Spurs beat the Nuggets on Friday, April 12th. The Nuggets had won 3 in a row. It was them and OKC and Minnesota in that race for the number 1 spot. That loss to San Antonio is the reason that the Nuggets were not the number 1 seed.
Mm.
And that's the reason that they faced the Timberwolves in this round instead of potentially in the conference finals. And potentially they might have seen the Wolves get bounced in the second round.
Yeah, because they would have played OKC.
Right. And maybe that's a worse matchup for Minnesota. I don't know.
So it would have been Denver-Dallas right now.
Yeah. So there's a chance that San Antonio win just alters the course of NBA history. That April 12th win by a terrible team beating the defending champion Nuggets and putting the defending champs in a spot where they have to face Minnesota in the second round and allows this ascension for Minnesota. You see the Nuggets fall off. Like that game might just single-handedly turn the tide of Anthony Edwards' career and Nikola Jokic's career. I think that's fascinating.
No, I think it's
thought about
amazing.
that on the way home a couple days ago. I just think that's so fun.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Like, it's the butterfly effect, right?
Yeah.
Like what would happen, and you could say, again, the same thing for the Kings. Like, you don't think anything's going to go wrong this offseason with like coaches and all that stuff.
Mhm.
But I'll tell you, if the Kings were in the playoffs, we wouldn't be like having even a discussion about Mike Brown and
Right.
whether he's going to get a contract extension. I don't think we'd be having that discussion at all. It would have already been done.
Yeah.
So, but
I'm
we're
with
not
you.
having that discussion. We
Mhm.
are having that discussion, like whether or not he's going to get an extension this summer because he's entering the final year of his deal. So, I think these things always happen in the league. These little moments that you miss.
Mhm.
But that's a good point, man.
Yeah.
And it's a regular season game that matters, and
Yeah.
it's the same like with the Kings. Like if the Pelicans and Suns wouldn't have tied
Mhm.
for the number 6.
Mhm.
And if it would have been the Pelicans getting the number 6 where they were, the Kings would have had an opportunity to get in. And
Mhm.
we don't know if they would have beat the Suns,
Sure.
but I certainly think that they would have battled the Suns really close, and I think it would have been
I do too.
a much more competitive game than what we saw with them in New Orleans.
I do too. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320 if you want to jump in. Caller, you are on the air. What's your name? Hey, caller, you're live. What's your name?
Hello?
Yeah, what's your name?
George.
George, what do you want to say, bud?
George. I want to talk about the Timberwolves. Hey, I try to get D-Lo all the time, but he don't want to hear me. I'm from Minnesota. I live in Sacramento now, but I've told D-Lo at the beginning of the season how good the Timberwolves were.
Okay.
And it's not just a bad matchup for Denver. They're a better team than Denver.
Yeah, I'm buying that more and more by the game for sure. Appreciate the call, George. Thanks, man. Yeah, I'm doubting that less now. And there's a real chance that Minnesota gets these guys out of here in 4 or 5 games, and I think we're looking at Minnesota a lot differently than we were even going into the playoffs. Because I was in the same boat as you. I was kind of like, yeah, they're fun, and maybe Ant carries them to a series win over the Suns, but that's probably where the buck stops. And they've proven to be much better than that.
Well, I think it also, because the team they're playing has Jokic, you have not had this problem of playing Gobert off the court.
Yeah.
And I'm waiting to see if a team can play Gobert off the court, because I think there are teams that are still left that can play Gobert off the court.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, well, what do you do then?
Yeah.
I don't think Dallas can play him off the court because all they are a bunch of pick and roll dudes. All of their bigs are pick and rolls.
Yeah.
But I do think OKC, Chet starts going around the
Stretching
perimeter.
floor, yeah.
Or if they go smaller and they start using some of their guys, they go Kenrich Williams and start using him as a small ball 5.
Mhm.
There are ways in which you can play him off the court, and then that team looks much different.
When they've been doing that, Dagnall's been going to that 2 big lineup with Chet Holmgren and Jalen Williams.
Mhm.
Like there's a million different ways that they could cause problems for Dallas or for Minnesota in ways that Denver can't. Yeah, going to be really interesting to watch the Timberwolves going forward. I'm excited about them though. I think they're very good. You want to do some prize picks before the handoff?
Yeah, let's do it.
I don't want to talk about last night. Last night didn't go great for me. Prizepicks.com if you want to play along. This is daily fantasy sports. Definitely super easy. Pick 2 to 6 players. You pick more or less on their stat projections, and that's how it goes. So I have two entries going today. I have a baseball one and a basketball one.
Okay.
My baseball one is just strikeouts. I've got Casey Mize, less than 3.5 strikeouts against Houston. I've got Cole Irvin, less than 3.5 strikeouts against Arizona. And then I have Paul Blackburn, more than 5.5 strikeouts against Seattle. So that's my baseball one.
Your
Get
baseball
excited.
ones are crazy. I have not been able to get into the baseball side of things, but I'm here for it.
So let's do basketball now.
Yep.
One of the things that Prize Picks does is they put like a demon on some of their squares. So, for example, Naz Reid is one of mine. Maybe Naz Reid's points projection is 8.5, but they'll put a demon on it, which means it's 12.5. And you have to take more, but if your odds and the money that you can win are better.
Yes.
That way. So I went Naz Reid more than 12.5 points. That's a demon.
I did too.
I have Jaden McDaniels more than 10.5 points. That's also a demon.
I also did that.
I'm going big role player day for the Timberwolves. And then I have Josh Hart more than 19.5 points.
Oof.
Also a demon. That's a lot of points.
Okay, so my other demon that I took was Anthony Edwards
Ooh,
with more than 0.5 block shots.
I love that.
That because it's one that either he'll get or you can wait all the way until the last second of the game and you're still waiting and waiting and waiting. Like,
He's going to play.
is it going to happen?
He's going to try.
Yeah, he is going to happen.
Kenny Caraway in the building for the handoff. What's up, Kenny?
What's going on, fellas?
How are you?
I'm good, man. Busy morning, but I'm good.
Skinker routine?
Huh?
We got
My bad.
Am I there now? I'm good.
Yeah, no, you're good. No, Damien came in yesterday and said that you guys spent like an hour talking about skincare, and he was making fun of us for talking about sports.
Oh,
So I'm trying to diversify our topic portfolio.
that's what happens. What's the date today? May 10th?
Yeah. And a lot going on. Draft lottery Sunday.
He's talking about
Draft
exfoliating.
lottery Sunday. Oh, man.
Yeah.
Schedule comes out next week.
Schedule NFL schedule on Thursday. Can't wait to break it down.
Do you believe that rumor that Jerry Jones is pushing heavy for the Cowboys to open up in Levi's?
Sure.
Why?
I don't believe it, but I don't know why he would be pushing heavy for them to play on the road. Like if that game was at Cowboys Stadium or AT&T or whatever it's called, sure. But I think they're scheduled to play in Levi's this year. I don't know why he'd be pushing.
Do they have another game on the West Coast? Do they play like the Rams?
I don't think so.
Because they don't play the
NFC
East.
Yeah.
No, that's right. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they play an AFC team. For maybe they play the Chargers or something.
Maybe.
And they just want to get that road trip out of the way.
Joint out the way.
Yeah, maybe.
But that's not even like I don't know what it is, but that's also like
Maybe he wants to get that ass whooping out of the way in week 1.
Maybe so because we know it's coming.
Yeah,
one way or the other.
They were riding high, and then they get smoked in week 5, and just nothing was the same for them.
It would have
So
happened
maybe
if they played him in the playoffs too. Just smacked them up. You know, it's funny you say that. I don't mean to turn this completely into football.
No, go. I had nothing planned.
I'm like
we have 4 minutes, so
I'm like slowly crawling out of like my football depression, very slowly crawling out of my football depression. And I was listening to some 49ers podcast. I mean, the only one that really matters is Candlestick Chronicles.
Facts.
But, you know, I was listening to some 49ers podcast, and they had Dre Greenlaw on there, and I just got sick to my stomach again. I got so upset, and they're like, yeah, Dre Greenlaw, you know, he was seen somewhere. And he had the walking boot on. I was like, oh, man, this dude, man, he ain't. Oh, man, come on, man. Not only did we lose, not only do I not really like believe they're just going to bounce back and go to the Super Bowl after losing in the Super Bowl the way they did, but Dre Greenlaw, we were talking, Kyle, you were there in the middle of the season, and it was justifiable. It's not, we weren't just throwing anything out there. We was like, yo, is Greenlaw and Warner better than Willis and Bowman? And my man tore his Achilles. Oh my gosh, bro.
Running onto the field.
I hate
not
football,
even making a play.
Jumping up and down on the sidelines basically before going on the field. Like,
yeah,
I'm excited, like, bonk.
Just brutal.
I got sick to my stomach all over.
It's brutal.
That is just I mean, no, the Niners will be good. And I don't want to be like, oh, find another Greenlaw, but I do trust in this front office and the way they evaluate players. Like they found Dre Greenlaw. And was he undrafted or was he like
fifth round pick?
Fifth round.
Out of Arkansas. He got hurt pre-draft process, didn't do a lot of the workouts, but they did the GPS tracking, and he was like the fastest linebacker in the class from an on-field speed standpoint. But he fell to the 5th round because he didn't do all the testing. I have so many linebacker takes for you that I'm not going to dish out here in the last 2 minutes because, frankly, I have more than that. But I have linebacker takes. 12-15, I'll be on with D-Lo and Casey.
There we go.
There we go.
I'll be ready for that. But, yeah, I just say all that to say I'm not all the way out of my bunker of football. I'm like inching out of there. I'm like, all right. Like my homeboy, bless his heart. He's a Bears fan, and that's my guy.
Is it Manny?
No, but that's my guy too. But my guy Allen, he's a Bears fan, and you know, we talk sports. We talk sports all the time, and like the whole draft process, like, yo, we got number 1. This is what I think we need to do. Like maybe Caleb or just da da da. And I'm like, I don't got nothing for you. I don't want to talk football. I don't care. Like I don't. Yeah. And like I said, I just feel bad. I'm not fully out of it.
That's where I'm really thankful for Niners Wire and Candlestick Chronicles and stuff because it just forces me to just. No, I got analytical side, what happened, and I got to go through it, and then I move on to, all right, hey, 5th round tight ends. Who's going to be available?
But you guys were talking some betting stuff, but I'll just ask
Not
you
betting,
guys.
daily
No,
fantasy.
daily fantasy. We don't
Daily
bet.
fantasy sports. Yeah, no,
you're
it's not
right,
betting.
you're right. It's
Prize
not betting.
Shout out.
Overall, do you think that both of these series are going to 3-0 tonight?
No.
I think the Pacers are going to win.
We'll talk about this a little bit on the show. Are the Knicks like in a position where, because everybody's talking about like their minutes played and all this other stuff, do they just kind of, I don't want to say throw a game, but does Tibbs go, nah, I'm only playing you 32 minutes tonight?
Yeah, we talked about that a little bit earlier. I think
might have to.
Yeah.
Like he's so beat up. Like his team is so beat up. I don't.
Look,
and really try to get Sunday's game.
I think
that's the one.
I think that they're in a spot that they can try and clamp down defensively a little bit and say, yeah, Jalen Brunson, you're gonna sit these couple like 3-minute stretches during the game, and Alec Burks is gonna play to give us some shot creation, but we're just gonna try and survive and play to a tie for this 3-minute stretch. We'll call a timeout. We'll get the time for the timeout. You'll get a couple extra minutes there and then go. And I think maybe they try and do that a couple of different times, but their bench depth just isn't very good.
True. No, it's facts.
So,
it's facts.
And I think the Pacers are good enough and can score enough that if they go 4 minutes where they score 4 points, the Pacers could go on like a 20-4 run.
Must win for the Pacers. Timberwolves winning tonight.
I kind of feel like they are.
Yeah.
What do you guys got coming up?
A lot of stuff. It's Friday.
Do you have a donut?
I didn't have a donut yet.
There are 3.5 dozen donuts were brought today.
Wow.
So get a donut. There's a lot.
Get 1, 2.
There's a lot.
We're a little wild.
2, 3, not 4. I'm gonna get 1.
And I'm ready to stack the Fortress of Snackitude.
Hey,
snap!
Shout out to James Ham.
Yeah.
Shout out
Fortress of Snackitude is on.
It's incredible.
That's non-winning behavior in our building.
That is a winning behavior in our building. Jonathan Gannon hates donuts, it turns out.
Well,
Cardinals got to fire him.
Well, got to do what you got to do.
I'm a dog.
All right.
4-win team.
That's it for us. D-Lo and KC coming up next. They're taking you up to 4 o'clock. And then 4 o'clock tonight, coverage begins. Knicks at Pacers. NBA playoff basketball right here on ESPN 1320. Have a fun and safe weekend, everybody. We will see you on Monday. Woo!
Bye, friends.
Clear. See you guys.
Sing it in your own. I'm not messing around with Jesse today. Jesse will curse my ass out.
They really be in here on this goddamn trial.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Friday, baby. I said it's Friday. Welcome in here to the Friday, May 10th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we're so happy that you are here with us. Kyle Madson and the Insider is going to hop back here in the studio coming up in just a couple of minutes. James Ham, final hour of the show. Phone lines open for you all day long, 916-909-1320. Of course, you could tap in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. That's on Twitch.
That's right.
YouTube and Twitter. You can also hit us on the phone lines, 916-909-1320. Shout out to everybody listening on the Odyssey app. Shout out to everybody listening on the TuneIn app. Shout out to everybody on 1320 AM and 98.5 FM HD2. What it do, baby?
Yes, all right, man. It's Friday. Unfortunately, the Mavericks won last night. Not happy about that. I ain't never really no Like, I don't like the Mavericks. My boy Kyrie, that's my boy. But
yeah, Kyrie. So shout out to both the Cavs and the shout out to both the Cavs and the Mavs for making me look stupid yesterday. A couple of shout out your boy Kyrie.
Yeah.
One thing we talked about yesterday is how I wasn't sure if a guy like PJ Washington, who we like a lot, could get into a flow if Luka and Kyrie are struggling. And I think one big difference, first of all, shout out to Luka, who I think, man, the position in the game could be a smidge bit off, but if it wasn't like the beginning of the third, it was really, really late in the second half. He was like 7 of 9.
It's cooking.
And the 7 is spectacular, but the 9 for Luka was like, okay. Kyrie wound up shooting like terrible, but the difference with him is he pulled back.
Yeah,
like if Luka is 7 of 9, he's gonna eclipse 20 shots. If Luka is 1 of 9, he's gonna eclipse 20 shots. Kyrie couldn't get in a groove, fell back, became a distributor, let Luka do what he was doing. PJ got hot, and then all of a sudden you had everybody playing at a pretty decent level for the Dallas Mavericks. So that was a good win for them, and I think that was a repeatable win for them.
Well, I don't.
Again, because of the way Kyrie played, I feel like, man, okay.
I don't think PJ's shooting like that no more. But I also don't think Kyrie is shooting like that. You know what I mean? So it might balance out. So repeatable to a certain degree. I just see some things flipped a little bit.
Yeah, right. what was it, 29, 20 from PJ? Yeah, probably not.
Yeah,
but
and he was like, I don't have it in front of me. All my stuff is down, but I think he shot really well from 3.
PJ was 7 of 11. Yeah, they hit. So
he might be able to do it one more time.
Your Sacramento Mavericks here, 18 of 37 from 3, 48.7%. Or excuse me, 48.6%. That's the game.
Yeah,
that's the game right there. The way they shot from behind the arc, but they got it wasn't just PJ Washington, it was Tim Hardaway Jr. as well.
They played a heck of a team game. Last night, and and you got to salute that. In my opinion, you got to salute that when they're able to play that type of basketball and not rely so heavily on a superstar game from Kyrie or Luka, even though Luka was really good. You got to salute that. I salute that for sure. Shout out to my man Hong over at Phenom. We text all the time. He likes Luka, and I said thunder up, and and he's like, well, I got some Luka cards, so I want the value. I was like, okay, well, the money's on the line, and go to work, Luka. Go to work. Now Luka can go to work, and it's still thunder up. But if the money's on the line, then
Luka hitting the floor was brutal. That was rough.
I'm not laughing at him hitting the floor. I was thinking about everything.
The memes was kind of crazy.
Well, no, I was thinking about everything that Luka went through last night.
Well, yeah. Did we ever find out? Did you see that?
Come on, man. There's only one thing that was going on, man.
You think that was really happening, or you think it was a work?
Like what do you mean?
I definitely don't think it was a work.
Yeah, no, that was a shoot. Like, that guy did not mean for that to happen.
No, but like, what happened?
I
don't know.
Was someone watching something on their computer and the volume was loud?
Maybe it was that.
Well, wait a minute. What's the other alternative?
That it was really happening.
Yo, someone was. Yo, you want to pull up the audio?
I don't know. No, I don't think we should. We got kids that listen.
What, the second graders got a minimum day today?
Maybe. I don't know.
All right, I guess you got to see it on social media.
Yeah, go to social media because that's too much.
That had to be someone's phone or computer. There is no way someone was smoking it next to the press conference room. Come on, man.
That might be today's title. I don't know.
Ain't no way. Yo, there ain't no way.
Smoking it.
Ain't no way.
Hey, man, that was crazy. That was crazy.
We look back at this like, oh, this is when the Mavs turned it around.
What, did someone open the door? Like, why did it get so loud and then so quiet?
I don't know.
I mean, it happens.
I don't know. There's no dispute.
We need
that's what was going on, whether it was live on a phone or whatever. That's what was going on.
Yeah. That's what it was.
And that's the craziest thing in playoff post-game history.
For those, we really can't play this.
No, I heard other radio shows I think played it.
Whatever, then we could play it.
I don't see why not. Look, for one, we don't know what's going on. There's no foul language. It's yeah. Oh, that's not audio. Yeah, that's
that's deep in the halls.
That's not a phone.
That's storage you made or something.
Yeah, that's not a phone.
I don't know why that's happening.
You know why it's happening.
Well, I know why, but like, what in that moment?
Oh yeah, because it.
That's wild.
Okay. That's not audio. That's not a phone or a computer.
No.
That's someone celebrating a match, someone lighting a beam. Luka's reaction is phenomenal. Luka's reaction is phenomenal.
That is crazy. Nah, man. Like, yo, so look, I need to do the timeline. What are we? 15 minutes after the game ended.
It might not even be that much. Luka just got his shooting shirt on. It might not even be that.
And somebody's like,
it's not even a shooting. He got the
we won. Let's get it popping. Or I can't believe we lost. I need to feel better.
Well,
all I know is whether I'm a player or whether I'm watching the Kings on NBC Sports California, at neither time during a Kings win, a Kings loss, if I was playing, whatever, 10, 15 minutes, I've never been like, I need this to happen.
Really?
Really? not maybe later in the night, not 10, 15 minutes. I need this to go down now. Never while watching sports have this needs to happen now. What the hell was going on?
Well, everyone's got, first of all, I feel like you're kink shaming. Like somebody just could be hyped.
Nah, that's crazy.
Hey. That's a little grimy, bro.
Hey,
a little grimy.
That's crazy. First of all, think about if I just played.
Well,
that's what we're doing right here. After I just played, that's what we're doing. Well, maybe in the shower. I don't know. Maybe in the showers.
Well, what shower were they in? It's not like they were in the Mavericks locker room.
Nah, we need a breakdown. We need to talk to Ethan Strauss.
I need to know. First of all, we never.
Nope.
We never need to talk to Ethan Strauss's dumbass.
I need to know what's going on. Or Ant-Man, the other Ant-Man. What's going on in Chesapeake Bay Arena? How are the angles in that arena? Where's the locker room? Where's the bathrooms? I need to know what's going on.
Yeah. Let me.
Where's the post game? Is it just in a hallway? What's really good?
It appears Ant-Man was there.
Oh, snap.
It appears Ant-Man was there. Hey, yesterday was game 2. That means that he's probably on his way back right now.
Yeah. He might be going to Dallas.
Well, that's what I meant. He's probably on his way out. When's that? Do we know when that game is?
Saturday. Tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. He's absolutely.
He might be in Dallas for interviews and stuff like that.
Yeah, he might be. He might be.
Because they play early, too. They play at 12:30 our time.
Yeah, he might have had to get up and get out. We'll hit up Ant-Man and see if he can.
He's not the only.
Something in the water, I guess.
Yes. Somebody got to let me know if there's a crazier post-game situation than that.
I don't think there's a crazier post-game situation than that. Yeah. So the great part, I don't think like it, because when I first heard it, it sounded like it escalated and then cut. I don't think that happened. I think it trails off.
Bro, that's crazy.
Happy Friday, everybody.
Luka is just stunned.
Luka handled that. I couldn't imagine if I was Luka in that situation. I'd do the same thing. I'd just be like,
at least they won. I mean, I don't know.
I need answers.
I'm with you.
I need answers.
Madson,
you got to give me names, but I need answers.
Yeah, I'm with you in the sense I need to know the makeup of the area. Because I'm thinking of the Golden One Center. I know where the press there's some rooms.
There's
some rooms. Yeah.
Oh, snap. It's crazy.
Yeah, there's some
but
rooms
once again, 5 minutes later, I need this.
Hey, it happens. Why are you so again?
No, that's crazy.
You need to chill with that.
No, that's crazy.
You need to chill with that. Every once in a while, you got to, hey, stop it.
Hey, relax, 6'9" guy.
6'9" guy, you a friend. 6'9" guy, you a friend. Hey, we'll come back.
6'9" God was in Oklahoma City last night.
Show's already cooked, bro. We're not even 14 minutes in.
6'9" God.
Hey, man, come back with Not Like Us. That's the music I want to come back to. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320.
I meant to send you that stuff. I have
6'9" guy, you a freaking 6'9" guy, you a freaking. I need another donut.
Shout out to whoever brought Mr. T's today.
Kyle Madson's gonna talk to the people while I go get another. Okay. No, I really want another. It's gonna be a big.
What up, gang? Am I out of program 1? Oh, Jesse gets it. That's right. My bad. We're good.
I don't know what that means. Program 1. What?
That's the channel where stuff goes on. It's fine. What's up, gang? I'm just getting set up. My plan was to come in here and eat Skinny Pop while D-Lo and KC did the break thing, but
Skinny
fine.
Pop pretty underrated.
I'm gonna get set up and talk to y'all. Oh yeah. Hot Mavs in bio. Sick. I feel like I don't want to jinx it, but I feel like that has stopped on Twitter. That's so crazy that y'all eat those.
Eat what? The donuts?
Mm-hmm. Well, not the donuts themselves, but that specific one.
No, that one.
That's wild.
I ain't gonna say I won't go crazy though. That one, I ain't even gonna say I ain't gonna name too much about, but that one go crazy.
No, we're not, Tyler.
That one go crazy.
Crazy. That would suck so bad if that was your computer or phone.
Yeah, of course, John Poles. We got Loma.
Yeah, that's easy.
Cambosa's got lucky. And this everything about his career right now. He hit the lottery when T.O. overlooked him, and he beat T.O. barely, to be honest with you. And yeah, Cambosa's ain't that good. I'd go as far to say he's damn near no good. So anybody that's a top level fighter is beating Kambosos.
We all just in here eating.
The chocolate on chocolate. Let me see what they talk about though, because I was like,
Man, this is fire. This one I got is fire.
What do you call it? Hey, you call that one chocolate on chocolate. What do you call the other one?
Chocolate on. I don't know. What is that? Wheat? No, it's not necessarily wheat. What's that?
Well, that's a chocolate old fashioned, the one you're about to have.
This one
But
right
that
here?
one, no.
This
That one. That's a chocolate old fashioned.
This one go crazy though.
That's so wild.
I'm just gonna chug donuts.
No, man.
I've lost like 9 pounds in the last 2 weeks.
From moving?
Yeah, every time I swipe my credit card, I lost fucking weight.
Be like that. Definitely be like
And it also was like, well, you might not eat for a week, so.
Hey, yo, people gotta chill, man. It's Donut Friday. They gotta chill. Hey, what's bomb is bomb.
I just had some chocolate with some chocolate chips. There was one of our favorites left. I left that out there for you. What you got over there?
I got our favorite, although they switched it up a little bit. You know, it's still bomb though.
Yeah, no, what is it though?
It's
just for the people listening.
It's just a donut.
Like, just describe it.
He won't. Well,
paint a picture with it.
To me
Paint a picture with your words.
I'm not getting no flag. I'm not getting a penalty.
You'll put it in your mouth, but you
won't
say
it. Hey.
Oh, that's unnecessary roughness right there.
There's kids listening.
That doesn't matter.
Bro, that was endowment against Sue stepping on that lineman.
We throw anything on the air here. It don't matter to kids.
I feel like that's a.
Yeah, we're throwing it in Dallas yesterday, huh?
Hey, what is happening right now? What is going on? Flag the whole offensive line.
Everybody move.
Giving them the business. False start. Goodness gracious.
Oh man, yeah, that.
What's your theory on what went on?
I'm not over that yet. That's crazy. I'm not over that.
Yesterday,
I think somebody was messing with him. With Luka?
That's
yeah.
nice,
The way
like
okay.
who?
Sorry, hang
Like-
on, hang on.
like
Ask
a
me again.
live
Ask me again. Ask me
like
again.
a
Ask me
live
again.
person.
No, I think somebody because the way he looks, like watch. No,
I got it. I got it
Watch-
right here. Well, it's not on the screen, but I have it.
watch Luka. He like at first like looks up like what in the, and then it starts to like set in.
He's up. Yep.
And then he kind of starts to smile and puts his head down. That leads me to believe he got thrown off because he was mid-answer when the adult film noises started.
Well,
And watching people dance around saying that, I don't know what I'm allowed to say and not say on the radio, but watching people dance around it on Twitter was really funny. They're like, some noises. It's like, you're on Twitter, bro.
well,
You
to
can
be
just say
fair, no one knows what it was. Sound like someone was hitting. Like I don't know. Like
so that's definitely what that was. But anyways, so the way Luka kind of looks down makes me think that he realized he was being interrupted, then had to download what was happening, then had to be like, oh my God, that's crazy. And then he sees who it is and is like, oh my God, and puts his head down.
so, but what I'm still confused at is you think it was like a person making that noise or
No, I
like
think
a
like
speaker?
maybe it was Derek Lively walked in with it on his phone and just played it super loud. Because like at the Kings in the Kings media room, or it might have been a laptop or something. I don't know. I think somebody was, and maybe it wasn't a player. Maybe it was somebody with the Mavs who was messing with him. I don't know.
Well, I know it had to have been. If someone was messing with him, it had to have been a player because the player's the only one who could get away with it. Like Danny, the audio guy, would be fired, but
yeah,
PJ Washington won't.
Right.
Like
Right.
you know what I mean? It had to have been a player.
Especially after going for 29. He was really good last night.
Yeah,
Really
it might have been PJ.
PJ can do whatever he want after having that game.
Well, given what PJ's been through,
Hey, can you imagine?
Get it in, bro.
Can you
PJ.
imagine? Mark Cuban walks up, daps him up in the tunnel. He's like, "Hey, you know what? Whatever you want to do right now, you're good." And he's like, "I know exactly what I want to do."
let's
Who's
not-
got a laptop?
let's not pretend like it couldn't be Mark Cuban. He literally has no job at this point.
Vibes.
He's just kicking it. Could have been Mark Cuban.
Good point. It could have been on a Bluetooth speaker too. Like I think it
from-
was somebody.
If it's from a device, it's more likely to be that than someone's phone. Because that had some. There was like reverb.
there
on
was
there.
some-
Like that was
some-
spatial sound. That wasn't. That wasn't.
That had some oomph behind it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
That's facts. That's facts.
No,
It
I
had
could see.
that.
I could see Luka like sending somebody a video like that, but it's disguised as a different link, and he's like, "Hey, open this right now, and then he knows that person's at dinner or something,
Mhm.
and it comes on hella loud, and they wanted to get him back,
Mm.
and so that's how they did it. Was just in the middle of his presser, like
Wow.
that's what I think happened.
Hey, that was. Look, I'm from another culture. That was inappropriate. If that was a joke, that was
absolutely
wildly
but
inappropriate. Like,
that's
don't
what-
do that.
That's what. Well, it
That's-
is
that's
for a
not even-
variety of
yeah.
reasons, but that's again why it could only be a player because a player is very literally the only person who won't get fired for doing it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That was. Come on, man.
The other thing is the
have
longer,
a little.
Also, you're on the road.
Have a little decorum. Have a little professionalism here. Like, not to do that in that setting. Like, no, don't do
the
that.
further away we get from it without knowing, like, yeah, hey, this Mavs personnel person or this Mavs social media person or this Mavs communications person got fired.
Mm.
Because that would definitely come out. That would definitely be a thing that people are trying to. I'm really cautious in my language right now. People are trying to figure out right now for sure. And if it's somebody with the Mavs, like you said, they are very likely getting fired, and somebody is very likely going to know that they got fired. And we would know
I
who that
can't
person
wait
is.
for the Shams tweet that says the NBA is investigating the noise that that emerged during the Luka Doncic press conference.
Noise.
It'd make it even better if Woj tweeted it because like Shams got a level of coolness to him. Woj doesn't.
No.
So Woj having to tweet about the noise would be spectacular.
I would love to see Woj interact with Kay Adams. Because Shams interacts with Kay Adams, he's like cool about it.
Yeah.
I would love to see Woj try and
Easy to
interact.
be cool with him when she loves him.
I know.
No,
she loves her some shams.
Salute.
The other thing that happened about that game that I saw kind of on the side was there was Legends had another video last night, and we don't need to play it.
I missed it.
We definitely don't need to play that. But Kyrie was
make sure the computer's muted before I go to Legends.
Kyrie was talking.
Oh, after the game in the tunnel.
Kyrie.
Yeah.
Well, that and I get the free throw line. So Kyrie was talking.
Oh,
think about when Luka was talking to you.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Damn.
Kyrie was talking, but normally I'd be like, "Yo, like we don't need to go there. Like, chill." But the guy that I think he was talking to, he kind of deserves it.
Was that the one who
just
threw the
you
ball
can tell
at
by
him?
his face.
Well, no, it's because the dude threw the ball at him in game 1, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if he threw the ball. I think so.
Well,
I
he
don't
threw the
know,
ball
towards him.
Yeah.
So
okay,
that
yeah.
dude, he got on Twitter and he was like, he tweeted somebody like a row behind him had the video of when that happened.
Got it.
And the dude got the video and he like tweeted out, he was like, you see whatever the ref's name, I'm gonna just say Scott Foster. It wasn't Scott Foster, but he's like, you see Scott Foster got in between me and Kyrie because Kyrie was talking crazy and I was about to da-da-da-da. Like, bruh, like chill. Like really, really chill. He's like, let me stand on business in OKC.
Okay.
All right, fam.
All right.
All right. So I say all that to say, I think that's who Kyrie was talking to because I saw
It looks like it.
Yeah.
It's that same
the red
area.
shirt dude. The dude in the red shirt.
Yeah.
That's the guy
Is
that
this the
tweeted that
same?
out
Yeah.
yesterday. He's like a sneaker store owner or something
Mhm.
like that. And yeah, Kyrie talking back to him, it's justified. It's justified.
Oh,
Normally
but-
I'd be like, chill with all that, Kyrie. Nah, it's justified.
I think so.
It was, the
Is
guy
there
was
a
not
funnier city?
Kyle Madson there just minding.
It was
his own
Tony
business.
Brothers.
I was
by the way.
trying to.
Tony Brothers.
Because I'm just looking at the thing right now. It was Tony Brothers.
I was genuinely trying to help Luca.
Yeah,
And I got
that
it.
was
That was
uncalled
wild.
for. And I guess they just speak like that in the Mavericks all the time. That's just what they say. My gosh.
Is
Oh yeah,
OKC
it's definitely the same. Yeah, because the videos are right next to each other.
Oh, you see the
yeah, both of
video
them.
from game 1?
Yeah. Because they're right next
Legends
to each
got
other.
that
on
too?
Legends. Yeah.
Oh man,
You didn't know? That's
man,
where I
Legends
saw it.
crazy, bro.
Yeah, Legends got the game 1 interaction.
Legends really is
Wow.
the GOAT, man.
is OKC the funniest name you can say after saying we stand on business in?
Yeah, yeah.
That's the funniest city
yeah,
you can
for
say.
sure. Yeah, no.
We stand on
Like-
business in OKC. Like,
Okay, bro.
all right.
Get out of here.
We stand on
wonder-
business in Galt.
I wonder.
Well, well,
I wonder. Has anybody ever been to OKC?
No.
I'm no.
Anyone here been to OKC? I know Lisi's from OKC. I wonder how it is. I wonder, like, because people, there's a perception of Sacramento,
Mhm.
right? And then you live here and you're like, nah, it's not necessarily that. Like a little bit of everything. Like
Mhm.
there's pockets. It's not
Yeah.
Atlanta, but nah, we still here like that. And I wonder if that's the case for OKC.
They say
Mm.
Sacramento is one of the movie cities where you fly in and you go to the movies. That's like as a team. That's what you do because there's nothing else to do. You go to the movies.
Well, that was in the Kenny Smith era. Now you can have a good time. You seen Tiger?
Well, yeah, no,
And you
yeah,
seen that
but I
movie?
want to be clear. This was like a couple years ago
Yeah, well,
that this was a thing.
true,
Mm.
very true. Would you
Well,
see what goes
again,
in-
but whether it's right or wrong, but that's Oklahoma City.
I thought you
too,
meant like this is the place where like a couple of movies have been made.
no,
It's
it's
like,
where
I
the-
think
it's
that's
where
LA,
it's
man.
where teams fly in and go to the movies.
right, that's their outing
Mhm.
as a team.
Mhm.
It's kind of it's fascinating though. When I moved to Gilbert, Arizona, this is 10 years ago or whatever. Before I moved down there, I'm like, I'm going to Gilbert, Arizona. It's just going to be desert and then like my office and an apartment and that's it. But no, then you go down and you like drive through Phoenix and there's Scottsdale and there's Mesa and Gilbert's like a real town. There's like actual stuff.
Yeah.
I'm guessing OKC is a lot like that. Where
I'm sure it is.
I'm
I'm sure it's 2024. I'm sure it is.
Also, I think it's different if
What's
you're
it called? Chesapeake.
They
What's it called?
changed it. It's
No,
like
it's-
PayPal Bank. It used to
Oh,
be called
Ramsey knows.
Chesapeake.
He certainly does.
It used to be called Chesapeake Bay Arena, but now it's like
Something like
PayPal, Pay Connect
Yeah.
Arena or something like that.
It's wild.
Paycom.
Paycom. That's right.
Paycom Center.
Never heard of Paycom.
Yeah, the issue for me,
outside of Sacramento.
The issue for me with stuff like this is, Damien, you called it a movie city. A city that I can fly into, get something to eat, and go to the movies. Like, that sounds like a nice time. As a 34-year-old dude with not a lot of money, but if you're a 25-year-old NBA player who got some money to play with, I'm guessing a city like OKC sucks.
Yeah, I think
I'd visit.
I'd absolutely visit. Now, see,
Scissortail Park is near.
I'm sorry. What?
Scissortail Park?
Absolutely
what
not.
goes on there?
I don't know. There's a farmer's market next to it.
Midwest is a crazy place.
It is different. It ain't California.
Well, there's the Lazy Donkey.
That sounds.
That's Mexican cuisine, according to.
Okay.
I'm just looking for what's in the area
How many
of
stars?
Paycom.
How many stars does that have on Google? Hey, Soren. Hey,
4.5.
Timeout. That's nuts.
4.5.
4.5 stars.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Good for the Oklahomans who can count that high.
I don't.
Wow. What'd he say?
That was rude. That was mean.
Wow.
I didn't mean that.
What'd he say?
I didn't mean that. I said a mean thing. I didn't mean that.
Own that.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that.
Who can count that high? I forgot. I didn't see who you said.
I said Oklahoma.
People in Oklahoma.
That was a shot.
I didn't mean that.
No, that was absolutely a shot.
I didn't mean that.
There's Mickey Mantle Steakhouse. I didn't know Mickey Mantle was still alive, but he
It's
has
not
a
better than
steakhouse.
He has been dead.
It ain't better than Morton's. Next.
All right.
And it's not better.
I
than
think the
Echo.
Mickey Mantle
It's definitely
Steakhouse.
It's not better than Echo and Rig either.
It's called like 7 or something, right? The steakhouse.
Or
is it
said
literally called the Mickey Mantle?
Mickey Mantle
Oh, okay.
Steakhouse?
Shout out to Oklahoma.
It has
Boomer Sooner.
4.6 stars. It looks magnificent. To be fair,
I feel like that's where Beaterman,
there is a
when
big
he goes to
7 at
OKC.
the
I feel like that's where he goes.
Mm.
Is the Mickey Mantle Steakhouse?
It ain't Echo though. It ain't Echo. It ain't Ralph though. I don't know about that.
Is OKC? If you had to take your choice, trip to a game or whatever, you going to OKC or you going to Utah?
Oh, KC.
OKC, not even close.
Absolutely.
I'll miss my flight.
Absolutely. Definitely not going to Utah.
I think Utah is low key dangerous. I think there's some pockets in downtown Utah that might be
I'm sure there is.
a little
Now,
sketchy.
Tony Jones will always tell you, like, no, I have a good time in Utah. Like, he lives there and he's a black man. He lives there. He's like, no, Utah, cool. Got some nice little spots.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
You give me the choice. I'm going everywhere else in the NBA besides Utah.
Really?
Yeah.
I will say
I've
this.
heard Memphis is not great.
Oh, no, I go to Memphis. Now, I'd
Yeah, I
be
go to
careful
Memphis too.
where I go to Memphis,
Okay.
but I go to Memphis.
Mm.
Beale Street.
Mm.
I
Right.
might not venture off of Beale Street, but I'd have a good time in Memphis.
Right.
Yeah, you go to Memphis, then you can hit Nashville, and you go to Knoxville. Fly home. Get
That's
out of
it.
there.
What's the best place you guys think to go? And like non-athletic list or whatever, just like personally. Like what's the best place to go? And
What sucks is even though I was 2 hours from it, I never actually went to Nashville. I've never been to
I heard
Nashville
Nashville's
despite being. I've
phenomenal.
been to Memphis, but I've never been to Nashville despite being 2 or 3 hours.
I've
from
always
there.
heard good things.
Everybody, the thing about Nashville though is I feel like everybody who tells me how much they love Nashville are the kind of people who just aren't into the same things I'm into. And maybe they would enjoy Nashville in a way that I couldn't. I would like.
Could be the same for me.
I would love to go back to DC. Like if you told me I
DC
could
do
just
look
take
like
any
it's
NBA
cool.
road
Oh,
trip
yeah.
next year, I would love to go. I love DC so much.
Yeah.
DC look like it's a good time.
I think is probably. I think people want to go to New Orleans.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, New Orleans.
That's a good one.
If you just take like teams out of it, I mean, people will still go to Florida, South Florida, still go to Miami and South Beach, all that. But New Orleans, like people love New Orleans.
Yeah.
Party, eat, drink in the
Drink.
streets.
Yeah.
Keep it moving.
New Orleans is.
That'd be cool.
You can have just as much fun as you do in Las Vegas and not have to have the same amount of money that you do.
That sounds like
it's a
then I'm
way-
in. That's a W for me.
So I said that about New Orleans 15 years ago before Vegas got even more expensive. I was like, yo, New Orleans is like a cheaper Las Vegas. And then that's when Las Vegas was still relatively reasonable.
Yeah, it's not that anymore.
Now it's just through the roof.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Every time I go to Las Vegas, it feels like a fever dream. Like I'm just there, and I definitely spent the weekend in Vegas, but it just doesn't. I don't exist in Vegas the same way I exist everywhere else.
Yeah,
It's like I'm waking up at 10 o'clock and I have a 32-ounce water bottle and it's whiskey and ginger ale in my water bottle, and I just carry that around all day. And then every once in a while, I'm like, "Oh, you'll float that vodka smoothie or slushy with Everclear?" Like, yeah, I'll get one of those. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah,
that's insane.
It is. Now, don't get it twisted. Vegas is popping.
Oh,
I
no,
Vegas. I have a great time.
I love
Vegas.
Vegas.
I have a great time.
Now I just got to kind of save up to go to Vegas, but Vegas is popping. Now when they get the NBA team, when the LeBrons start playing in the NBA, oh yeah, that's gonna be
LeBrons.
Let the
Las
Kings,
Vegas LeBrons.
let the Kings play the Las Vegas LeBrons on a Saturday night. Oh yeah, all right. I'll see y'all on Sunday.
The last time
Friday to Sunday, let's go.
The last time I went to Vegas, everybody left Sunday morning at like 6 a.m. except for me. My flight wasn't until like 1. So I ended up waking up about the time they were leaving because it's loud and I didn't go back to sleep. So I ended up walking around the strip at like 8 a.m. on a Sunday morning. That's depressing. Oh my God. I walked into this little convenience store to get a water and the lady was like, "Why is there a person in here? Like, why are you you're not supposed to be here."
Have either one of you guys ever stayed up the whole night?
In Vegas?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I did it maybe 3 times. But it's crazy. Like you're done with like everything with the night. You look outside, the sun is up. It's probably about 7:30. It's like, damn, the sun is coming up. And we're like, man, we should go get some breakfast right now. So like it's crazy. Like it's really crazy. Like when I would go out at home, I would always like whether obviously nothing staying open till like 3 or nothing, but like you go out, then you go to Sherry's, right? Like you be at Sherry's just champagning and campaigning until about 2, 3, maybe even 4. And it's like, yo, I need to get home before the sun comes up. Vegas, it's like it's done. The sun is on its way up, and it's like there's really no need to rush back into bed now. Like, let's go get steak and eggs. Let's go to Fat Burger or something like that. And it's 7:45 a.m. It's crazy.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Crazy.
That's good stuff.
I love it.
Las Vegas, baby. Hulk Hogan invited me to the Crazy Horse the first time I met him.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
That sounds like a Mad Lib.
Oh, wait a minute. What did he say? Hold on. What did he say? Hold on.
No. So we met. So I knew he was there. We hadn't done the interview yet. We did the interview the next day. I was doing interviews all day prior. That's how I knew it was like Hulk Hogan's here. Like I didn't know he was at we were at this rooftop party. And I don't think the party even started till like 12. We go upstairs, and it started earlier than that. It must have started at like 10 or 11 because I remember when Hulk Hogan walked in, I was
lit.
Yeah, I called my mom. I was like, "Mom, you won't believe this." I was like, "What?" I was like, "Hulk Hogan's here." So we're hanging out, we're doing our thing, and okay, I know what you're trying to. So he recognizes. So this is when he's trying to get Brooke going musically.
Yeah.
And so he knows me and Big Tigger.
Oh, okay.
And the girl, is it Les? The girl who was on Big Boys Neighborhood.
That's Big Les. She was on Big Boys, right?
No, not Big Les from BET. I can't remember what her name was. She's gorgeous.
Okay.
She was on Big Boys Neighborhood in LA. Okay. We're all like around talking, and Hulk Hogan's talking about his daughter, and then he just kind of like starts to relax and brother, we're
pause real quick. That's his voice. That's how he talks 100% of all the time.
Yeah. So the
it's
difference,
not a Larry the Cable Guy.
So the difference is, and I learned this too. It was actually cool. When he does the interview, he's Hulk Hogan.
He goes into
he's, and I what's dope is I wasn't recording on my end. It was recording. I was in Las Vegas. It was recording here. Mm-hmm. So they knew just leave it recording. Yeah. And he's doing the brother and the whole thing. So when he goes, when the mics are off, he still has that brother. He still says brother and all of the things, but like the volume gets cut like in half. It's like 100%. 100%. Hey brother, think we're headed over to the Crazy Horse. If you guys want to go, you guys want to go hang out.
Bro,
And I'm
I'd
like,
be out. I'd be
swear
like,
to God,
let's go.
I had no clue what the Crazy Horse was. I'm like, yeah, Hulk Hogan asked me to go somewhere. I'm going.
Be out.
Hulk Hogan never left. We never went anywhere. So it became this thing like where we continue to talk, and like again, it's 2 a.m, 3 a.m. The rooftop is still full. No one's left. And I told you about that. I think I told you yesterday that cloth that I found. This was that night. So like DMC was there, Dougie Fresh, like John Sally, like all of these different people were there, and no one got Mario Lopez was there.
Oh, no
one got the reaction that Hulk Hogan got. Everyone was like, oh, that's the Hulkster. Oh my God. So all of those people at some point or another throughout the night walked over to Hulk Hogan to like see him.
Yeah.
And we wound up never leaving. We never made it to the But
what was the Crazy Horse? Was it a gentleman's club or was it like another club?
Yeah, it was a gentleman's.
Okay, well, hey man, going with Hulk.
I didn't even know. Let's go. Plus, this big ticket. I was like, let's roll. That never happened.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. Believe me, if it had, you might have heard that story the first day of D'Lo and KC. It never happened. But it was one of those nights that you're up till, hey, brother, the lights are coming on. we got interviews in 2 hours.
Damn. That's the crazy part. You had to work still.
And our first interview of the day, this is a shoot, was Beyonce.
Oh, snap.
Wow.
We had to be there at 7:30 because they were doing a full 7:30 or 8:30, a full dress rehearsal in the stadium. So they were makeup, dresses, everything. They came in with robes on and like to cover up a little bit. But it was the only time we could get them. We had 90 seconds. That's how long you had to talk to them. And we did it. But yeah, it was like, hey, brother.
That's a trip. That's
coming up in a couple hours.
One at a time.
And then Hulk Hogan walked in that day. Let me tell you something, dude. Like he had just gotten the greatest night's sleep in his Matthews mattress.
Is different, man.
Yeah.
Dudes is different. Then one of the times I stayed up that way, I had to. I was out there with one of the travel teams, and I had to coach a game at like 8:30, and I was done with the club and all this other stuff, and it was probably about 7. It's like I can't. My biggest fear was if I try to go to sleep, I'm not gonna wake up in time.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm gonna miss these kids' games and all this other stuff. So I like went back to the room, changed into like some coaching stuff. Then like was at the gym at like 8 coaching. I wasn't like drunk or nothing like that. So I wasn't like hungover coaching the kids. I had just been up all night.
Oh, I threw up twice. I was like, I gotta straighten up for these interviews, man. Come on, man. Slapping yourself. Come on, man. You could do this. You could do this.
Talk to Beyonce for 90 seconds.
I got it. And then wait for 2 hours for everybody else to get there.
Hey man, when the Las Vegas LeBrons go first Vegas game, man, we out there, man. Come on.
Bet.
We out there.
We need to bring back the Radio Music Awards. That's what the moral of this story is. Those shows were lit.
Too.
They pulled up for those shows. I've been to the Grammys. They didn't. The radio junket, not the same. You got like, the guy from Joe Millionaire on your show. There, that's where you got
Stars.
Isn't that where BMF was at when they saw Tupac on the show? They weren't they at like a radio convention?
It wasn't the Radio Music Awards, but yeah, it was I think it wasn't an Atlanta based.
Yeah, he's like, everybody show up to this.
Is that where Pac was for some reason? That show don't make no damn sense.
Season finale, I guess came out at midnight.
Okay, I'm a handful of episodes behind. You watch BMF?
No.
Yeah, you could skip.
They said I saw the clip actually. Shiloh's in there. Shiloh Sanders.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. BMF, Black Mafia family, Lil Meech, Detroit.
Okay.
Jeezy.
Yeah. Well, thanks, Kyle.
This is great.
Yeah,
we were supposed to talk about linebackers.
Your thoughts on Mavs? your thoughts on the Mavs and the Cavs?
The Mavs and the Cavs?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We're going to commercial.
Okay,
that's
great.
Kyle Madson, everybody.
The Celtics stink.
Well,
oh no!
At least I can still watch my team, pal.
Oh.
D'Lo and Casey, we'll come back with. We're in commercial. Never mind. No, we're good.
That's my bad.
That's tremendous.
Let me tell you something, dude.
Beyonce walks up. You're like, Beyonce, I got the craziest story. Spend 90 seconds talking about not going to the Crazy Horse with Hulk Hogan.
You've got 45 seconds left, sir.
I actually talked the most to Michelle, I think, was married to a Dallas Cowboy at the time.
I didn't know that.
Who was she married to?
Quincy Carter.
No, it wasn't him. No, it was one of the big boys.
Was
Leon
wasn't
Lett.
Roy Williams dating somebody from Destiny's Child? I don't know if it was Michelle. Roy Williams was messing with somebody.
But I feel like Michelle was married. Maybe not. I don't think it was Kelly, because Kelly was the one who had the dog. Michelle. Wait. What? No, I maybe I made that up. Huh.
This doesn't even look like Roy Williams though. No,
Was it Kelly?
Who was the guy? Who was the guy that went to Oklahoma?
Roy
And
Williams.
was
The receiver?
No. What was his name? The safety.
Roy Williams.
That's what I thought too. But
Yeah.
they keep coming up with Roy Williams,
George
the wide
Teague?
receiver. I thought he was the safety.
No, there's two.
And
Yeah,
then they
there's two
both
Roy-
played
Two
for the
Roy,
Cowboys.
they did.
Yeah, Roy Williams started with Detroit.
Yeah, they both play for the Cowboys.
By the way, Cooper's Brewing tomorrow at noon.
Hey,
Let's get it.
I'm going to be out there. My buddy Tommy is partnering with a food truck that's going to be out of Cooperage. So I'm going out there and hang
Oh,
out.
that's
if anybody wants
dope.
to pull up.
That's a great spot.
Smoked brisket tacos.
Oh Lord.
Can't wait.
Bring me some.
If anybody wants to pull up.
The only thing I keep
I'll be there.
seeing is Roy Williams,
There you
the
go.
receiver, getting his engagement ring back.
Did Roy Williams, the safety, ever exist?
He did, and it looks like it was Kelly Rowland.
Oh,
That's
Kelly.
who-
Kelly Rowland was
he
with
was-
Roy
he
Williams.
was engaged to
Yeah.
Roy Williams. That's
Okay. God, I thought it was. I forever thought it was Michelle. Wait, was it Roy Williams the safety or Roy Williams? It was okay.
I knew he was dating somebody famous or almost married or whatever.
Yeah.
Somebody famous.
Oh man, Ant-Man. So, whoa! I know I was disconnected. Toronto got a franchise?
Yeah, it's official.
The W Raptors with their team called.
Fuck! I turned the internet off for one day. The what? Oh, get out of here! Get out of here! Have a good weekend.
Official.
Well, good for them because it was like not to. Not to get a joke off, your boys had a morning, so forgive me. I didn't know that Toronto got a WNBA franchise.
Yeah.
And, excuse the pun or excuse the terminology, but I'm happy that happened. I heard they were on they were on the 1 yard line, and something happened, and it just stopped. It's just like, oh, it looks like Toronto's out. Like, wait, what? How? We had heard, you and I had heard Toronto like 2.5 years ago.
Yeah.
So to hear that it fell apart when Lake Up got his group announced was kind of stunning. So the fact that it got announced today, or maybe not announced, but leaked today, that's I'm glad they were able to pull that together. It seemed like they were very, very, very far along in the process for it to fall apart when it did. So good for the W and good for Toronto.
Saw this on Front Office Sports. Toronto's been awarded a WNBA expansion team per CBC Sports, expected to begin play in May of 2026. Toronto's WNBA expansion team will be headed by billionaire Larry Tannenbaum, chairman of the Maple Leafs.
Oh, Larry.
Yeah, chairman of the Maple Leafs Sports and Entertainment, which owns Maple Leafs, Raptors, and Toronto FC. So there's that. And then the thing that we always look at that never ends well for us here in Sacramento. Among other recent finalists, this isn't necessarily like something that the commissioner said today. It's still kind of old news, but among other recent finalists for WNBA expansion teams, Austin, Charlotte, Denver, Nashville, Portland, and Philadelphia. And it's never, as much as we wanted, as much as we talk about it, we've never heard Sacramento.
Yeah, that's kind of. Do you still have that in front of you? Can you give me the cities one more time?
Austin.
Yep.
Charlotte, Denver, Nashville, Portland, and Philadelphia.
The only one that I think is a certainty is Nashville. The rest of them, I don't know. But Nashville, I feel like they'll do Nashville, that because it's a bigger city than Knoxville, but they can still capitalize off of Knoxville.
Yeah. I think I'd put Philly in there as a lock too. I think Philly will get one. They need another one of those big.
Oh, you know who will be campaigning for that?
Who?
Your girl.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Donna be all over that.
That dude might go be the first coach.
I don't think she'll do that. She's the highest paid coach in college basketball, isn't she?
I think so.
I mean, dude who just got the Phoenix job, I think gets 1.2 or 3.
Yeah, Don leaves that as a tip at the local restaurant.
I mean, yeah, kind of. Like, I mean, she's at the very, very least double that. At the very least, and it's probably more. I think the top tier coaches, Dawn, Gino. Man, I don't know who would be after those two off the top of my head. I think they might. I don't know if they're nearing 3 or north of 3, but that's where they're at per year.
Yeah, but I do. Yeah, I think Philly.
Oh,
Philly
your girl's up there too.
Who's my girl?
Moki.
Well, is that my girl?
Well, that's your girl.
Look at Wilbon just chilling today with the outfit. He said, "I'm not dressing up today."
Wilbon's like, it's Friday vibes. We're talking Hulk Hogan and the Crazy Horse here on NBA Today.
I seen Malika. She's got like a really nice outfit with some 4.5-inch heels. Perk has his blazer. He's got his thing going on. And Wilbon up there in a hoodie.
It looks like they pulled Hey, Mike, can you just come do this show real quick? Mike's like,
I didn't expect to see that.
They asked Mike to do NBA Today. He's like, man, I'm 65 years old. I'm gonna go in whatever the hell I want to.
After I think that
man, he got a hoodie, a jacket, and a t-shirt on.
I think he did. He was on the all night last night.
Well, Mike's a night owl though. Like he, as a newspaper guy, like he'll tell you, as a newspaper guy, like he easily rides till 2-3 o'clock in the morning.
But yeah, I mean that's dope to see the expansion. Do you think, just your personal opinion, do you think that it's more a case of nobody from Sacramento has said that they want to bring a WNBA team as opposed to the WNBA not interested in Sacramento? Like if Vivek was like, nah, I'm all in, I want a WNBA team, would the WNBA probably like, nah, we ain't really that sure?
That's tricky. Because I feel like I can give a compelling answer for both in both ways. For Vivek, if Vivek had interest in a team, that's probably something that was verbalized a few years ago. And the Sacramento Kings were not in the best position a few years ago. So if I'm the WNBA and I'm looking at firing general managers and coaches and all of these different things, I'm looking at them very unsure. I'm looking at Vivek unsure. We know what Vivek puts into the city, what Vivek puts into the team, all that different stuff. But I'm also looking at basketball operations, and the buck stops with him. I'm looking a little sideways at that. At the same time, if Vivek isn't campaigning for it, if he's not jumping up and down going, hey, Sacramento, 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 the WNBA is probably like, all right, well, we got Lake Up, so we got Northern California, so we good there. They've wanted the Bay Area for a long, long time. There was at least a second, and it could very literally have been a second of a discussion that when the Monarchs shut down, they could get them to the Bay Area in time. There was thoughts that they could get another ownership. Again, told the story a million times. Joe and Gavin didn't give the league any time. They said we're out, like we're done, like effective today. The league begged for a month. Give us a month to figure something out. And they said, no, we'll give you 2 weeks to figure this out, and we're shutting all operations down. And you can't sell a professional sports franchise in 2 weeks. The other thing is, we know, and I don't know all the dynamics of this. I could dig a little deeper if people were really. I was really close with the president of the business side of things for the Sacramento Monarchs. And I used to see the crowds there. The lower bowl would always be popping. Like Sacramento was always one of those places where you looked at and you were like, yeah, like we did the WNBA right. But she told me, and thankfully this was pretty much the Monarchs yearly, they didn't make money back then. They didn't make money until they got deep into the playoffs. Like getting to the first round of the playoffs, that's if you're lucky, that's a game. It's not going to do anything for you. If you got to the conference finals, you were probably in decent shape. They went to the NBA finals twice, or WNBA finals twice, in 05 and 06, and they did well those years. But they weren't making money until they got deep into the playoffs. And that to me was shocking, because I was at every game for 2 or 3 years.
With that, and I think I know you would agree. Like it's different now. It's just different than 20 plus years ago. But back then, not to say that obviously it was real people there, but there was a lot of, hey, Oak Park Community Center, we've got 30 tickets for the Monarchs games. Like bring all your kids, and they can bring a plus one, like their parents can go and stuff like it was a lot of that, right? Like, and that's why the seats will be filled. But if you're giving away, I don't know what the number is, a lot of those tickets, or they're like really, really cheap, it's hard to make money off of that.
Yeah, it's also, those games that you feel like are doing really well, that's 6,000, 7,000 people. When you get to the WNBA finals, there's 17,000 people there. Like game 4 or whatever it was of the, or 3, whatever one that they won in 2005, it was a legit sellout. Like that was a Sacramento Kings sold out, hanging from the rafters, brother, game. Like everyone was there. And there are only a handful of games like that every year. So it's I would just give anything to know how the Monarchs would do now in this, because the Monarchs shut down 15 years ago. What would they do now at the Golden One Center?
I think they would go crazy. And I don't want to overstate it. Maybe I'm playing it safe. I'm not going to say they do 17,000 every night. I think you can sell. Like, remember what I just said, like they would give away tickets to the game. I think you could sell every seat in the lower bowl. Easy.
Oh, so do I.
Easy.
Yeah, so do I.
You know what I mean? And then it gets tricky, because
So do
I don't know how much of the upper do you want to open, or you that gets a little tricky.
Normally, I remember at times where games were really popping, they'd black out the 2
behind the
end
back
zones.
boards,
Yeah.
and the sides would be open.
Yeah.
Like easy. You could do the lower bowl and probably do something like that.
Yeah,
like,
there were
do something like that.
any like really big game, the Sparks, Lisa Leslie, playoff games, they'd open up for. That's how they would do it. They'd open up those sides, black out the end zones, and you'd be off and running.
Our guy, Young Zell, on the Matthew's Mattress Chatty House. He says, if I'm not mistaken, didn't Vivek say he would bring back the Monarchs when he got the team or tried to? We've talked about this a number of different times. We can't pin down that tweet or that quote, excuse me.
By all accounts, Vivek never said that. Yeah, you're right. We've done this a million times. There's something out there. Maybe KJ said it. Maybe someone associated with the group said it. But to the best of our knowledge, unless someone can produce otherwise, Vivek never said that. He never said that. I believe he was asked about it. And I think his response was something along the lines of, let's get the Kings going. Let's get this new arena going first. And maybe people took that as, oh, once Golden One Center opens up, then they'll focus on Sacramento. Right. Whereas I think his thinking was, hey, the Kings are kind of burning. Let's put that fire out first, get our new arena built, and then we'll see what we do after that. We know we're trying to build a downtown entertainment complex, right? There were a million different things that Vivek and that ownership group were trying to do while buying the Sacramento Kings, and a second sports franchise I don't think was on that list at all.
And look, to be honest with you and to be completely, open and transparent, as much as we would love the Monarchs to be back, and I don't know, maybe Vivek would too, that's not his priority, right? His priority is trying to get baseball here. Like, that is what all his energy, all his resources, whether it's the A's expansion, I think that's what it is right now. He is trying to get Major League Baseball here, and that's the second thing that matters.
You know what? You're not going to like this. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Or maybe you will. You know what I could see working, and I actually could see happening, given the relationship? Vivek hits up Lake Up. Hey, can we get one of the preseason games here at the Golden One Center?
That don't bother me too much. Wow.
I think you'd have 17,000 people at that game for the Golden State. I don't know what they're going to be called, but for Lake Up's Bay Area team.
You're right. I wouldn't like that, but
I think you
make it the Aces.
Like the Aces come through, the Fever come through, the Sky come through, somebody comes through. Yeah, like I could see that. I'm trying to think if Sacramento ever did that. And I don't think they did, but I don't know that for sure.
And it's a little different because didn't the Aces just play at South Carolina for a preseason game? I feel like I saw Asia there with the whole crew. Like I think they did that. There was somebody else. There's another team that played outside of their city for a preseason. So
that's not unusual. Like playing outside of your city for a preseason game isn't terribly unusual.
I think the Aces played in South Carolina. Ramsey would know, but yeah, I mean that'd be cool too. I just, I would love to have the Monarchs back, but I look at what it feels like Vivek is trying to do right now. He's trying. He is locked in on trying to get this A's or Major League Baseball thing done. He looks at that as the next part of his legacy, and everything else is taking a back seat.
Yeah, and it'll be dope. Like we had the Kings and the Monarchs, at a period in time, but that's two professional basketball franchises. Having two professional sports franchises in different sports is going to be a completely different feel. Completely different.
Yeah. I mean, same thing would kind of happen if the Monarchs were here, but the live sports and everything would almost never stop. It'd be something that we never experienced here. Like maybe you get a month window, maybe September. There's nothing going on because I don't know if the A's will be playing. No, they'd be playing games in September, but early October. I don't know if they'd be in the playoffs or what. And then we're waiting for basketball to start, but 11 and a half months.
The Sacramento A's World Series victory takes place right before game one of the.
That'd be crazy if let alone a World Series. What if they got into the playoffs while they were here?
In front of the 14,000 screaming fans.
Wow, that had a tone to it.
I'm just saying that would be wild.
That's hate.
No, it's
That's
not hate.
hate.
It's not
That's
hate.
hate.
It's not hate. Let's keep it real. World Series, like at Wrigley Field or Southern Health Park. That'd be wild.
It would definitely be wild. And there's something going on in Major League Baseball right now where they'd be happy to have 14,000 people at some of these games.
Yeah, that's facts.
Like it's getting crazy, and it's not just Oakland. I see Pittsburgh,
St. Louis, I've seen
Colorado. It's getting they knock down the doors for 14,000. Did you guys see the scene outside Sutter Health last night for the Bananas game?
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah,
and people worried about if they're gonna sell out.
Yeah,
he's gonna sell out.
Savannah Bananas got more attendance than the MLB. Wow.
I was gonna say the Bananas are over though.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, they're
super
over.
Super over. Like I want to check it out. I'm amazed at what they do.
Are they here all weekend?
I think so.
They're basically the Globetrotters of baseball, right?
Yeah. I'm amazed at what they do. I've seen like clips. I can't believe some of the things they're actually able to pull off. The last one I saw, somebody did like a somersault and caught a fly ball. Like a backflip or something and caught it. I was like, what? What? No, they're amazing. I don't think I'm gonna get a chance to see them this time around, but I love to see the Bananas.
So this is where we're at, Jesse. The Tapia support connection, like
Chatty House has got my back. I guess we're underdogs right now.
Man,
it's been a rough couple weeks.
Look! I had an idea because people were talking about the Met Gala and all this other stuff. And I think the other day we were talking about Ben Simmons. Have we done Ben Simmons yet?
I think we have, but seasons ago. Yeah.
Probably.
I was ready.
What's that mean?
I was ready, but if we said we already done, we don't need to double back.
Last time Kenny tried to suggest someone, I started my losing streak. Maybe this will reverse that. Let's play Ben Simmons.
No, don't do Ben Simmons. Don't do Ben Simmons, man. Look, this is what I do, man.
You did, huh?
No, I heard it this morning. I heard it this morning.
You see this guy?
You see what they're doing to me in the
You see
league?
this guy?
You see what's happening to me?
Wow.
I
Hey,
heard it this morning.
You guys see what's happening?
I heard it this morning, man.
No
we
integrity.
have no idea how many times this has happened.
Kenny Clemens, Kenny Palmero, all of them.
I don't be suggesting them. Y'all suggest them. I don't say nothing.
You've suggested more than one. You do the thing where you go, all right, let's do it. And look at me, and I'm like, what? What do you want me to do? And Jesse's the one who has to say, hit the music.
But those names come up organically. Like you're talking about like
all right,
Jimmy Butler. And I'll be like, oh, Jimmy Butler, let's get it popping.
They're calling for drug tests.
Hey man, I'm winning.
Is Ben Simmons' next contract, as far as his annual average, is it closer to the minimum or $10 million?
That's a good question.
It's
closer to the minimum. Like it might be. I don't know what the vet.
It all depends on this year.
If
he can play 65 games this year, I think he'll get something closer to 10.
How can you give him $7 million a year?
Again, if he plays, I mean, assuming he doesn't suck.
Yeah.
I think the answer is because he'll be 28 years old. You could
That's
sign him
crazy.
to you
He's
could sign him
only
to a 2. Yeah, I know you could sign him to a 2-year deal. What's Ben's number?
204. Well, at the remaining of this contract.
I would have
said I would have said 201.
It's 203,356,000. Yeah, I would have thrown you out.
I wouldn't have said 203. I would have said 204. I would have been like, probably 198.
I would have sent you home. I just would have done KSFM by myself.
We need to check the tape on the last 3 weeks. Honestly.
Yeah. There's gonna be an.
Well, look, no, we don't need to check the tape because I've been 30 million off. I just needed to be closer than Jesse.
No, we're gonna launch an investigation into this.
A-Rod Caraway over here going on ESPN doing an interview. I can't believe people act like A-Rod.
Pick a player when we come back. Pick a player. I'm not losing. I can't lose.
This dude said, "Have we done Ben Simmons yet?" Wow. Wow.
Pick a player when we come back. It don't matter. I can't lose.
We
I'm
ain't
cooking
going
right now.
nowhere. We got 3 minutes. Stop doing
Pick
that.
a player right now.
I just submitted 78 videos of us playing pocket watches to the league. Count your days.
Pick a player right now. I can't lose.
Poor Jesse.
I'm cooking.
Poor Jesse Carlisle.
I'm tired. All right, we're small market over here. Meanwhile, the big markets are always kicking our ass, and the refs aren't doing anything about it.
I got a formula down, man. That's really impeccable, impregnable. It's ferocious. It wants to eat your children.
That's a wild Mike Tyson press conference or whatever that was. Post fight.
Pick anybody. I'm ferocious. All praises to Allah.
What do we got today?
9 years in the association. The former number 15 overall pick in the 2015 NBA draft.
What is this, Kawhi?
Is this Desmond Mason?
Kelly Oubre. Kelly Oubre peaked in 2019 at $14.6 million. Kelly Oubre peaked at $14.6 million.
What year?
Somehow I feel like KC already cheated. I don't know why.
Well, he's a Kelly Oubre guy.
You literally just threw a name out there. I'm about to cook. Don't play
That's
me.
kind of
I'm
been
about
his
to
guy
cook.
for this offseason.
Yeah, you're right.
I'm about to. What
We
you
can play
talking
still.
about?
We can play still, though. We can
I'm
play
about
still.
to cook.
No, I'm cutting the music off.
I'm about to cook.
There's a sticky substance on the ball. I'm not sure what's going on right now. The officials are gathering over here on the first baseline.
I'm about to cook. That's easy work. That's easy work. I was about to cook. About to cook.
9 years. The peak was 14.6.
Yeah.
Former number 15 overall pick in 2015. Why don't you go first?
No, because I'm
I'll go
winning.
first.
Yeah, I'm winning. We ain't changing the rules now.
9 years, 14.6 is his peak. Remember, this is Kelly Oubre. Jesse, I'm damn near openly rooting for you at this point.
I'll go 67 mil.
$67 million. Kenny Caraway, Kelly Oubre, $14.6 million is his peak. That was in the 2019 season. 2019 season. Former number 15 overall pick in the 2015 draft.
What did he say, 67?
Who cares what I said?
He said 67.
I'll go 70.
AC goes 70.
I think it's a tough for KC again.
The streak is over.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
The streak is over.
Whoa! No!
Run me that number.
No!
65 million.
We're back. Put it on the streets. We're back.
743,455.
We're back. We're back.
I thought for sure you were gonna go under. The streak is over.
Put it out in the newspapers. We're back.
The 13-game win streak has come to a conclusion. The record is now 15-13.
We're over 500 next week. Watch.
Kenny's still in the lead, but more importantly, the first guess now shifts to Kenny. A seismic moment here on D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I was going to kill you if you said something like $110 million.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I actually gave some thought on this one.
I was going to throw the book at you if you did that.
I still would have won though.
Because it was 60.
Yeah, it was 65. It would have been. Yeah, it would have been close. Yeah, it would have been close. I don't. It's funny.
What the hell was that?
I don't know how I would have guessed Kelly Oubre.
We almost didn't play too.
I don't know how I would have done that.
I said we almost didn't play too.
What the hell was that? What is that? Ooh. That's okay. I'm gonna snatch it right back. No. Don't be calling for Wilsey.
Will, we need a new graphic.
Don't be calling for Wilsey.
Julio, that's what we needed, honestly. We just needed Canelo to win. I got the confidence. We're back up now.
Back up. I'm taking it right back. I'm taking it right back on Monday. No, I randomly heard that Ben Simmons. They were like, yeah, at the end of this contract, he would have made $204 million. I was like, oh, snap. I'm mentioning it.
It's Jay Solo. We can't put WD-40 on that thing. That's why.
Oh man,
we don't know how it got. Like
thought
Jonathan
it was
fixed
fixed
it.
too.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Couldn't believe it.
Just got to say, we said don't lose 9 in a row twice, and we didn't do it.
Oh, man. Oh,
hey, that's a little bit of disrespect. I was on a streak at one point.
That is disrespect.
I was on a winning streak at one point. Let's not forget.
Hey, shout out Zay, man. The tweet was going crazy last night, bro.
Yeah, that is masterful work that Zay doing over there.
Like I said, Jason, he started the losing streak with cheating with Luka or whatever, and then we had to reset it today.
We never cheated. Not once. You guys will see. Oh,
wait,
damn,
you've
now
openly
Warren is
admitted
here.
to cheating twice.
I didn't cheat.
Casey did. If I did cheat,
He did the old OJ.
Oh, wait, whoa. What the hell are you talking about? You got a streak video. No video for that. We don't need no video for that. Nah, that's crazy. I think the original Jesse winning streak.
bro, we were going on about a month.
That might have been March.
Yeah, that was a month or two ago. I took a week off in between there.
We shelved the game while the Kings were trying to win.
Yeah.
What is that?
Who's what?
Hey,
What's wrong?
kid got his feet all in the couch.
Oh, that's your boy.
Who?
That's one of Kelly's kids.
Oh, that's snap, my boys, man. Let me just see what
I don't know which
I
one.
think that's cool. No,
Is
I
it?
don't think that's cool.
I don't know. He got his face
Who got
buried
all
in
this
it.
stuff on the ground?
Yeah. Shoes on, just digging his feet into the couch.
Those my boys, man.
Hey, for those that missed it,
I want you to put the word out there that we back up. Understand me? We back up.
Jesse,
Hey,
That's
hey,
the perfect
man.
way to start the
Hey,
weekend.
man, I'm about to take that back, man, on Monday. It's nothing.
You know we're back too, because that guess was spot on too.
that was a good one. The 13-match losing streak is over.
Just don't lose 9 in a row twice, and we did it.
Jesse had a couple of moral victories this week, and it led to his first victory in months. Record now 15-13.
It's okay.
As this
15 and 13
baseball,
who?
this you.
Oh, yeah, I'm just
relax.
You see, he's sweating. He's sweating right now.
Wow.
Because I ain't never going back.
Wow.
I ain't never going back.
Now maybe we can settle into like a nice little back and forth, or You know,
Going back
instead
up.
of
I'm going back up.
months long losing
You
streak.
ready for another one from me? Because I'm not losing streak, winning streak for your boy.
Shout out to Ben who just started the show. Our man Ben he's catching up on the first 5 minutes of the show here in the chat. That's the beauty of YouTube, man. You can catch up whenever you want to. I think you could do that on the Odyssey app also.
While we're here too, let me get some air horns. Let me get some air horns. Get some birthday air horns. Happy birthday, Brookie Brooks. You know what it is, man. Hey. Let's go.
Brookie Brooks, happy birthday. Yes, indeed. Oh, and air horns for all the graduates.
Oh, it's graduation season?
Yeah, well, I had a loved one graduate from ASU last night.
There we go.
Yeah,
that was last night. Man, come on, man.
Yeah,
come on, forks up, man. Forks up.
Ate me up that I couldn't be there, man. But yeah, big night last night for sure.
That's awesome. That is awesome.
Man, should we start the show yet, or y'all just want to keep vibing?
I mean,
we really ain't done nothing but mention PJ Washington played well. It's kind of the extent of what we did. We didn't talk about the other game.
Well, look, I'm about to say, did we want to go to Boston?
Well, I guess after Jesse's win, we need to bring him down a little bit.
We have to go to Boston.
Season 5.
Talk about what?
Yo, man, they talking crazy about Tatum again.
Okay,
are.
Let's talk about Tatum. Like, I'm not going to get into the Twitter stuff because that's just out there, whatever. But I think Joe Mazzulla needs to do more to get him more involved. I think kind of like with him not being as aggressive, that's more of a system thing than a Tatum thing. Like it's on. Like I don't want to say they're kind of decoying him or whatever, but like he does get like two, like at least two guys thrown at him whenever he has the ball and stuff like that. So that's why Derek White hasn't been able to cook. But Mazzulla's got to kind of figure something out to get Tatum more aggressive, I think.
See, here's the other thing about that too, is like I look at the game last night and I was watching. He wasn't amazing, but he wasn't awful.
He hasn't been horrible. He's playing defense well.
Yeah.
He's finding the right guy and stuff. It's just a matter of like he could be more aggressive and his shot's not falling right now. But I think, like I said, I think Mazzulla can fix a lot of that.
Derek White, who take a step back. Like Derek White's been phenomenal this year. Like all that, he ain't top 100. That's out the window. He might be top 50 or something like that. Like he was last night. He was awful. He took a couple shots. I was like, bro.
I mean, no one really played well for Boston yesterday.
So okay, so I said something yesterday.
Yeah, show some respect.
What'd I say?
Said the Cavs suck.
That's not what I said.
Damien said nobody was vacation in Cleveland. Who likes Cleveland?
Wow. No one said that. You guys are useless. Both of you. I said I didn't think the Cavs could win in this series unless Boston played bad. You got a really good performance from Evan Mobley. You got a really good performance from Karis LeVert.
I would say I'd take a step back. I'd say that's a great performance from Evan Mobley. 21 and 10 for him to go along. I think 5.
Well, that's because you don't like Evan Mobley. I think Evan Mobley can do that. Like I think
but he never
can,
has though. Like he never really has on a consistent basis. Like that game last night was great for him, and maybe this is the start. But I thought that was a great game. Like, and I'm showing love. Like no, I thought that was a great game from him.
Okay, you're right. All right, you're right. 6 double-digit scores for Cleveland. It was a weird game that I was looking forward to catching up on because the game was on while we were on. And I look up, Cavs up 10. Do a work on KSFM, and we had a lot of things going on in the studio yesterday. Look up, Celtics up 5. Like, yo, what is going on? Turn away, get back to what we're doing. Cavs up 10. Like, what is going on in this game right now? Did the Celtics play bad, or did the Cavs play well enough to beat them?
Yes.
Yeah, it was both. I mean,
see, like I know those questions are lame, but I'm trying to pinpoint. Like I'm trying to discredit what I said yesterday that the Cavs could only win in this series if Boston played bad, and I didn't really feel like Boston was awful yesterday. They weren't good, but I didn't feel like they were awful.
They weren't awful, like you said. They weren't good. And Cleveland, in my opinion, they showed up ready to play. Like every time Boston looked like they were going to turn up and like kind of walk them down a little bit, Donovan would hit a three.
Did you think they were like above their head?
Cleveland?
Yeah.
No.
See, I didn't either. That's what
like Darius Garland.
That's what really,
really crazy. Darius Garland, he good for 25. He only had 14 last night.
Yeah.
So and Karis LeVert, maybe you don't expect him to get 21. So maybe that's where Garland balances out, like kind of like PJ and Kyrie. You can make the argument in game 3 or 4 or both. Darius Garland and Karis LeVert switch. Like I could see Karis getting like 12 to 14 and Garland getting 21 or something like that. But Isaac Okoro, that's one that's a little above his head. Like Isaac Okoro he can't do much of anything offensively. He had 12 for you. So that's a good look. I think, and then we go into the situation where I don't think the Celtics are going to lose the series, but I don't think they win in both games in Cleveland. So now we're back to where I said we would be. Like we talking about a 6-game series.
I think they get it done in 5. I don't think they play that bad again. I think if they.
So you thought they were bad yesterday?
Yeah, they were bad. Cleveland was good. They hit shots and all that, but I mean,
Cleveland get one of those in Cleveland. They get one of those.
Like I said, I think that like for me that's game 2 against Miami right there. Cleveland couldn't miss or whatever. They were hitting like you said, every time Boston was coming up, like getting closer or whatever. Cleveland hit every shot they needed to. I don't think Boston is going to be that bad defensively going forward, and offensively, I think they'll pick it up too.
Everybody always got the jokes, man. When something go wrong, man, it's unfair. It's unfair. But did you see the Jaylen Brown trying to cross over?
He fumbled it into the Cleveland defender. Yeah,
and you know what hand it was?
Oh,
TC's on the line. Let's just talk to him. He wants to talk Jaylen Brown too. Actually,
that was cold, man.
TC.
Why they single it on that?
TC, what's up, baby?
What's up with my two brothers?
What up, TC?
I was just vibing before we get started, man. I want to send, it's Mother's Day. I want to sing, a happy Mother's Day to both y'all mothers, Bo and Jazz, Kenny.
Much love, man. Appreciate you, dog.
Off top. Hey, look, watching that game last night, bro, I'm like, man, I don't think Jaylen can guard Donovan. That was an issue. I was like, this dude doing 360 spins, coming up. Man, the way they played last night, bro, it could be a series. I don't know if that was a testament to how Boston was playing, but if Cleveland play how they play, bro, that can be a good series. Also, Luka cooking with a hot knee, dog. That dude's a different breed, bro. I know we talk smack about Luka, Kitty, and D'Lo, but that dude's cold, bro.
No, for sure.
Luka. Yeah, the criticism of Luka isn't his game; it's his antics. It's all of the stuff that goes along with his game. But yeah, Luka, the ball player, stop it. Stop it.
Nah, he get it done. That dude get it done. He's the truth, man. Luka Doncic is the truth. So real quick back to that Celtics thing though. And it's crazy because of one game, like, oh, they're not allowed to lose one game, they're not allowed to lose 2 games in the playoffs. Like, of course they are. But say for instance they don't win the NBA championship this year. What happens with this team, if anything?
They run it back again.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, can you let's really talk about it? Like, can you really blow up a team that's getting to the finals the last 3 years? I mean, last year they were down 3-0 against the Heat, came back. Tatum doesn't sprain his ankle. Who knows what happens in Game 7? Year before that, they were in the finals. We're in the Eastern Conference Finals 2020. It's just they're right there. It's just.
But what are you waiting to happen, right? Like
I don't know what move you do to
you don't blow it up.
You don't
like
blow
I'm
it
with
up.
you. You don't. It's not like all right. This isn't where it's not the Pelicans.
You brought Porzingis in already. Like I don't know what else it is. It's just a matter of you keep going until I guess you get bounced in the second round.
There might be a certain bailout if for some reason Porzingis doesn't come back.
Well, that's the thing. I think next year you run it back because he signed a 2-year extension or whatever. So I think that covers him for next year as well. And then after that, they kind of reassess what they are. Because you're going to have to pay Derek White and all that too.
Do you ever look at I don't. I want to be perfectly clear. You ever look at one of the two? One of the two and think like, man, we might need to split this up and balance out this roster differently.
I've never thought you need to split up Jaylen and Jason Tatum, no.
A move like that almost kind of just sets you back. Are you going to get back to the finals again?
Well, what do you get? I mean, it's Casey, you're not trading him for nothing. What would you get back for him? I don't think you'd get, and I don't think you're trading Tatum. I think we're talking about Jaylen Brown. I don't think you're trading Jason Tatum.
Should be happening for sure. But I don't know. But like the way that people talk about Tatum, like
it doesn't matter how people talk about
Twitter,
Tatum.
bro.
Like the way people talk about Tatum doesn't matter. You telling me Tatum isn't a top 10 ball player in the league?
I think he is.
Is Jaylen Brown? With all due respect, I don't think. Not that he's like a 50th. Like he might be top 15 or top 20. Like he's somewhere in that conversation. Jason Tatum, without like thinking, is a top 10 basketball player in the league right now. You're not trading him.
I don't think you're trading him, but it's like I said, wouldn't be like
we're also talking about a team that's lost one game.
If you don't win a championship, with these guys in the next 2 years, I do think a conversation needs to be had internally.
So I think that's different than what you said a second ago. You're now it's 2 years and not next year. Now it's 2 years and not this year.
Well, I put the second year because Jesse was like, no, you just run it back, which I agree with. You just run it back, but like if you don't get it done again next year, like you can make the argument. This is the best chance they've had to win an NBA championship, and the best chance they may get.
Yeah.
What you see, like the way you see things are creeping up in the Western Conference right now with your Ants, your Wemby's, your OKCs and stuff like that. The Knicks in the Eastern Conference, like it may not be a better road than this right here.
Yeah, but for sure, you're 100% right. But for right now, everything the East isn't creeping up.
Not this year. The Knicks make a move in the offseason.
It's just one team.
Yeah, but it's one team. That's it. That's the Knicks. Like I'm sorry. You concerned about Philly?
Philly.
Don't do that.
We wrote Philly off last year when they lost game 6.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
We wrote Philly off when they lost game 6.
Philly got like 2 moves.
Philly got like 100 moves. They got one guy under roster.
That's what I'm saying. Philly got a move.
Is Paul George getting him over the hump?
I don't know.
No,
because that's the guy.
I like Paul George for the record a lot. He's not number 2.
No, he wouldn't be. Maxey be number 2.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah, it's Maxey and
okay,
and
that's
Paul
different.
George.
I take my mind. You're right. He'd be
Again,
number
Philly,
3. That could do it. That could do it. You'd have a lot of work to do. Shout out to Buddy, who must have missed Daryl Morey's press conference.
What?
You didn't see it? Oh, Daryl Morey, Buddy Hield must have just not heard anything Daryl Morey said.
We might get a sequel to the Jamal Adams video, maybe. Buddy's gonna try and use his key card. No, it doesn't work, pal.
Buddy said he's focused this offseason on Philadelphia because he said, well, they traded for me, so I think they want me, so I'd like to try to make it work. Again, the day before, Daryl Morey says, yeah, this didn't really work out the way I thought it would.
More power to him.
Shout out poor Shavano. Just oblivious to what's going on around him.
Just get Buddy on the Lakers already.
Please.
Right. Like just
please.
There, and we'll be done with it.
Oh man, poor Shavano.
But you look at the East, I think Philly could. I'm not going to say they're there, but Philly could do something.
You had Joel Dunn like a week ago.
I didn't have him.
Yes, you did.
We were trading him. I remember.
I was not trading.
I think you said, hey, I think you started the show. Joel is ass.
I was not trading.
Somebody
him.
check the
Once
tape.
again, the media doesn't listen. They just hear what they want to hear. I said internally, we need to have a discussion. We need to figure out what we want to do here. Plan of action, is it now? Are we giving it a year? Like, we need to talk about it. It's not evergreen. Like, we can't keep having these type of seasons where you can't make it through the season and the playoffs. Like, so we give him 1 year? Are we just riding into the wheels? Like, it don't matter. Like it don't matter. I don't care if he plays 30 games and is hurting the playoffs. We're just going to see this all the way through. I just make sure we're all on the same page.
Wait a minute. I didn't say that either. Don't do that.
No, I do. And I just want to make sure we're all on the same page if we're on the front office. That's all I'm saying.
That's not what it sounded like. You and your Bill Simmonses.
Remember, I was, once again, Barry Horowitz, pat on the back. I was the first one when Marshall Harris was calling me crazy. I said, you need to get Ben Simmons out of there.
Are you bringing up stuff from 4 years ago? What does that have to do with what you said a
Y'all
week
need to
ago?
be listening to me, man. Y'all need to be listening.
Okay. All right. Tyrese
Except-
Maxey the next day.
For
scores
every Ben,
7
okay,
points
hold
through
on.
3 quarters.
For every Ben Simmons take, there's a Hassan Whiteside bidding war out there.
Well,
as well.
well, let's not forget the TT. Yeah.
Let's all stay a little grounded here, huh?
Let's Barry Horowitz myself over this Tristan Thompson.
Why are we bringing up old stuff?
Okay. All right.
But so Philly got a move to make. I still don't think you can dismiss Milwaukee. Orlando and or Indiana is somebody that you got to look at moving forward.
Like, okay, I hear you.
I would say
not to the
Orlando
level,
more than Indiana, slightly.
but not to the level that we look at like Minnesota.
No,
Not to the level which we look at like Oklahoma City.
no,
Not to the level which we look at like Boston.
no. But we're talking about like Minnesota and OKC. I think they can win a title now,
Mhm.
like this year. Orlando's not there, but 9 months from now, they may be in that conversation. Hell, say this goes 7. Cleveland might be in that conversation.
Okay. Well,
You know, so
yeah.
there's a lot going on both conferences where the original point was you're not going to have a better opportunity than you have right now. And I think it gets tougher, like literally next season. Not saying you're not the favorite, but it's going to be
For
tougher.
Boston.
Yeah, it's going to be tougher next year than it was this year. And then you, for whatever reason, you don't win a championship in 2 years.
Well, yeah,
Now-
you got a problem.
Now we're talking. I think
You're talking
I think
a lot
they
of years
gave
of failure. at
I
that
think they
point.
gave Drew Holiday that contract a little too quick. Maybe it doesn't affect their flexibility at all, but did they need to do that? Like, was he going to go somewhere?
I don't know if he's going to go somewhere, but this is like the core right now. Like they're going to pay Derek White too. What like that second April we talk about, like they're going to like pay into all that. Like it's going to be bench players making $2 million a year and stuff like that for them. It's going to be Derek White, Porzingis, and those guys until they can win a ring or until, like I said, maybe they get bounced in the second round and truly see like, yeah, they don't got it. Time to blow it up a bit.
Drew's 135. Was that his deal?
Yeah, it was a 4-year extension.
It's about
Yeah.
30 mil per around there, I
Yeah,
think.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
4 points last night.
Yeah, his offense. I don't know if he's gonna find that. He's been kind of not great offensively since before the playoffs.
Yeah, that Drew Holiday contract isn't even going to matter in 2 years.
Meet the deal.
Yeah, it's not going to matter at all.
Well,
He's
it is
at-
going to matter though,
I don't
because
think so.
Jalen's going to go. You're going to give Tatum money, and you're going to give Derek White money
That's fine, but he's only at 20% of the cap.
right now.
Yeah, he's going to wind up being at
he's
like
at-
15% of the cap.
Yeah, but Tatum's going to get the new money. Derek White's going to get the new money.
Yeah, but the cap's going up.
What I'm saying.
Well, Derek White's gonna get his deal right now though. This offseason, I
But
think.
what's
This
Derek
offseason?
White's
Okay,
deal?
Okay.
He'll be around 30 mil per year, I think.
Starting?
Like starting at 30.
starting at
yeah,
30?
I think so. He's better than Drew.
So, I mean, Drew was 134. Is that what we're talking about? That's 30, 32, 34.8, and 37. Player option that final year in 27, 28.
So I know the cap is going up, but you're gonna have a 130. You're gonna have like 2 135s. What's Jalen? 2 something?
Jalen?
Yeah.
What's Jalen
Jalen's
like? 3 something?
286, about 300.
So you're gonna have 2 135s and 2 300s.
Well, that's why you got to develop the bench. That's why you pay guys like Sam Hauser shooting like 40-something% from 3, $2 million a year. Like they got to develop that part.
Yeah,
That's a lot.
I believe the answer to your question is yes.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I'm not saying don't do it. Obviously, you do it with the guys that you have at their point in their career. Although Drew Holiday, it's already done. So, but that's the one. If I was trying to like finagle away, that's kind of where I would look. Maybe I just wouldn't have like been so.
I don't know, because like Drew's not horrible either.
not-
Like he's been
he's
running the
not
offense
horrible.
fine. He's playing defense great still and all that. It's just the matter of his shot hasn't fallen. Like he's taking less shots, but that's because he's playing with White, Tatum, Brown, and those. He's had to take a back seat this year.
If anyone gets moved, it's going to be Jalen, but we're years away from that, I think.
Tyler Jennings asked him about like Derek White if he's limited, like as far as what he can get with the Celtics. They have his bird right, so they can pay him as much as they want. I'm pretty sure. Whatever else the league can pay him, they can match that.
I mean, they'll win this. They'll win this series. They'll win the next series too. The next series is actually probably going to be easier than this series because if Indiana wins, they'll blow past Indiana, and if the Knicks win, I just don't know.
The Knicks have been my favorite team to watch, like in the playoffs so far. Like, of course, I'm watching the Celtics, but like the Knicks have been fun and all. But they have like 7 guys. I just don't see it in the Eastern Conference Finals. I think they're going to run out of gas. Like next year's, well, yeah, like the Knicks would be be a problem for Boston and all that, but I just don't see it the way it's going right now.
Yeah, they need a little more. They need a couple more tips, guys. There.
I asked this question to Kyle and James. I asked both of you guys this too. If you're Tibbs tonight against the Pacers, do you monitor minutes? Do you say, you know what, I can't wear these guys down? The assistant coaches make sure Brunson doesn't go above 33 minutes, or same with Hart and DiVincenzo, and it probably puts you in a worse position to win the game. But do you monitor that, or are we at the point of no return?
Yeah, like for what?
So you can have them like they.
You sacrifice game 3 in hopes of game 4
in some type of way.
You do it the other way around. I think you do everything you can to get game 3. No team's ever come back from that.
Yeah. So what I don't like about that is like, do you like? I don't know. I don't think you do that. No. It's too late.
I don't think you ever do it. Yeah,
to your point, it's the point of no return.
Well, because a reporter asked Dante DiVincenzo about that, I think this morning or yesterday. He's like, "No, we're going all out today and stuff like that." I think game 3 is the most important for both teams. I think because you get game 3 if you're the Knicks, series is over. You get game 3 if you're the Pacers, you got life again.
I hear you. I think either one, like Indiana, to have a chance, they got to win both. And the Knicks, if you can go in Indiana and get one, series is over. It doesn't really matter which one, because it's one of those things, right? Where if the Pacers get game 3, if they lose game 4, they're still kind of done.
I'm just playing the numbers, no teams ever come back from 3-0. Some
3-1 with 2 games on the road.
Yeah,
they have to get both.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm not going to fight that.
I will say too, it's not like the Pacers have really been blown out in these games.
Nah,
either.
that's
like,
the other thing I was thinking.
They're there. It's a couple of things they need to fix up.
I just don't know, like their death in the second half. Their offensive death in the second half was crazy. They had, what was it? Was it 75 points in the first half?
Yeah. They
died in the second. That's what the Knicks are supposed to do. They died in the second half. You're 100% right. But that second half for them, the way that they play, what they do was startling. That's like, if I'm a Pacers fan, that's concerning.
The other thing that's concerning for me as well, because Jesse's not wrong, but he's actually,
and apparently the league hates the Pacers, so that's super concerning.
Well, Jesse's actually right, but you've played well and you couldn't get either one of them. So now to win the series, you have to play at that level pretty much every game. And that's like, you can't have no bad games. And that you had bad games against a G League Bucks team. They're going to have a bad game.
You had a terrible. You had the Knicks play awful in the first half, and you put them in a position to play awful. You had Jalen miss an entire quarter. You had OG Anunoby leave late, and you still lost.
Game 2 was the one.
Are they fumbling?
You still lost.
Have they fumbled this series?
No, they're not good enough.
They're not good enough?
They're not good enough.
With the Knicks, their injuries, Mitchell Robinson's out, OG got hurt or whatever. Brunson, like you said, missed that quarter. Like, the Knicks kind of have it all up against them.
Yeah.
If you get what I'm saying.
No, I get what you're saying. I like the Pacers. I like the way that this team is constructed, but I also think that they have a ceiling. And I feel like they've reached it. When it comes to like moments like this, as great of a coach as I think Rick Carlisle is, I think all right, we'll talk more about this series, and I want to talk more about Rick Carlisle because I need something explained to me like I'm 5 years old. Steelo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Drew, that boy playing all 48 minutes. And shout out to him, man. He is in phenomenal shape.
When he's not
and
just,
his hair stays on point.
He's not running back and forth just playing 48 minutes either. It's like, no, let me get these 15 rebounds too. So he's playing physical and all that stuff.
He get after it.
That man's pregame routine is to get his braids tight.
That's how I would be.
Yeah, he ain't missed.
If I was in the NBA, you would never see me without, like, if I had hair without a lineup with like the beard. Like, I don't understand how these guys be like having like crazy beards, like need a shave. Like, I'd always be fresh.
So I'd be the other guy.
You be KD.
Yeah.
You be Melo. Melo. Melo had his Melo had a girl who went with him everywhere to do his hair.
Or I'd be AI, where his mom would just braid during the game.
Do what you got to do. Shit, Melo was the one who taught me about running a business. I was watching what he was doing in Beijing, like, okay, everyone calls these people hangers on and all this shit. Man, those were employees. They had jobs. And he had a corporation. Like, oh, that's fire.
Melo,
I'm tapping into the UFL this weekend, baby.
We were watching after the basketball game that turned into the end of the baseball game on FS1. And that game ended. And then like the USFL comes on and Jazz is sitting there. She's like, what is this? The CFL? I said, worse.
It's The Rock. It's not fair. It's actually Danny.
You think they're gonna make it?
No. They never make it.
Well, what's here?
Here's
I ask,
in
what's
10 years.
What's the goal? What are you trying to do?
The goal for me, if I were them, the goal would be see a 10th anniversary.
No. I'm sorry. What is the purpose of the UFL? Because what I feel like now is it is bordering on some sort of like development league where The Rock has openly said, yeah, like we're working in conjunction with the NFL, not against them. So it's obviously not a true development league. It's football, but like it's also not something that's operating like the Wild Wild West against the NFL. It's not the same thing. I think The Rock and his partners recognized you can't do that. Okay, Roger, what do you need? That's what I wonder if that's what it is. So if they have the
backing
support,
yeah, that makes it, and that's smart. That's very smart
because TV ratings and they don't matter.
Yeah, if you're working with the NFL, they'll probably make sure you never go out of business to a certain degree. So that was a smart play, a Kendrick-like play from The Rock and all them to be like, hey, no, we want to work with
Mustard on the beat, ho.
We want to work with you. We just want to be an alternative when you guys are gone, but we want to work with you. That's a way to you can't exactly ensure that you'll be around forever, but a way to help get to that. Like, if they working with us, we good.
We're talking a lot about Netflix, man. I keep seeing the NFL's Christmas Day games are headed to Netflix. I think it popped up because like Boomer said it on his radio show a couple of days
Boomer
ago.
Esiason?
Yeah. So I ignored it. But now it's gaining traction outside of Boomer Esiason. So it's like, all right, he had something there.
Maybe we WWE this thing, get the commentators cussing during the NFL games on Netflix.
If you can give me a different stream or something like that. You know, I'm all for multiple streams.
You do love them all.
I love the shoulder programming. Oh, speaking of, we were talking about like and hold on, Mitch, we'll get to you. But we were talking about like the UFL and like what are they trying to do? Not like a minor league, all this other stuff. The true minor league is college football. I don't want to like just keep overhyping this. But Jesse, you saw the cover art, bro.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I'm gonna go home. I'm gonna go home today. Hey, babe, we should really get a PS5. Like, you can watch movies and stuff on it.
Oh man, boy, I don't know. There was even nothing even special about. Like, it wasn't nothing that special.
It's
but
one of
that
the greatest
cover
games
art,
of all
I said,
time.
oh my gosh, this is about to be crazy. What I'm talking about is NCAA Football 25 unveiled the cover art for the game today, and it's like I said, it's just something about it. It's like, oh, it's about to pop off. Like basically, they have.
What's it called? NCAA 25?
Yeah, NCAA Football 25, and they got like just a bunch of football players walking out of a tunnel, like from different schools. So Travis Hunter, his back is to everybody's back is to everything.
That's fire.
But it's like, oh,
That's
and
fire.
then like in the background, you see like the flags
That's
and the
fire.
pageantry, and it's like, oh my God.
See, Dave, you got to get your PS5. We'll do GM mode with Matt George on WWE 2K, and we'll do Dynasty with college football.
It's like it's one of those things like, oh yeah, you guys been waiting. It's about to go down. I'm like, oh man,
That's kind of fire.
It's gonna be fire.
I don't
EA
like how
Sports, don't mess this up though, because Madden's been real trash lately.
prominent all this Michigan stuff.
Well, you know, I mean, front and center. You know that it is what it is, front and center. But and don't do that, Jesse.
No, Madden's been horrible the last 10 years.
No, man was fire. Man was fire. Man was fire this year. It was fire. I enjoyed it. This game about to be crazy. Oh man, this game single-handedly might bring. Well, I can't say bring college football back, but like I don't care about the conferences no more.
I'm gonna win the Big Ten with USC this year.
I was trying to think about.
I could just walk into Best Buy right now and get one.
Hey man, put it in the basket, put it in the cart, pick
can't.
on the pickup.
Your boys.
I can't believe Dame's getting a PS5 this year.
As you know, Damien, right now, charge everything. This is the time to charge everything. What is it, like 60 days before like all this stuff, you know, that this is the time. Like you got perfect credit.
Mark Jones said, if you're not in debt, you're not living. Mark Jones said it.
Well, Mark, I'm living, bro. I'm living like I've never lived before, my man. I am living.
Yeah, man. But no, that game gonna be fire, bro. That game, I'm locked.
It's a fire looking device, though.
I'm telling you, bro.
It's a fire looking device.
And then that's why I was gonna say,
pick it up in Roseville on my way home.
See what I'm saying? Just to get used to the control and everything, you can go get MLB The Show. That looks fire too.
You don't even buy games anymore, right? You just download them.
You do buy. Well, you buy them. You buy them through.
Well, that's what I meant.
Oh,
That's what I
you.
meant. You don't buy. You don't go buy like a CD looking like game.
I don't even think
you can. You can. One of the reasons I did that is because something happened with my account on the PS5, and I downloaded Madden, and something happened. Like I got locked out of my account, couldn't get back in for nothing. Like nothing. I had to start a new account. The game was saved on the account that I just downloaded, so I couldn't get to it. So I had to go buy the game again to play it.
How much are games?
Like $70.
That's another thing. They used to be 60. I noticed that $10 increase right there. Well, they used to be 20 at one point way back when.
NBA young boy over here used to be 40. Now he's spending 70. I don't know. And like I said, Jesse, I don't know which way I want to go right now. I think I'm definitely gonna go Michigan, but I might have to start a separate dynasty with Colorado. You know, that's my second team.
So you got to pick the team with the best unis, though.
Colorado gonna go crazy, boy, and I get to use the Coach Prime attributes in recruiting. Oh man, it's gonna be crazy, bro.
Y'all want me to get a PS5 or you want to go to WrestleMania 41?
Well, did you hear the new rumor about 41? I'm not happy about this.
What's the rumor?
The People's Champ versus the Champ. Cody versus Rock. The People's Champ, literally the People's Champ belt versus
we still there.
Cody.
Don't get it twisted. We still there, but that's not what I was expecting.
That ain't the no. No,
that's what they saying. The Rock wants.
Not yeah. It's
that's what they said. The Rock wants.
All right, Dwayne, sit down. Go sell some Under Armour and energy drinks and let us book WrestleMania. We need to see you versus Cody. Bro, you ain't you and your stupid fake ass title that you made Muhammad Ali's widow give you. No, absolutely not. Walking around with it like it's a championship.
It fits though, because of the night after WrestleMania, that whole awkward interaction. It fits.
Well, that was based off of something. Did you see that?
The
title thing was based off of an old.
Oh yeah. When Cody did that to him. Yeah. But I mean, I think that's gonna happen.
So what does Roman do then?
Yeah, like no. So what are we gonna do? Rock versus Roman when The Rock is 60? Absolutely not. Rock and Roman at 41. Y'all set it up in Las Vegas last year. Do whatever angles you got to do. You do. I don't know where SummerSlam is at. Do Cody and Rock
Cleveland,
at SummerSlam if you want.
I saw that the other day.
Well, I don't know that you're going to do that match there in Cleveland.
I think
it's got to be in the stadium.
Yeah,
it's got to be in the.
I think it's in one of the stadiums.
The Browns Stadium.
Browns or that can't be the Indians. They'll be playing.
No,
or the Guardians.
Sir.
Sorry.
Wow. Wow.
Dude, who was on? Oh, it was Donnell Rollins who called them the Redskins.
Yeah, I think he called him that in one sentence, and then called him like the football team in another sentence. Then said Washington, and man,
yeah. So it'll definitely be at the Brown Stadium. But yeah, I saw that. I literally saw that like 2 days ago, and I didn't know before that. I was like, oh, Cleveland.
No, we're not doing that, Dwayne. Absolutely not. WWE.
The Royal Rumble,
because now you got Saudi Arabia begging for WrestleMania or the Royal Rumble, and it's like, all right, Rock, why don't you go do that one?
Do you think?
What year is it? It's 2024.
Yeah, right now it's 4. Do you think there's a possibility of Roman winning the Royal Rumble? It feels almost disrespectful that he would even have to enter the Royal Rumble.
No, he's not that. That's the way you do it. I guess you get him involved.
He's the tribal chief.
He was.
He's still the tribal chief.
Nah.
He's still the champion.
That's Solos now. That's Solos now.
Oh, and look,
just wait till we get Jacob for 2 in there.
That's what they're gonna sell us on WrestleMania: Solo versus Roman.
Well, yeah, it'll be Survivor Series. It'll be Bloodline versus Bloodline.
Come on, now we will get Bianca versus Jade at WrestleMania. That might main event night 1.
Yeah, I think it will. It will. So there's a couple of possibilities here. There's Clash at the Castle, which is in Scotland. That
give Drew.
Yeah, I know it feels like that's got Drew. Then you got Bash in Berlin, which is in Germany.
Gunther wins the IC back.
That feels like I don't know that that's going to be the match, bro.
Gunther versus
maybe loses to
Seth?
Cody.
Gunther versus one of the other champions. If it's not
Seth
Cody,
don't have it no more. Who has it now?
Damian Priest.
Priest.
Yeah.
And Damian Priest is turning into a face too.
Yeah, that could be Gunther's. Yeah. That could be Gunther's night. You could do Cody versus Rock there.
Of course you could for everybody involved. You know they won't though.
You can't put The Rock on a PLE.
These are all PLE.
Well, I mean, he's got to be on one of the big 4. You can't throw him at Bash at Berlin.
The Rock cannot have WrestleMania versus Cody. Absolutely not.
Well, that's fine. Let's just do that at SummerSlam.
He's in charge.
Money in the Bank, at least.
He's not in charge.
He's in charge. This is what he wants.
He's in charge like Jack Tunney was in charge.
Just you know who
like
Jack Tunney is?
Sergeant Slaughter was in charge.
Know who Jack Tunney is. I'm sorry.
Jack Tunney was paraded around as like the Adam Silver of WWE. We all believed it. We were like, nope, he's the commissioner, so he says go.
He used to sit at this like presidential desk and read. Therefore, I am vacating the WWF Championship and the winner of a single night elimination tournament at WrestleMania 4 will be crowned the champion.
What was the story with Jack Tunney? Like, who was he? Was he a former wrestler?
He was a promoter in Toronto. And Vincent Jay McMahon was really close with his dad. And when he bought the Toronto territory, he brought in Jack. It's like a lot of those guys who were there for a while. He brought in Jack Tunney. They made him a figurehead commissioner.
So the dad brought in Jack Tunney.
No,
Vince
but no. So the Vince McMahon that we know, he allowed Jack Tunney.
He brought Toronto, and
but it was one of those things where with like when he bought those territories, he like took care of guys. Like he bought the shares of Capital Wrestling, which was that's what Titan Sports was before it was Titan Sports. It was Capital Wrestling that his dad had. He bought those shares obviously from his dad, but he bought them from Arnold Skolin and Gorilla Monsoon. That's why Arnold Skolin we didn't know as much, but that's why Gorilla Monsoon was there till the day he died.
You always had a job.
Yeah.
If he took over your territory, you always had a job.
The Briscoes. When the Briscoes sold their shares of Georgia Championship Wrestling, the Briscoes were employed up until like 5 years ago. Jack Tunney was the same way. I think Jack Tunney ultimately left on his own. He was never like fired. He just left on his own. So when he stole your territory from you, he gave you a job and made sure you got a paycheck in wrestling.
I guess that was nice of
for years. Well, a lot of it though was his dad. A lot of it was like if you know, you've got to take care of these guys. That was the thing with Gorilla and Arnold Skolin.
Because he probably was never supposed to do that in the first place, right?
He was absolutely not supposed to do that. That's not the way the game was. He didn't do it till after. I mean, Vince tells the story, and I believe it's true. Like his dad would have never sold him the territory if he knew. But that's not the way things were done. And he knew, like, if I'm going to do this, I have to make right by my dad. And that's why he kept those guys around for so long.
I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to be in attendance for WrestleMania 41. And if it's Cody versus Rock, I'm going to turn my back the entire time of that match.
Liar. You are
I'm
a
turn
liar.
my back the entire time. I don't want to
such a
see
lie.
that.
This man's going to pay $1,000 for a ticket and look at the dude standing in front of him or behind him. Goodness gracious.
I got like five people that already was like, yo, we there, right?
I found two.
We going to be deep.
I found 2 WrestleMania tickets while packing. WrestleMania 2000, which was just ass.
That was the one where there's no singles matches, right?
Not one. I think Kane. I think Pete Rose. Did Pete Rose come out in that one?
He was in. He was in
no.
a couple of them,
I
right?
think Rikishi gave Pete Rose the stink face in that one. That ticket was 7th row. You got to take the chair home. $400.
Wow.
I went to WrestleMania 21 in Los Angeles.
Oh man.
It was the first. It was the first row of the lower level. $200. And all I could think about is, what are we going to pay to go to WrestleMania?
It'll be $200 to park.
Yeah. You could add the price of those 2 tickets together.
Bro, think about this weekend getting crazy. I need to start saving up now because we're going to have somewhere to stay.
Well, I'm picky. We're gonna stay at my spot. Like I'll take.
Fellas, we're covered. I'll throw it on the wedding registry. We'll get it paid.
Hey! Look, matter of fact, I think I still have gift cards we haven't used for the wedding. We're good. I need to use this real quick. I need to use this Visa gift card real quick.
I'm gonna throw a housewarming party where the only thing on the registry is WrestleMania tickets. So. What does this have to do with your new house? Just I can't afford anything else. We got to go to WrestleMania. We told everyone we were going to WrestleMania.
Heaven forbid we get it paid for. I mean, it is right there. It is right there for it to be had. But I mean,
well, hey, with all due respect, we are kind of on a hot streak.
We are.
We're like 2 for 2 this week.
I do think we should talk about that.
We can do content there too. It's not like we're just hanging out.
Now we should, at the very least, we should have where we want to stay paid for.
Matt Graham, are you listening? Matt, if you're listening, call me. I got an idea.
At the very least.
D'Lo and Casey live from WrestleMania. Brought to you by Jiffy Lube.
Come on, man.
West Coast Audio, you want in on this?
Come on, man.
Matthews Mattress, y'all want in on this? Sky River, you could be brought to you by all of you.
Sky River in Vegas.
No, there's no Sky River here, but it's cool. No, it's cool. Coming soon.
Hey, Matt. Hey. You're right. They've been getting active. I
Nah, we on a hot
salute
streak.
my people. They've been
We
getting
two-
active.
we 2 for 2 this
I'm
week.
just saying, we did this. We tried this before. Didn't work. Got a whole year to make this work.
We got to bring it up now.
No, that's a shoot. We got to do it now. We're going to, yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call.
Could happen.
All right.
Could happen.
It's a $100,000 buy.
Instead of Wale Mania, we do D'Lo and KC Mania.
And we got to bring Jonathan because we need a tech.
Yeah,
Oh,
facts.
yeah.
So we got to bring Jonathan
Facts.
with us. Oh yeah, we got the cut. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
we're working on this.
Yeah, we got that.
We're working
I'm
on
about
this.
to say, do they have a radio row for WrestleMania?
They do.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, they
Gotta
do.
work. Hey guys, you guys want to go to the Super Bowl or WrestleMania?
WrestleMania. Well, the Super Bowl is coming to San Francisco. We'll just drive there.
It
Don't
is.
worry about it.
Where
That's
is
easy
it now?
work.
Oh,
It's gonna be a big
next
year.
year. No, wait, no.
Where is it next year?
Next year's in New Orleans.
I ain't doing that. I ain't going. I can't. I'm not doing the
Oh,
Super Bowl in
man.
January or in February
Oh, man.
and WrestleMania.
No, I can't. I
April.
can't
I'm
do
not
either
doing that.
one. But
Not doing that.
damn,
Not
Super
doing
Bowl
that.
is in New Orleans. That's
Ain't
gonna
doing
be
that.
crazy. Oh, that's the one. That's the one that would make me think. I was like, oh, they went to Vegas. Where else could they go? I don't need to go to Miami. I don't need to go to Houston. Where else could it be? Oh, it's in New Orleans. Oh, well, wait a minute. I think oh no, that's right. They had to move it. I was about to say the national championship game was in Vegas, but I think they had to move it. I don't know where they're gonna be at now.
I had to see who said this because the push notification, the timing of this push notification was just fantastic. The headline read, "I believe in bloodlines." It was John Lynch talking about Tariq Owens. I had to see who said it, and it was John Lynch. Like John Lynch, big Roman Reigns guy.
John Lynch do the one up after that.
Oh man, is our guy still there?
Mitch will be on hold the rest of the show if
Mitch.
you wanted. Mitch is always ready for his shot.
Mitch, what's going on, my brother? Mitch, it's like 90 degrees here today.
I'm sorry?
It's like 90 degrees here today.
Pretty lucky here. It's raining. My grandson wants to go out.
It's raining over there. See, that's that East Coast. That's that East Coast though. It's probably like 83 and it's raining, huh?
Yeah, well, I think it's Seattle. I think Jersey's become like Seattle. Must have just changed the name of the state. New Seattle or something like that.
Oh, okay. Shout out Seattle.
WrestleMania, that kind of reminds me of that movie, White Man Can't Jump, when they lowered the rim for Woody Harrison. That's how real that is. It's entertaining? Not at all.
Okay, Mitch. Well, no one asked you.
Like, that's just Hey, before I get to my basketball points, Caleb Williams already named the starter for the Bears.
I saw that.
Well,
I saw that.
Shout out to the Bears for not being idiots. I appreciate that.
They made the right move, right choice.
Mm.
And I know you talk music. The only Drake I like really is Drake London. But anyway, Boston, even without Porzingis is like another Sean Bradley. He's a little better than him. They're getting lucky because the Knicks are without Mitchell and without Julius Randle, which either of those two guys I love to see him be a king.
So you think
SGA, he had a great game last night. I still think they're going to win that series.
Who had a great game?
Should have had the MVP.
Oh.
And Embiid stole the MVP from Jokic last year, in my opinion.
Well, I don't know.
Okay.
Come on, Mitch. I don't know about that.
Mitch is like bumper cars sometimes. He's just, well, what Joel do? Joel didn't bother nobody. Joel stole an MVP last year. Oh man, the white men can't jump tie into wrestling was pretty. That was pretty extraordinary. Did anybody get past that level on the D'Lo and KC video game we created? Anybody get past that level?
I might have failed. I might have. Usually, I'll be almost, I'll be locked in.
You're low key the Mitch whisperer.
But
Yeah,
I might have failed this one. I failed. Hey, you never watched the new White Men Can't Jump, huh?
No.
Remember, I told you it was a solid movie.
I know.
It was solid.
What was it on? You know what I haven't watched?
think
You
it
know
was
what's
on
funny?
Max.
You know what's funny is I've been lingering on ESPN in the morning after Sports Center when Get Up comes on at 5 because Shanae's there, Andrea's there. It's like, yeah. Zach Lowe was there today. Zach's taking a turn. Zach's taking a turn for the worse.
Well, yeah, that's not. Yeah, he's not popping like that. Is the bald headed lady? Is she on, or is she just First Take?
I think she's more First Take. She wasn't on Get Up.
Yeah, that's my girl. I forgot her name though.
I did too. You know what else I forgot? My point.
You said we watched the stuff earlier.
No, I did.
But it seems like you've been waiting to watch something.
Oh, no. No, I know what it was. I seriously, no, you had brought up White Man Can't Jump, the new one. Every day this week, and you alerted me to this because I might have died if you hadn't told me about this. And this is where I found out through it for. Every morning as a rejoiner, Greeny's got to do a read.
Okay.
His read, the last today's Friday, 3 days, has been for the new documentary on Hulu, Black Twitter.
No, I didn't see what
that's a shoot. Greeny has to do a read for the Black Twitter documentary.
Didn't that come out like yesterday?
It came out. No, it came out earlier this week.
Okay.
Maybe it was the 9th because it could have been so it might have been a tomorrow. Yeah, that actually would check out. Tomorrow, today, available now. So those are that's probably the 3 days of trend. But Greeny has had to read one every day. Get Up, brought to you by the new Hulu documentary, Black Twitter. This is shoot.
I gotta see if I can find this, man. I gotta see if I'm looking for the shows, man. Where Get Up at, man?
I don't know that you're gonna. Someone would have had to have screen grabbed it, because someone would have had to have screen grabbed it. I think, but it's.
Oh man!
Everything you're thinking right now, it's that. It's that.
Oh, Greeny! I don't have a problem with Greeny, man. Greeny that's an interesting cat.
Black Twitter, People's History, available now.
Like, bro, what you say?
And because it's like Shanae, like if it was, and I think Jay Williams is there. If it was Perk, I think Perk would have said, "What? What do you, Greeny? What you doing?" If it was Swagoo, they would have been all over it. But it's the more professional crew. So
yeah. Oh man.
But if you can find I understand. And it's, you know what, truth be told, it's my bad. I should have recorded it. I should have screen grabbed it right there and sent it to the group chat.
Oh man, that guy, yeah. Shout out Greeny. You got to do what you got to do. I understand. I've been there. You got to read what you got to read. Oh man.
Dr. David asked if we could get an RV for WrestleMania, and there's a picture of very young Kenny Caraway, a very, very young Reese Caraway. I actually don't know who this other guy is. And Dave, this picture just keeps surfacing on the internet. It's in my DMs. It's in my DMs. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. Now on Twitter, Zay's got a new video.
We're so back.
Oh man!
So back.
I gotta hear.
Yeah,
this.
we gotta hear the audio. Oh, can he not? How come I can't get any audio here? Hold on, we got. Oh, Paul Heyman. Paul. Zay just said the hell will work. I'm making videos from now on.
Zay is hilarious. The daily Zay video is turning into gold.
Zay, you need to email me all these videos. Yeah, I got to throw these on Instagram. This is terrific. I love it. Zay's killing it.
Zay video, man. Come on, this is some classic stuff.
Zay, send me all these videos you've made, man. It's content time, baby. It's content time. It's 13th round time as well. We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. we need to talk about this NBA TV deal because I think we're nearing a conclusion. And I also think one thing is becoming glaringly obvious. We'll explain. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky
I found
River.
Get Up.
Well, just on GP alone. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320. Did you found it?
Yeah, I found the show. I found the show, so now I'm about to scour.
You got to find the read. Let's see. Black Twitter, a people's history.
Oh, let's see if I can find it that way. Oh!
In theaters. My wake-up call this morning, Rangers, Hurricane. You buy?
Oh, it's not him. It's just a commercial. No, I can find a way. I can find a way. Hold on. Hold on. Don't mind me, guys. No, that's not it. Don't mind me. Hold on. I'm looking for something, though. You guys, bear with me. Yeah, it's going to be tough to find. But it's definitely on here. Because he's got to read if he's reading Allstate, he's definitely there. If they got the Allstate joint on here, they definitely got that other one. That's crazy. Come on, don't do that. Like, Pat, don't say Jack. That Zabo one today, that one's hilarious.
Every month to 2 seconds left. Mitchell.
That shot was crazy when he hit that three at the end of the third.
David, job's not finished. Still got more work to do.
Nah, it's definitely here. I need more than 3 minutes to find it. I've been looking for this the entire time you were gone.
Good morning.
Oh, we're back. Well, we'll have to wait.
You'll find it.
Yeah, it's here because he read a Allstate read, so it's definitely on his things.
Good morning. It's time to get up with Black Twitter. I love Greeny. He's such a pro. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour.
Shout out James, man. Shout out. So look,
I'll be like James reading a Black Twitter.
Hey, we should have Charlie like give him that paper. Be like,
Charlie.
You got to read this.
You know Charlie's listening.
Charlie, give him the paper. Give him the paper. Charlie, like, yeah, man, you got to read this.
Charlie, search Black Twitter, get a read, and give it to James and say, hey, I need you to read this one time on Monday. It's really important. You got to do it with a straight face and do that. I know Charlie's watching this. I know he's going to do this for us. And then Chatty House, brought to you by Matthews Mattress. I need everyone to simultaneously screen grab it and share it across social media.
See what happens when the Kings don't have games? Like, we just mess around.
Yo, we just having fun. It's Friday. It's like 90 degrees outside. Look, Lauren got tank tops on. Everybody's kicking it. It's Friday.
Mother's Day weekend.
Mother's Day weekend. Yes,
Mother's
indeed.
Day weekend.
Shout out to my mom. My mom bailed me out this morning. I appreciate her.
Shout out to Mama Barley.
Mama Barling, indeed.
But
shout out to my mom, really, for forgetting it was Mother's Day, for having no clue, because we're talking about our game plan for today and tomorrow, and she's got Sprouts, so I can get some things done, and which it always kills me. Like, I got home and the house was empty, and I was just like, oh God, I hate this, but it's what I needed because I hate it even more when I know Sprouts home by herself.
Yeah.
But I told my mom, I was like, all right, here's kind of the game plan for the next 2 days, and then Sunday, if you want to come over and I'll cook for you. And my mom's like, oh, okay. Like, confused. And I was like, well, it's Mother's Day. Oh, okay. Yeah, cool. So shout out to my mom.
And Mother's Day is turned into Mother's Day weekend now. You know what I mean? Like, because I was talking to the wife about, doing something. She's like, yeah, I mean, like, how you going to ask me to do that on Mother's Day weekend? It's Mother's Day weekend.
Well, just remember that.
Ain't no father. No, the laugh that would be in my face if I was like, I can't do that this Friday. It's Father's Day weekend.
Better clean out those gutters still.
Oh man,
they people barely recognize Father's Day,
well,
let alone the whole damn weekend.
That's true. It's in June, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, not that it matters for me, but still,
it's on 6/16.
I thought that was only in Canada.
Yeah, I think this year in America it's 6/16. It floats, obviously. Like
that's not on platforms, which is kind of whack. 6/16 is not on Apple.
That's okay. That was just kind of like a setup.
You've got plenty of other ones to choose from.
I don't even remember 6/16, to be honest. Like, I remember when it came out. I remember listening to it. I remember liking it. But between Euphoria and Not Like Us, I can't remember 6/16.
That was basically a warning shot, I think.
Yeah. I would say the same thing. I would say the same thing.
Bryce says it is 6/16.
Yeah, they just. All right, it's Mother's Day weekend. Okay. All right. I don't argue either.
Yeah, I was going to say, you better go along with it, pal.
Right, Mother's Day weekend. I didn't know it was like All-Star weekend now. It's a whole weekend.
Poor dads. Donovan says, yeah, Father's Day weekend will never exist. That's hilarious.
Man, they barely get recognized out here, but it's okay. It's okay. It's all good. It's all good. Mother's
you got
Day.
planned. What are you doing something for Cheryl and
Jazz's mom and
Jazz,
her
of
sister,
course, yeah.
they're coming down. We're gonna have like a little brunch set up or something like that.
Coming down from
Fresno.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, they're gonna come down or come up.
I was gonna say
yeah.
All right.
Come up from Fresno. And a little brunch thing for the moms.
Is this for real? Father's Day hour?
If we're lucky.
Oh man, that's tough. I'm sorry.
If we're like, the other great thing about it, especially with the kids, like, you gotta love it, is the Father's Day is not even your day. They'll be like, hey, it's Father's Day. I wanted to take you to go watch the Lego movie. Wait, what?
Hey, yeah.
What,
how are we paying for that? I need your card too, Dad.
What? I didn't know if I wanted
to movie. I want to go see the Freaknik documentary in theaters. What do you mean? I want to go with you.
I feel like Father's Day probably gets better as your kids get older. Because like last year for my dad, like me and my brother barbecued for him and stuff like that.
Yeah, I got a long ways to go because the older you get, the more they just forget about you.
Yeah, I can't be getting my dad a mug no
They
more.
became like adults. Then, like you said, they could do something like that. They could cook for you, barbecue. But nah, it's good. It's good. Then bless their hearts. They always ask me, "What do you want for Father's Day?" I don't want I'm fine. Like it's fine.
Well,
like,
it's
what are you
coming out of my account, so I don't want anything.
Last year they took me to like lunch or something like that. It was we went to Sauce in Doco, and Jazz was just laughing because they had like this family, and they were like at wits end with each other or whatever. And then the mom or the kid was like, "Oh no, we got to go over here, Dad." Goes, I don't even want to be here. It's supposed to be Father's Day. I don't even want to be here. What are we doing?
I want to be left alone for Father's Day. I don't want nothing to do with
What's
it.
more disrespected, Father's Day or DeMontis Sabonis?
That's close.
Oh man, it's
close.
It's
Father's Day didn't get any defensive player of the year.
I was gonna say, is Father's Day getting a 4th place MVP vote?
I don't think so.
No, Father's Day is very disrespected. But
it's
okay.
almost like hey, we had to do it.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I think it's like the way the government feels about Juneteenth. Well, we kind of had to, so it's fine.
I think Grandparents' Day gets more run than Father's Day.
I did not know that was a thing.
Yeah, I found out about 10 years ago.
I'm not gonna lie.
Did you know that was the thing?
It's not, bro. It's not. Like it's the
Grandparents'
relax on the
Day?
days.
They be showing him more love than Father's Day, though. They do.
Well, someone pointed out Father's Day is Juneteenth weekend.
It is.
You might be able to turn up a little bit.
It is. No.
Well, actually, I just thought of it. We got to work.
Yeah, we got to work that day.
We got to work.
Well, on Saturday, not on Father's Day. Yeah, be good times.
All right. Oh yeah, no, Juneteenth gonna turn
But,
up. We're gonna have a good time this week.
Like I said, they blessed their heart. They asked me, "What you want for Father's Day?" I don't ask for anything. Because if I do ask for something, 9 times out of 10, it's gonna go to somewhere that they won't get it for me anyway. So it's all right. Yeah, like if I really ask, like there's some shoes coming out around Father's Day. If I was like, no, this is what I want for Father's Day, they'd be like, yeah, try something else. What else do you want?
Okay, give us a list. 1 through 5, and we'll make sure you get 5.
We already bought you 3 tickets to the movies, and we got 2 of them.
I'll be like, you, what do you want for Father's Day? Oh man, I like them Deons that are coming out. Yeah, I'm not getting you any shoes. What do you want for Father's Day? I just said what I want for Father's Day.
Hey, WrestleMania tickets. That's what I want for Father's Day.
They always take care of me though, so it's good. It's just it's funny. It's all fun and funny.
Dr. David says, I just want Chipotle. That's all I want.
Not gonna lie, we gotta save Kenny from himself with Chipotle.
Nah, it's getting dangerous. Chipotle is getting dangerous.
Oh, something happened again?
Remember last time we had it here at work?
Oh yeah.
I was like, little remnants of.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Crazy,
it's killing
bro.
you. That's right. Yeah. So, Chipotle trying to take you
I
out.
don't want to stop though.
Every time Kenny walks in there, get the rice out. Get the rice out.
And then somebody brought up a good point. Like, are you sure it's the rice? Maybe it's corn. Maybe it's some of the salsa. I was like, I don't know. I don't know. I'm blaming the rice, and it might not even be the rice.
The cilantro, just
maybe that's why you've never been a taco and burrito guy, just because you've had an allergic reaction every time.
I don't think it's
it's not even allergic. It's literally gonna die, or unless everything gets swollen. Maybe that's what happens, but I doubt it.
What happens to your throat when you're?
I don't know. I said everything. I don't know that everything. When whatever, I don't know.
Now Miss Mac 10 know what it is. We'll just leave that in the Chatty House presented by Matthews Mattress.
Yo, that's crazy. No, man. That's crazy.
Scooter taking it up a notch over there.
Chill. Yo.
Well, now you're getting tips from.
Whoa! I don't even.
Chatty House, touch the fence and back. We'll take a lap. We'll take a lap.
The whole
all
the
of
whole
you.
Chatty House got to go.
He's canceled today. We're all running laps.
Oh, give me no tips.
Well, I had a plan.
We can still go there.
I can't find it.
Oh,
I took notes on it. Oh,
remember?
here it is. The NBA TV deal.
It looks like it's a done deal for
Warner.
Warner.
Well, here's what's become kind of obvious. At least it feels like it's obvious to me. The NBA is ready to get out of the TNT business. Not because of inside the NBA, not because of TNT. They want they want broadcast television back. They want NBC. They want what NBC has to offer. And I was reading it was someone's interpretation. This isn't from inside negotiations. This was someone's interpretation that we kept reading and hearing, and it's accurate. It's a part of the contract that TNT has the right to match.
Mm-hmm.
And now there's speculation that matching might not actually be matching.
Mm-mm.
And that's what's given me the vibes that Adam Silver in the NBA may want out of the Warner Brothers Discovery business is, okay, if NBC is offering 2.5 million, you're matching dollar for dollar billion, sorry, 2.5 billion, thank you. You're matching dollar for dollar. That's not matching though, because your game on TNT, it's not matching what NBC is offering us.
And when you talk about that,
and so the language in the original contract is going to be up for either debate or scrutiny, depending on how it's written.
And help me out here. I'm just want to make sure I get it right. Maybe you guys can help me. So is the 0.5 to 0.8. This is a lot of numbers and a lot of money. Is that 3 million or 300 million?
Okay, so I think you skipped ahead a little bit. So there's a belief. So there's a belief that 2.5 won't you can't match. It would have to be above. So that's 2.8, which we're talking billions, which means the jump is $300 million.
That's what I thought it was 300.
Yeah, it's $300 million.
Yeah, they want to move on.
They want to move on from. They want that broadcast television deal. They want to be closer to what the NFL is with games on CBS, Fox, and de facto ABC. Even though I think I read that ABC and ESPN and Disney is scaling back a little bit on the simulcast. I still have the volume turned up from the Luka press conference.
Oh boy. And they're losing a day too, or allegedly. ESPN, right? I think they're losing Friday.
Right. So the package that ESPN is purchasing is actually it's less than what they have now.
Right.
But they're not getting out of this business with the NBA.
And that's what else somebody else I was reading, they were talking about Warner Brothers. They would be paying double, maybe even a little bit more than double for less of the product.
Double what they're paying now.
Yeah. For less of the product. And that's honestly, if I was them, I think you probably still need to see if you can do it.
Well, and it doesn't help that their CEO
he tried to walk that back a little
bit. Oh yeah, too late, pal. Too late, pal. It's on wax.
What did he say? He said we're good whether we have the NBA or not, or something like that.
Now he said this a few years ago. I think it was 2022. He said this, but he said it on wax, like he said it in an interview. And I'm sure in the moment, Adam was like, "All right." I'm sure the NBA's business people were like, "All right, file that." And at the same time, I'm sure NBC was like, "Oh, word." One of the most I don't even remember off the top of my head what it's for, but I think it's Kevin Hart. The one of the 50 commercials that Kevin Hart does has the theme, the round ball rock theme.
Yeah.
That you think that I'm sorry, am I supposed to believe that's an accident? That's a coincidence.
It feels like that. No, I would say this though. I feel like that's just been up for sale for everybody to have it. But whatchamacallit has it and plays it, and it sounds ridiculous.
Who's whatchamacallit?
FS1 for college basketball.
Oh, that's absurd.
So I think
so John Tesh is selling it to everybody.
Yeah, that's what it sounds.
All right, man. Hey, salute John Tesh. Make that money, bro.
But that needs to go. That needs to be exclusive.
In fact,
once
it does.
Once it goes back to NBC, and I love TNT. I love what they do with the NBA and they're like they don't do anything wrong in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But as a consumer, somebody that loves this stuff, like the whole media stuff, I'm excited for it to go back to NBC. I think that's going to be dope. I think that is going to be dope. You may lose, you're going to lose inside the NBA. You know, they may bring 3/4 of them over, but Ernie's already said he's staying, you know, regardless of what happens. So that sucks, but I think it's going to be dope. One of the things that I'm reading.
Put Noah Eagle on that. I think Noah's with NBC. Put Noah on that.
The one of the things I'm reading and just kind of thinking about as well is like the NBC is going to make an NBA game feel like a bigger deal almost. You know what I'm saying? Like it's going to be, I think one of the things they talked about, I don't know if it's speculation or what, but like one of the things maybe that NBC is proposing is they've got Sunday Night Football, Sunday night, what is it, Football in America or something like that?
Football Night in America.
Football Night in America, Basketball Night in America, whatever day they have. And it's going to feel like, oh, this Kings Warriors game is the game of the week. Like you got to be in here and we're going to be, you're going to see the commercials and the build up for it all week long. And you're going to want to tune into this. It's going to feel like a big
Now, to
deal.
be fair, inside the NBA is that, but it's on TNT. It's not the same.
Yeah.
Like its availability is not the same.
And the doubleheader takes a little bit away from it too, though.
One more time.
The doubleheader aspect of it takes away of it a little bit too.
Sure.
As far as like, because it's quote unquote basketball night in America with 2 games. That's cool, but there's a reason why NBC don't have 2 games on Sunday.
Yeah. So when
it's
the Kings,
like, this is the game.
The Kings are running the league. It's going to be a 5 o'clock start at the Golden One Center.
That's right.
Or like as a shoot, like it be a 5:30.
Yeah,
5:30 start. 5:20.
Latest 6 at the latest.
Yeah, and that's
might do 6,
probably the the latest. Yeah. Early indications are also the in-season tournament. We speculated about this for months. The in-season tournament and the play-in tournament are in fact headed to Amazon Prime. So we talked about ESPN paying significantly more than they had for the previous television deal for less. This is part of it. Those tournaments, at least as it appears with, variety of reports coming out from the New York Times and the Wall Street Journal, that the in-season tournament and the play-in tournament are both headed to Amazon Prime.
And to add to what you just talked about with paying more for less, Warner, and they'd also lose one. They lose the conference finals every other year, right? Like they'd have neither one of them every other year because one of them is going to Amazon, right? Or is that the NBC? I can't remember.
I think it was NBC.
What's the terminology? Biannual?
Yeah.
Do you guys think big like conference finals, Super Bowl and all that, do you think that should just be like not limited but like only broadcasted on like where everyone could watch it? Like like instead of just streaming or whatever. Like those are big enough.
In an ideal world, I understand that. But I don't think like they're not the same as the conference finals aren't the same as the NFC Championship game, right? Like, because to think of that being streamed, maybe so. But to think of those games being streamed is like kind of wild. Even though I would not be surprised if 10 years from now the conference championship games are on Peacock and Netflix. Or something
Everything
like
is going to be on a streaming service in 10 years.
Yeah, but that would be like, whoa, that's crazy. Maybe part of it is the conference finals, at least one of them every year has always been on TNT. So maybe we're already kind of conditioned to like, it's not that big of a deal if it's on streaming or what, because it's been on cable for I don't know how long.
Yeah, I see that.
I'm trying to think of the last. It's actually, when was the conference finals not on cable? I think they put the Fisher shot was on ABC. I do remember that.
And Doc, right?
Yeah. Oh my gosh!
Was that Marv?
No, Marv. Well, Doc got excited and the voice changed a little bit.
Okay. Oh, Tyrese Rivers. All right.
Anthony said, "Oh!" That's what he said. That's what Doc said when he hit it.
I love a call, Doc.
Or he might have said, "Oh my God, he hit it."
Well, wow.
That's what Doc said.
Well, I think that's what Luka said during his press conference last night.
Say, check it. He's,
hold on.
"Oh my God, he hit it."
I need you to stop doing that. Please.
That's what Doc said.
Stop it. You know, we gotta listen. They gotta air a 40-second ad first.
Yeah, so I think that was on ABC.
I wonder how much State Farm guy gets paid.
Oh.
Doc is like you, pre-Reese.
Oh my God, he hit it.
Oh, so there's Duncan's shot. Poor Tim
crazy.
Duncan.
That was a crazy shot too.
All right, let's. Doc Rivers on the call. Is that Al Michaels with him?
Yep, Al.
All right. There's yep. Go. I got an idea. Doc, shut up. How about that? He's just making noise.
He said,
you say, "Oh my goodness."
He said, "Oh my goodness."
Okay, Doc. I do want to hear Doc's voice one more time. It still sounds like Doc.
Yeah,
it still sounds like Doc.
Oh my goodness.
No, that sounds like Marv. All right.
Oh
no. Man. So I came across this article that says TNT's potential nuclear option for blocking a move to NBC, and I'm trying to see what it is.
I hate to say this because I there's nothing that I don't like about TNT or anything, but I kind of just get out the way. Just get out the way. It's time for a new day and time, bro.
Don't do that. We're losing inside the NBA now.
I'm ready for it to go to NBC.
Wow.
I am. I love inside too. I love
NBA's losing something when they lose inside the NBA.
They are, but you could be gaining something with.
Why? Because we got the little dun, 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 so the round ball rock song. Like, really?
Here's another interesting thing. Like, if Adam went or the collective went to TNT and just said, like, "Look, we don't want to be in business with you anymore." Like, don't you just let this go? Like, why would you purposely enter yourself into an agreement with someone who doesn't want to be in business with you?
Because my thought would be because that's best for business.
What's best for business?
Having the NBA.
For TNT?
Mm-hmm.
But you said publicly it doesn't matter.
And then the people that were around him said, "You can't say that because if we don't have the NBA, it does matter." It does. I don't care what you think. It does matter if we have the NBA. Talking about the money aspect of it. So you might want to walk that back, sir.
It's over double for both. The last deal was 1.2 for TNT and 1.4 for ESPN. And they're doubling it for less. Or at least in TNT's case, they're going to have to double it for less if they want to be a part of this.
That'd be tough for them not to have the NBA.
If TNT declines to match NBC's bid, it has the right to block Amazon.
Oh, wow.
So they don't necessarily have to match NBC. They have to match Amazon? Or excuse me, can match Amazon?
Nah,
Adam
Silver has probably done everything that he needs to make sure he can wiggle out of any situation to get out of the Warner Brothers deal and still have all the other ones lined up.
Right.
Like, and that's where Adam would just say, look, just stop, bro. Like, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
I know all your
Right.
moves. Just go away peacefully. And maybe we'll give you a preseason game in a tennis stadium every now and then. We'll do that. Oh, Richard, not look, I gotta do this one, man. Come on. Richard in the chat, he says, remember when Marv would say,
oh,
and he would when somebody would get dunked on.
Well,
no, I'm just saying, look,
Jesse's got the flag.
Go ahead.
all right, man. I gotta do it because this is what he would do.
You
He'd
don't
say,
have
Game is
to.
the game.
He said,
You don't have to.
oh, he serves up a facial.
We'll come back. I have one.
That's what he would say.
I have one more ESPN related question,
Okay. I love this stuff.
and it ties to the Kings though,
Mm.
because if Friday's gone and there's just Wednesday, what's that mean for our guy? If you're not picking that up, we'll explain. Steelo and KC on ESPN 1320. Oh, for sure.
Like we are attitude era.
Mm-hmm. This is Godfather's hose and mm-hmm. I don't even feel like drinking my nasty ass juice today. I just want my oranges. Good call, Soren. Good call. That's what I was wondering. Oh, right on, Zay. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you. Thank you. Good question. Good question. Goodness gracious, man. Turn your volume down, you idiot. I love Mitch. He gets so worried about his calls. He just wants his calls to be perfect.
Don't ever change, Mitch.
Ever. Ever.
What's your favorite WrestleMania?
Ooh,
Not best, favorite.
my favorite.
I think mine is 2003 when it
What-
was Hogan versus Vince, Rock versus Stone Cold.
Yeah, 19.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like 19 a lot. I like 17. I like 31. A little
Which one's that?
biased because I was there. Seth Cashin,
Oh, I got you.
Santa
But
Clara.
yeah, that's got moments too.
18 was Toronto. Oh, that was really just Rock Hogan. Yeah, I like 19. I think 19's a bit slept on.
I can go back and like just rewatch that one too.
I like
it's
19.
It's easy to rewatch.
Got that stupid ass Booker T Triple H match in it, but
Does
is
it?
Is that 19?
If it is,
Yeah,
like
Rock Hogan, Brock, Kurt Angle.
yeah, I guess I just completely skip over that one match then.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one.
See, 31 would have been perfect if Sting won that day.
Yep. Okay, Michigan. I'll check that out. I got to get out of the habit of I can't be drinking those energy drinks every freaking day like I do because I have them in the morning. Gotten in a bad habit of drinking those energy drinks in the middle of the day, man. I got to chill out with that. Because I drink it in the morning. I drink, some energy drinks in the morning, my amino energy stuff. But then, man, you get through the day and it's like, oh, man, it's going to be a long night. Gotta get one here about 12, 1 o'clock. That's a bad look. Got to clean that up. James Ham's going to join us here at the top of the hour. I got one more question as it relates to the television rights deals. And I'm sure a lot of you picked up on this as we went to break. But we know that ESPN, in at least the framework of their upcoming deal, is only going to have the Wednesday night game and not the Friday night game. We know our man Mark Jones is part of the 2 crew on ESPN. Mm-hmm. And, well, I ask, you'll probably have 2 games Wednesday, mm-hmm. but that's one day now. Mm-hmm. We might see some more Mark Jones.
I think we would
Sacramento Kings.
I think we would see a little bit more Mark Jones
or Chatty House, presented by Matthews Mattress. Mm-hmm. MatthewsMattress.com. Massive sale beginning.
Slit.
Yeah, we'll tell you about it next week for Memorial Day. Oh, Amazon, throw the bag.
I thought about that too. Now
make it a Louis bag, but throw it.
Definitely got to be a Louis bag. I thought about that too. The thing that I don't know, and I haven't talked to Mark about this. I did talk to him about Drake and Kendrick though, but
he's a Kendrick dude.
Yeah, he's like, even though he's sea walking, even though he's that's his Canadian brother. You know what I mean? He's like, nah, Kendrick going to work on this dude. But he does have college football. Mm-hmm. That keeps him pretty busy during the college football season. So to be honest with you, and like I said, he ain't worried about Mark gonna get the bag. He gonna do what he do. But this may be a situation where he's just like, I probably need this. Like, I probably need just college football, one national day, and then let me focus on, let me do my local stuff. But I don't know if I need another day. Plus, I think while ABC isn't going to have Wednesday and Friday, I still do think they're going to have, once football season's over, Saturday and Sunday. That'd be my guess.
Say that again?
So when football season ends, they do Saturday prime time, and then they do like those Sunday morning games.
Who's they?
The ABC, ESPN.
Oh.
Because, like, when football season's over, they be having, like, those quadruple headers between ABC and ESPN.
Yeah. So I think Saturday night is gone for sure.
Okay.
Because of NBC in this.
So you think NBC would take over Saturday?
I think so.
See, I'm trying to figure out what NBC would do.
I got to find the
because NBC got college football. They got college football to do on Saturday. They got NFL on Sunday. You don't want to go up against Monday Night Football. You don't want to go.
College football ends in January.
Yeah, but my understanding of NBC is from week 1 of the NBA season, they're going to have a basketball night in America.
Just throw Notre Dame on Peacock. We're good.
Yeah, just throw Notre Dame in the garbage.
Yeah,
great.
Dave. Honestly, I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Doesn't get more overrated than that.
They but NBC.
Shout out Coach Tim if you listen.
But NBC got they're more than Notre Dame now though. They got a Big Ten contract, I think. They got Big Ten football. Yeah, because I remember the first 5 games Michigan played. If I didn't make the first half, I wasn't watching it on the app and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
So they got real college football now. Like they got a schedule they got to keep. And so that's throughout the whole college football season. And my ESPN has Wednesday. So I don't know what football night in America would be, or basketball night in America would be. maybe Friday. But it seems like a lot of people try to stay away from Fridays because of high school football.
Yeah, I didn't know that was a thing. I thought Friday night was always just a bad night for television because people are going out, people are doing other things.
That's probably supersedes.
Like Thursday night is the big night for TV, which obviously you have football during the football season, and then NBC. That's always been Seinfeld. That's been like their biggest shows have been Thursday night shows.
Yeah. So Friday. Maybe they put it on Friday. Maybe they take over Fridays but that seems to be like the only day, unless you want to do Tuesday.
And
then maybe they take over Saturdays from ABC once football's over. Maybe they do that.
So I don't have an answer to your week 1 thing. But NBC would carry Sunday night games following the NFL season. So fans who are conditioned to see sports on Sunday night,
that's smart. I like that.
See it.
Yeah,
it would go from the NFL to the NBA.
Brand awareness. Your NBC being that brand aware. On NBC,
Yep.
Football and basketball season, you've got a Sunday night game.
And you have weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks of massive audiences to promote it.
Yeah.
I can't see what their from opening night package is, though. That's what I can't find. I'm sure I can dig through 20 articles when James is answering whatever question I ask him when he's
maybe that's not part of it, though. Maybe they don't have that necessarily.
What do you mean?
Maybe Amazon takes over until Amazon and ESPN carry it until that wasn't.
So like their first thing is after football season.
Yeah, but that doesn't seem like it would match up with how much money they're putting into this.
That's a lot. That's a lot of money to pick up in January.
Yeah, I think that they probably.
It wouldn't even be January. Well, I mean, I guess because you'd still have playoff games.
Yeah,
you could be talking February.
And
the season doesn't start till the All-Star game is over.
Well, hell, who knows when that is now? Because the NFL is talking about them trying to move into damn mid-February.
Well, I meant the NBA All-Star game.
I know, but they're gonna have to move.
Ooh,
the NBA All-Star game.
Oh yeah, because it can't be.
It's gonna be like at the end of February.
Yeah, I cannot.
Third week,
can't
maybe.
find it. I keep getting hit with paywalls.
Stay away from that.
Not the $12,000 ones.
But to your point though, that's a lot of money to just wait until the end of football season. Like they're gonna do something at the start of the season, I would think.
Okay, so definitive in this. Definitive in this deal that's not definitive at all. Definitive in this deal that's not done is the Sunday night games after football season. The belief is they'll take over, and you said this, ESPN's Friday night games and TNT's second round playoff and conference final package.
Somebody's got to do Tuesday, maybe Amazon. Because I don't think they want to go all week without NBA, or they don't want to go until Wednesday without NBA. Because the way it's set up now, it would just really be Wednesday and Friday.
Well, the first month of the season, you'd have in-season tournament games.
True,
so that'd be,
Amazon.
or
That's
not
on-
first
and that's
month,
on
but close enough
Tuesdays.
to it. Yeah.
It's on
Tuesdays
Tuesdays and
Thursdays, Fridays. Well,
so both of your partners are getting those games. So that covers November. I don't know what you do in December, but yeah, you just figure that out.
This will be fascinating.
They should put us in charge.
Well,
we didn't figure it all out.
I don't think we figured out anything, to be honest with you. I think we're trying to figure it out just like everybody else is. I'm really curious to what we don't know. What does Adam Silver and that group want? It sure as hell feels like we know what they want.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm with you. That was a good call by you. They don't want to be with TNT.
I don't think they want to be in that business anymore. They want to get bigger. And TNT it's not small by any stretch of the imagination, but it's not NBC. And that's what we're talking about.
And TNT, the biggest thing TNT had to offer you was Thursdays, right? And and the NBA already got out of the Thursday business during
football season, yeah,
which was a failure because I
awful.
don't want to see Jags and Steelers. I wish there
Awful.
was something else on, but NBA got out of that business. So for 2 months, damn near, the biggest thing that you could offer me, TNT, you can't even bring to the table.
Yep.
Yeah.
You imagine losing the Titans, Jags?
And they would. Handily.
Yeah.
Thursday night football in
would.
reality is just AFC South. What do they call it? The little showcase. It's all the Thursday night games are.
Yeah, they would lose handily to those games. That's crazy. I'm ready for NBC though. I'm ready for NBC. I like the way NBC does sports.
What was Al surprised about last year that he wasn't calling a playoff game? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Remember Al Michaels was
the
like, that's
last one
news to me.
He was the last one.
It's in my contract. Was it that? Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Oh man,
it was the last one to know.
I was like, finally, I get to call a good football game. All this crap on Thursday, but no, finally, it's the playoffs. Al, we need you to go home.
Awful announcement was like, hey, what do you think about the news that you won't be calling any playoff games? He go, that's news to me. It's in my awful announcement was like, no, you're not calling any playoff games.
And apparently it was in fact not in his contract because that went absolutely nowhere.
Oh man, Al Michaels. The reason why I can laugh so hard about that, Al Michaels has not aged beautifully. I've heard a couple too many stories about.
Yeah,
Al
there's
Michaels
way too many stories.
Yeah, nah, this is all funny. Anything that's coming back to him is all kind of funny.
There was the internet rumor that he wouldn't hype up the Swifties. So they were like, well, you can't do it. Oh man. This Cody Rock thing is really just all over the internet. Huh?
Yeah, it's out there.
Yeah, no,
out there.
I'm boycotting. We ain't doing this. Look, I love The Rock and I love Cody. This is not what we're here for.
I told you I'm turning my back to it.
How old is Dwayne?
I'm turning my back to it, man.
He's got to be 50. He's 50. He just turned 52. He's gonna be 52 years. No. It's Rock and Roman.
Oh, there goes. Yeah, I'm turning my back to it. I just got the same DM from Dr. David. It's good times.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, look at my little boy. Look at my little boy. He a big dude now.
Don't even look like you. Why you look older there than you do here?
I age like fine wine, baby.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. You must exfoliate like James Ham does.
Must be the exfoliation. What's going on?
How are you, man?
I'm good. I'm good. Yeah.
We spent the last 25, 30 minutes trying to decipher this NBA media rights deal that isn't even done yet. But yeah, we're both of the belief that they said it first and was spot on, that the NBA seems not to really want anything to do with TNT anymore. They want to move to a broadcasting partner that has a network station like NBC and all that other stuff. And yeah, have you been kind of following it all? I know we've been like every chance we get.
Yeah,
we are locked in. But have you followed it at all? Like how this is kind of played out?
Yeah, I followed like all the early versions. I don't know what's happened today. Since I got stuck in traffic forever on the way home.
Nothing happened today. Nothing happened.
Okay.
We was just talking.
I think it makes a lot of sense though, because it's not just about like what kind of, network station you have. It's also about what streaming service you have. And I don't think like the TNT, TBS, Warner has kept up with the Joneses when it comes to that. Like there are a lot of people that have Paramount or have Peacock and, or like what we're seeing Amazon and some of the other people who could get involved in this. And like the Warner Brothers, like family just doesn't have that kind of stuff. So I think that's part of it.
HBO, that was helpful, but it's still, to James's point, it's not the same though. It's not I think Peacock is probably,
but it's also not. Yeah, it's not exclusive, and there's nothing you could do with that. It's just airing what's already there.
Right.
Yeah. Like someone asked in the chat, brought to you by Matthews Mattresses. The people that if people use Peacock, the only reason I use Peacock is for like soccer. There are soccer matches that are on there that aren't on anywhere else on the weekends, and even that is a complete pain in the behind because they won't. You got to wait like 2 or 3 hours for them to post the replay.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, it's
when I tried to get
where.
Well, they started
everyone
doing
else
that
has
with
it.
the WWE PLEs. Like you couldn't rewatch the if it just ended, you couldn't rewatch it right
I noticed
away.
that one of them I tried to rewatch.
Yeah, their platform is horrible.
Yeah, it's not good.
You know, yeah,
it's not good. They got a lot of things they need to fix.
But I mean, still, it seems like it's more than Max. It seems like they still have enough where it feels like everybody has to go there for something, right?
Sure.
Like whether it's soccer
or The Office,
whether it's The Office, whether it's wrestling. Like I think everybody kind of uses that app for one reason or another. Whereas Max,
I think there's a wild card game on there.
Yeah, the Chiefs game was on there. Chiefs and Dolphins. So like while Max, I mean I don't go to Max unless like I'm really actively. Oh, let me go watch an episode of The Wire. You know what I'm saying? Like other than that, there's no real reason to go to Max. And Bryce brings up a great point. The Olympics will be on Peacock.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You know I mean? Like you'll get all of that as well. So yeah, they just to James's point, Warner Brothers and Max's, they're not like bad, but they're behind, you know, those other ones up there.
I actually like their service. It's just they're not known for sports. They're not known for live television. They're known specifically as HBO, the movie station on your cable dial, and that's what they're going to have a tough time shaking. Where again, Peacock or like even Paramount, like they all have their things that they're known for sure. But they also have the ability to run all of their standard like television shows on there. Whatever you watch, if you're watching on Peacock, you can watch all the the Law and Orders and all that stuff that are like the still running ones that are live through their system as well.
I'm looking forward to the move to NBC. If it means losing inside the NBA, that's gonna suck or whatever. But I think NBC does a really good job with sports. I think if you look at what they do with football, both pro and college, what they do during Olympics time and things of that nature, I think they do a good job with how they broadcast sports, how they they cover it, even down to like the graphics and all this other stuff. I think they do a really good job. And if the NBA went to NBC, I think it would be great. It'd be great for the league. I think they do a really good job.
It's just whether or not they can fix their stupid app and make it actually manageable. That's what the problem is. Like you see so many of these things, they're so difficult to figure out. And all of them are different, like I find right now, like Prime is just like trying to force you to buy some other channel that you had no idea even existed just so you can watch the last 4 episodes of some stupid show that you started. And you're like, well, what are we doing here? Like, I would really, really like to watch the end of this, but I'm not going to go sign up. Even if it's a free subscription, I'll forget about it. I'll pay 6 months of it until I finally realize
that's the plan.
Exactly. And it's just the most ridiculous thing ever. But again, there are shows that I watch on HBO all the time or on Max. And it's just disappointing that that's kind of where their programming is gone.
A side note to something we were talking about earlier. Look at Wilbon now. Wilbon went. Oh,
Wilbon geared up. Oh yeah, yeah. You ain't gonna catch him in a hoodie on.
Wilbon said, "I'm gonna do your little stupid NBA today, but I'm not getting dressed up."
Yeah, Wilbon know what time it is. Like I said, Wilbon's 65 years old. I'm gonna do the show, but I ain't getting dressed for it.
That's right.
I'm throwing on my quarter zip and keeping it moving. James, you think what Dallas did last night is repeatable?
Sure. I think what they did was repeatable. I don't think what the Cavs did was repeatable. Yeah, I mean, I think you're talking about, 2 different types of levels of talent, right? I think there are probably, maybe 3 or 4 teams that are really close to the same talent level, 2 teams that are above that talent level, and 2 teams that are below that talent level in the final 8. And so, yeah, I think Dallas and OKC, they're on similar talent levels. I think that OKC is probably a little bit better, and long term is going to be in a better position. But I also look at the Knicks as a very similar talent level, maybe the Timberwolves as the same talent level, and then I still put, even though it hasn't gone this way, the Nuggets and the Celtics above those, and then the bottom tier would kind of be Cleveland and Indiana. And so yeah, I mean, I'm glad that most of them are becoming a little bit of a series, so it's just not boring and we don't get done with this really quick. But yeah, I think Dallas. I mean, Dallas could win that series. I'm not going to put it past them. I don't think they can win the next series, but I think they could win that series just on experience.
Yeah, I think both teams, the Cavs and the Mavs, have performances that they can repeat. Like I don't think that the Cavs, if you look at the box score and everything, like there's nothing that went crazy. Like,
Yeah, I was gonna say Donovan didn't even.
Donovan only.
I mean,
had
Donovan was
29.
good, but yeah, he didn't go.
Evan Mobley, maybe he won't get 21, but he can get 17 or something. Like I don't think even Karis LeVert, like I said, maybe he won't get 21, but Darius Garland might get more than 14, especially if you talk about these others being at home. So the question might be, will Boston play to that level again? Maybe not. And maybe that's how you get the win. But I thought Cleveland was just really solid last night. I think they can recreate that, especially, at least one of these next 2 home games.
Yeah, I think that that Boston is going to regret one thing from that game, and that is that they let Mobley have any confidence at all. Because watching him throughout the playoffs, he's just been like a waste of space. And I'm a big Evan Mobley fan, but just the way that he's been playing has been like, who are you? Like, what are you doing? You just look soft the whole time, and like he's not ready to be there at all. And all of a sudden, you give him a little confidence. Now, if you can get Garland going, and you got the 3 of them going, now all you need is a little bit of help from Okoro or Max Strus or again Karis LeVert. You just need a couple of guys to start plugging away, and then all of a sudden maybe you do have a series. But I just don't see it. I will also say too that I think it was pretty unfair Cleveland walking into that game on 1 day's rest and Boston on 5 days rest. And I know that that's the way the playoffs work. If a team sweeps a team, they get extra days off. But I mean, game 1 was just a waste of our time, because you had one team that just had nothing left in the tank from a brutal 7-game series, and another team that was just like, hey, this is easy and this is fun, and just ran over them. So,
All credit to the Cavs for regrouping, because it's not like they had a long stretch of games off days off between games 1 and 2.
Yeah.
It was just an every other day, gimmick, and they responded. It was a hell of a job by them yesterday.
Yeah.
Gave the Celtics a lot to think about. Of course, we saw this in the last series. Everybody is really waiting for the Celtics to fail. No one believes that the Celtics are going to be successful. Everyone, like the Celtics are going to get no praise if they win a title. It's going to be like, well, yeah, they were the best team, but they're going to get all of the criticism if they lose.
That's fair. I mean, at this point, they deserve it, don't they? How many years are they like right around the best team in the Eastern Conference? Like, if you can't get over the hump, you can't get over the hump. And, I don't know what to tell you. They've done, like a spectacular job of building not just like a really good young core, but then going out and adding the pieces you need to get over the top, whether it's Horford or whether it's Drew Holiday or, going out and getting Porzingis. Like, there should be no excuses. That team should be the best team in the NBA. Just on paper, they're the best team in the NBA, and by their regular season record, it wasn't even close. Now, like, who are you and why can't you show up in a big game? I think that's when you start looking at your 2 guys at the top and say, okay, what exactly are we getting out of you guys, and how do we take a step to get this in the right direction? Because you can't just keep having these two guys be together and not be able to win a championship when you can get so close.
How much longer would you give that? I mean, would it be something that if you don't just say they're not able to win a championship at all, right? Would you be looking at that this year? Would you be looking at that after next year? Like, how much longer would you give this?
I don't think I'd give it much longer because you've got guys that are like at the beginning of their prime. So you can trade one of them. Like it's possible that they're just like they're going to figure it out here and we're going to watch them roll and win a championship. And then it's like, dynasty time. Like, can they build a dynasty? But I think like you should be getting a little bit tired of the act, right? Like everyone was so harsh on Jason Tatum, and like when does he take the leap? And I don't blame him for not taking the statistical leap this season, because I mean, how are you supposed to score more points when they bring in Drew Holiday and they bring in Porzingis, and you still have Brown, you still have all these other pieces. But at some point, like it's on the stars of that team to be able to deliver a championship. And especially with the amount of payroll and everything else that they've put in to this like particular project. So I don't know. I think at some point, you've got to consider everything if this thing flames out yet again. Now, flaming out, I don't think losing in 7 games in the NBA Finals is flaming out. But not putting on a good show and at least making it close in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough look, though, if you lose to Oklahoma City. Hell, it might even be a tough look if you lose to Minnesota.
Yeah.
Like, you know what the conversation is going to be. Y'all got to jump on Minnesota. Minnesota just got here. They win a title year one. Y'all drop title after title after title. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to – the Celtics are in almost a no-win position. It's crazy.
Well, that's why they have to win.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, yes and no. I get.
Oh,
yeah.
you hate the Celtics.
I do, but they don't. I don't know if they have to win. Like they still, even if they lose, they're pretty young.
No. I'm talking about from a public perception standpoint.
Yeah.
They're going to get eviscerated if they lose.
Very true.
And you'll just get if they win, you get like a polite golf clap. That's it.
I won't even give them a clap.
Well, yeah, you'll turn your back on them like you will Rock and Cody.
I might give him a clap just because my boy Jesse, but if it wasn't for him, man, I'd be like, nah, I turn my back. Pardon my back.
Well, that's what happens when you're a huge Lakers fan, I guess.
Oh,
well,
wow. Now that is
okay.
What the hell is that all about?
Well, James calling it like it is. He is a journalist, He is a
Come
journalist.
on, man. Come on.
James doesn't partake in our silliness. He takes this stuff seriously. Amber, what's the most compelling series to you that we got going on right now?
I don't know. It's got to be OKC. OKC Dallas. That's got to be the most intriguing because, again, you're dealing. Kyrie Irving has a lot of playoff experience, and a lot of players on that team have playoff experience. This is really like fledgling, upstart team in no man's land for OKC. And if they can get through, yeah, I mean, I think that they're going to be the talk of the league, but I don't know. That's probably it. I mean, the biggest surprise right now is what's happening with Denver. And not only that, I should correct myself. It's how the Timberwolves are just smoking the Nuggets. They're just absolutely crushing them. I think that's the biggest surprise because I think we all expected more from Denver, but I don't think anyone expected this much from that Timberwolves team. What they're doing is like spectacular, and I refuse to take anything away from what they're doing. They're crushing another team, and that to me is really impressive.
You think what you think about that series, man? You think it's about done? Denver still has a good shot. Like how you feel about that one?
I think we'll know everything tonight. Like if the Nuggets fire back and win by 15, then it's game on. They corrected whatever it was that was going wrong. And, again, they've got a really good coaching staff. They've been together for a long time. They're missing something. They're not being able to figure out a piece to the puzzle right now. And once they do, they could look like themselves again, but they're running out of time to find that missing ingredient. And, that thing is really close to being over. That series is.
I love the Pacers Knicks series. I think that's the one. That's the one I'm into the most. What do you think about Rick Carlisle playing small market versus big market the other night in the press conference?
Well, I mean, I think it's a game. Like, we want to see. Like, the problem I have is that, like, look, your team isn't good enough. So you can say all of that and you can act that way, but you also have to understand that, like, your team, they don't play any defense at all. And that's their bad. That's a coaching problem. That's a player problem. That's, it's the fact that they're probably, a year ahead of where they should be. Because this is, I mean, there's very, 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 very small amount of difference between the Sacramento Kings last season and the Indiana Pacers this season. They have to figure out how to play defense. And so I get his sentiment that, hey, we're a small market and, we're the little guy and all that stuff. But it's also like, hey, the other team is just more physical and they play defense and they're realistically, they are better than you. So I get it, but I think Rick Carlisle is deflecting a little bit from just the fact that his team isn't quite ready to be there yet. And that's okay. They need to be ready to be there next season and the season after that, whatever the window is here with Pascal Siakam. But for me, I just look at a team as a team that's just not ready for the prime time and to be at Madison Square Garden in their first 2 second-round playoff games and just kind of getting overwhelmed with the situation.
And the thing with them that we talked about a little bit earlier as well is, like, you had to get one of those 2 games, especially with how well the Pacers had played in those 2 games. Like, it wouldn't be it feel a little different if, they played those 2 games and they played like Denver did in those 2 games, right? On the road. It's like, yeah, we just didn't really show up, lick your wounds, go back home, see if you can get those 2. But in both games, you played a brand of basketball at some point that was good enough to win, and you didn't get the W. As good as you might have played, you walked out of there down 0-2, and now you got to figure out a way to win 4 games for the next 5 games and play just as good as you did. And it's tough. It's not over for them for a number of different reasons because, number one, the Knicks' health issue, and all you got to do is win these 2 games, and then you're back to 3-game series at that point. But, man, it really did feel game 2 essentially seemed like, man, that's the one you should have came
especially with Jalen hurt. You had the lead. OG's out. Yeah, you had a lot going for you.
Yeah, I also think that Tom Thibodeau has overplayed his hand really badly so far in the series. Like, I mean, Josh Hart playing 48 minutes every game is ridiculous. The fact that some of his players are starting to break down, and part of that is fatigue. Like, he overplays all of his starters. He refuses to rely on his bench at all. He's getting nothing, like, production-wise. What did he get? 12 points out of his bench last game?
He probably doesn't have a choice.
Well,
that's
also I get that, but
like, that's also a Tibbs like MO. That's on his resume.
Oh no, this is who he is. This is exactly what he does. That's where I would say, yeah, it does matter that he doesn't have like the best bench, or that Bojan Bogdanovic got hurt early on, or that Julius Randle's not there. All of those things hurt.
Yeah.
But at the same time, like, man, you got to find minutes for somebody else. You got to find ways to give some of those guys breaks, because, what is it good if you somehow make it to the Eastern Conference Finals, but now you got 2 or 3 guys on the injury list out of the 6 or 7 guys that you play. Yeah. And, you've got to rely on other people. Like, we can say, like, well, his bench isn't good enough and all that stuff, but I also don't feel like he's put his faith in the bench to, like, be better. I would mention Mitchell Robinson too, but they knew Mitchell Robinson. They tried to get an injury settlement for Mitchell Robinson at the beginning of the season. They tried to get an exception and claim that he was going to be out the whole year. So you already knew that he was injury prone and he had an issue this season. So you should have figured out ways to bolster the roster along the way somehow. And you're kind of like, you are who you are at this point, but you got to steal some minutes with somebody.
Yeah, it's still a little tough too, because the guys that you had there, they got hurt.
They hurt,
So like
yeah.
if two of Mitchell Robinson, Randall, and Bogdanovic are there, you know what I mean, and only
It's a
one of
different
those guys
story.
get hurt. Now instead of going 7 or 8 guys deep, you're able to go 9, maybe 10 guys deep with those guys there. And I think Julius got hurt after the trade deadline, so there wasn't I think all those guys got hurt after the trade deadline. So it's
Bojan and Mitchell definitely.
yeah,
did.
Bojan and Mitchell.
Julius, I
in the
can't
postseason.
remember, but I think he did.
Julius, I think he got hurt, but was trying to figure out if he was going to be able to come back or not.
That's right.
And then after the trade deadline, he was like, "No, I'm gonna get the surgery." So, I mean, you go get an Isaiah Thomas, but that's kind of about it at that point.
Yeah, how much does it help you? Yeah, he got hurt in late January. So
Okay, so you're still
yeah.
a little but it
was still he was in the figure out the treatment thing, and then it became one of those unfortunate not working.
But I'll ask James this though. James, are you at the point of no return if you're Tom Thibodeau, or do you take this game? I just said this game specifically, game 3, and be like, you know what? You're not throwing it, you're not conceding it, but you're saying, no matter what, I'm not playing Brunson and Hart more than 33 minutes.
Yeah, I wouldn't do it this game. I would do it next game. That's kind of how I would attack that.
Win or lose tonight?
No, I would try to do it. I would try to win tonight's game, and then if you don't win tonight's game, you're going to be in a huge fight in the series. If you do win tonight's game, then I would maybe rest a couple players. But then again, I mean, you're talking about can you get the sweep? And if you can get the sweep and maybe get a couple of 3 or 4 days off, maybe that's a better way to look at this. But and with the Cavs winning a game against Boston, that helps you a little bit, because now you're like, okay, maybe there's a possibility to sneak 2, 3, 4 days off before the next series. But I don't know. To me, it's not. I don't think there is really a solution for them. It's not like I'm saying, hey, can we see Daquan Jeffries for 18 minutes or something?
Daquan.
Daquan. Yeah.
Look down low and swing your arms. Hit Daquan. We had just put it on the soundboard when we lost Daquan.
Oh, man.
Hit Daquan.
Terrible.
I don't know. Part of me feels like you can't. You just got to do what you do now.
Yeah.
You're
like
going too far.
1 day or 4 days. It might help Jalen. Might help Josh Hart. Probably just need some cryotherapy. It ain't going to help OG Anunoby. Like that unless OG defines what we've seen with hamstring issues in the past, if he plays and salute, I think this is one of his finest moments, he's going to have to do what James Harden did.
Yeah. You said
in Brooklyn.
I don't know if we see an OG again.
Yeah,
in these playoffs.
Not with that.
Yeah,
but
it really does depend.
If we do, it's going to be what James Harden did, and James Harden, I think, played 48 minutes in Game 6 and 7 because he was smart enough, and the Brooklyn Nets were smart enough to know he's cooked if we take him out. He has to stay out there. That's going to wind up being the case with OG Anunoby, which I'm sure Tibbs would be thrilled with anyways. We'll come back. We'll shift our attention to the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk Kings basketball. Specifically, I got some questions for Hammer regarding Keon Ellis. We'll do that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yeah, this is definitely the way Tibbs always does it. That's why it's like, I don't know at what point you reach into the bag and pull out somebody else and give him a shot here. That's not who he is. He has his small group of players that he trusts, and then everybody else is kind of like, glorified cheerleaders, front row guys with front row seats to the game.
Well, I'm looking at the box score from last game, and Alec Burke gonna have to play a little bit more than 1 minute.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, he played 7 players realistically in the last game, and one of those he played way more than he wanted to because Brunson went down.
Yeah, McBride.
Yeah.
We didn't do it. We didn't do it yesterday. 4:00.
Oh man, that's easy. That's Snoop. That's Snoop.
I don't think I can play it. It's Dre and M.
Oh, what?
Yeah. Oh man, Kenny's having a tough day in here. Oh man, it's a tough day for the Caraways.
It's all back to normal.
Man, this is one of the worst days in a long time, man. Oh.
Wow.
Sorry, guys. I'm working on some KSFM stuff.
Yeah. Leezy, you bring up TJ and Obi have been showing up. Like, Rick Carlisle is an exceptional coach. Like, he's been known throughout his career as one of the best X's and O's guys in the league. And he also, like, he goes deep into his bench, and it's kind of like out of necessity a little bit, but he'll keep searching. And that's just the difference with Tibbs. He's not going to search. And that's what makes it really difficult to see his team, because you're on a path right now. And like what you said, Dame, like, he's not going to likely he's not getting Bogdanovich back. He's probably not getting OG back. Like, this is just where they are.
Wow. Coach Bud and the Suns agreed to a $50 million deal.
That sounds like so much.
Did all that in a day, huh? Did all that shit in a day. All right.
Okay, going right now.
Whatever you say. Whatever you say.
Ooh, wee.
Lazy, I don't know about Benedict Mathurin. I mean, he's a guy who really, really likes a ball in his hand. And that's where I think he's having a lot of problems playing with Tyrese and now with Siakam. That's going to be just a tough spot for him.
Guys, just a heads up. We are going to switch over the second the show ends. We have something we have to do on KSFM, and our time is like super limited. So just kind of a heads up. We are switching out quick.
Does the longer the Lakers take to hire their coach mean like more it's going to be JJ Redick?
I don't think so. I think they have to be reading, especially with the Bronny stuff still out there. They have to know that's a bad look. They have to.
Do they?
Well,
do they?
Well,
they don't seem to care what a bad look is.
Well,
man, these people with their Keegan Murray like photoshops. Some wild stuff happening out there.
We may switch over and talk almost instantly.
Okay.
Whoa. Well, I'll say goodbye to you guys now then.
I think I got everything set up. Oh my. Wait, what is going on? Why is this a thing?
That's because I put it out there earlier that Keegan is representing the Kings at the draft lottery.
Oh, right. Yes, I saw that.
And so it started, I think, with this.
Well, all right. That's probably inappropriate.
Do the Kings have like any odds of moving up a couple spots, or is it just kind of like they're probably
I mean
win
they're
13-14.
slim to none, but yeah, they can.
It feels like it's like feast or like.
And I'm not talking
all
about
or
like
nothing.
top 6 or anything like that, but maybe like
No.
they get 10th pick. No.
No, you
No,
can only
no.
move to top 4.
to the
Oh, I
top
got
4.
That's what
So
I'm
they have
saying.
a
if they move up, that's
0.8.
all they can do.
That's what I say. It's all or nothing, right?
Yeah.
All right, trade the
Well, they
pick
have
now
a
then.
0.8 of number 1, like it's 0.1 of number 2, like 1.1 and whatever it is. It works out to like 3.84% that they can move into the top 4.
Yeah, that's why I was telling people, don't celebrate the Warriors winning. Wait till we know that the Warriors are drafting in that position.
Who's got the cold envelope?
Right.
I think we discussed this earlier. Like, do you want to move up?
Well,
we could discuss if you'd like, but
oh, Zay, Zay, you wild for that. James, I'm gonna retweet this so you can see what that was. Zay, you wild for that. We're coming back, James. That is Zay. Zay is cutting up.
Hey,
here.
he going crazy
man.
this week, man. He going crazy.
A couple of things, or actually just one thing before we get to the Kings. The Phoenix Suns have come to a very, very pricey agreement with Mike Budenholzer to be their next head coach. 5 years, $50 million. That's $10 million per year for Mike Budenholzer. Can you believe they got this deal done in less than 24 hours? Boy, that is an efficient negotiating team. I'm sure this hasn't been in the works for weeks.
So
they fired Frank Vogel when they knew what Mike Budenholzer wanted. That's why it took so long.
What's wrong with that?
Something coaching brotherhood, something. Didn't Rick Carlisle say something about Chris Finch when he got the job or whatever?
Yeah.
Rick Carlisle always gonna have something to say. I mean,
that's his job.
That's
the
what he
Coaches
does.
Association.
But I mean, I don't have a big problem with it.
He was dead in the water. I'm not capping for Frank Vogel. That's just they treated him like trash. That's whack.
Yeah.
That's whack. But hey, salute to Mike Budenholzer. Good luck, bro. Good luck.
he's
Because
back.
if you think the only problem was Frank Vogel, salute. Good luck.
But we did talk about this yesterday, and just because they got rid of Frank Vogel doesn't mean that was the only problem, or they even think that was the only problem. That was we talked about. That's literally like the only thing they can do differently.
That's what I'm saying. But this team's not going to be able to fix their problem.
Yeah, but you could. I don't think you could have just gone back next year. You got to do something.
I guess.
Because like that you're just almost wasting a year with knowing that what they did next year wasn't going to be fixed with the personnel they had and the coach that they had. It may not be fixed now either, but at least you like have a puncher's chance.
Okay. I
Yeah.
guess. Y'all wanted
John-
Budenholzer fired for 4 years in Milwaukee. Now all of a sudden he's going to say Phoenix. All right.
Oh, I don't think nobody's saving Phoenix.
Oh.
He did win a chip there in Milwaukee.
Yeah.
One of the things, because I was tapped into the streets of Phoenix, Arizona last night.
You can tap into the streets too on the Odyssey app.
Absolutely. Download the Odyssey app or just go on YouTube too, because I was on YouTube. But
Company man Kenny Caraway right there. Wow.
Or
wow.
Well, we're I'm talking about our show.
No, it's fine.
I was talking about our show. They talking about ESPN 1320 on YouTube. But one of the things they talked about was, which was something they should have noticed from the start, but a team with KD, Booker, and Bill, you might have to play to their strengths a little bit more as an offensive coach. Frank Vogel was a defensive coach.
Why he was a bad hire to start with.
Facts. But they saw that firsthand, and they're like, yeah. And like I said, they talk to people and they're like, look, we know the roster has its flaws, but Bill's got a no trade. You're not going to trade Booker. You're not going to trade KD.
Mm-hmm.
And
Until
they
he
make too
says,
much
I want to
money.
go to Sacramento.
There's that.
Then you trade him.
There you go. But that was, unfortunately, that was the only move.
That's
was
fine.
literally
Like
the
I
only
just I don't know. I think I'm just sour on that organization right now. That's all.
That's fine. I don't care.
I didn't like the organization to begin with, but I don't.
That's what I
just
said. I
think-
don't care.
I just think that's a, I don't know. This is a trash look for Frank Vogel. He didn't deserve that.
Yeah, but how many times has
He's
Frank
got a
Vogel
5-year deal.
been let go? Like
Frank Vogel
this
got a
is-
5-year deal.
I think he had a 5-year
Hey,
deal
salute,
last year.
Frank.
Yeah.
Salute.
Yeah.
That's 4 more years, buddy.
Yeah, I mean Frank Vogel has been like unceremoniously let go in the last 3 jobs before this. So I mean,
Well,
like
he
is
stunk in Orlando.
I mean, yeah.
Or Orlando stunk.
I think
wasn't he with the Lakers?
he was.
Well, yeah. So the Suns, Lakers, and Orlando, right?
Yeah,
Those are the
yeah.
last 3.
He does for sure. And I'm not saying one way or another, but we do just kind of assume Frank Vogel's like this good coach.
I have no idea. I've always said I don't understand Frank Vogel as a coach. He was good in Indiana. I know that.
Yeah. He was
Well,
in
he
an
was, and then he
impossible
wasn't.
situation. He was in an impossible situation kind of in Phoenix, but it's also possible that he wasn't good. Possible.
I mean, I guess he won a championship in LA.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't-
it's not the same. It's not the same. But didn't Luke Walton set a record for starts in the season?
That's not the same. Oh,
He
no.
let that team. What was he in?
He ain't do nothing.
It's like when they were combing the desert. He ain't found bleep.
Yeah, man.
Shout out Luke. He's in the playoffs.
Quinn Snyder was this super coach, and he can't do nothing in Atlanta.
Oh, that's true.
You're only as good as your
Roster
players.
problems. Yeah, it's a
Only
roster
as good as your
problem.
players, and you got to be able to reach those players as well.
Yeah, I also John Poles asked a question. What does this mean for Mike Brown, or is this like this is a good thing for Mike Brown? Yeah, the Budenholzer deal kind of. I mean, the difference is that one of them has an NBA championship and one of them doesn't. But as far as like
Yeah,
win
Mike's got
percentages,
5.
yeah,
Or
Mike does have a
4.
lot of rings.
He's got 5, right?
Got
San-
5.
He's
San
got
Antonio.
all 4
Yeah.
with
So he's got
San
one
Antonio.
from San Antonio. He has 3 from the Warriors. So I
3.
think he has 4.
Okay.
Got you.
All right.
Yeah.
Still. They count.
Yeah.
It's a good thing for him, man. He's looking at 8 to 10, 7 to 10 million.
He should be looking at 8 to 10.
Well, I would say he's probably looking at 10 to 12 because that's where some of these other coaches are going. And I don't know what Mike Budenholzer's career win percentage is, but I'm going to guess it's probably a little higher than Mike's. Just because he
Say, these two might be damn near identical. His win percentage is 604.
Oh, same. Yeah, 604.
It's
I think
that's
Mike's
almost
606.
exactly the same, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what Budenholzer's is.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah,
Yeah, 604. He's
Mike is
480.
607.
Yeah.
If I'm Mike's agent, that's good for another $2 million right there. I was thinking these two are they're damn near the Spider-Man meme, with one exception. That title that Budenholzer has.
Yeah.
But these
Yeah,
are
but I'd
these are
also
60 win coaches. Like,
yeah.
Budenholzer won 60 games in Atlanta. Mike won 60 games in Cleveland.
Yep.
Then was fired.
And I would add too that Mike went back after doing a lot of good things in Cleveland and then having some rockiness with the Lakers in Cleveland. He went and was an assistant on the best team in the league for years. And again, took home all those championships and sort of calmed down a little bit and changed who he was a little bit as a coach.
You're right. I agree 100%. Just those are 2 jobs Mike shouldn't have taken. Well, I take that back. I take that back. The Lakers job was tough. You take that job. Yeah. Like you don't back away from that. He should not have gone back to Cleveland.
Yeah, I agree with you on
that. There was no good that was going to come out of it. He shouldn't have gone back to Cleveland.
Probably did it out of loyalty more than anything else.
Loyalty to who?
Ownership.
To who?
At the time.
The Cleveland fans? Because it's better not have been to Dan Gilbert.
Yeah.
Again, to do 160 games and he fired you because he thought that's what LeBron wanted. Didn't even get LeBron. and then wrote a letter to LeBron. Then hired Byron Scott and fired him too. I was begging Byron Scott, bro, don't take that job. Don't do that.
I forgot about the Comic Sans letter.
Oh, man.
Forgot about that.
Coaching game is cold.
It is.
Coaching game is cold.
It is. But, I mean, they got to get paid handsomely, man. They get paid handsomely. Frank Vogel, he getting a lot of money to not do nothing.
Mike won 127 games his last 2 years in Cleveland. Mike Brown won 127 games his last 2 years in Cleveland and got fired. Unbelievable.
It's crazy.
Unbelievable.
It's crazy. Like I said, I look at these coaches though, man. They're making a lot of money.
And then won 41 of 66 games his first year in LA, and he was a failure. Come on, man. Come on, man. It's wild. This game's crazy.
It is. Once again, they get paid handsomely to play this game.
Yeah.
They do. They do.
They do. They do.
Like we talking about multi-millions.
Yeah,
to play this game.
No, I get it. I get it.
Frank Vogel probably made about $25 million in his career. That
to coach?
It don't even seem like.
I might be cutting them short.
Oh no, I'm gonna guess that Vogel's made closer to 65, 70 million bucks in his life.
Frank, yeah.
Yeah.
I know it's his profession. I don't want to minimize it to a dollar figure, but come on, man.
Yeah, but when you take half of it, it's only 30 million. Oh man. Well, good luck to everybody involved, for God's sakes. Good luck to Mike. Hey, Vivek, get out that pocket.
Come on, man. Well,
give Mike
on the
what
golf
he
course.
deserves.
Deals get made on the golf course.
That's what I hear.
You know that.
That's what I hear. James, you broke the news that Keegan Murray will be in attendance for the lottery, which I guess is next Tuesday, ?
Sunday, I think.
It's Sunday.
It's the 12th. Yeah, it's Sunday at noon.
Awesome.
That's
on ABC.
It's very, very,
It's
very
Sunday.
early.
Yeah,
it's Sunday and it's very early. They normally do it during the conference finals, but I'm all for that.
And the internet, I guess, hasn't been the same since James tweeted that news out. And well, some of your Photoshops, ladies and gentlemen, are inappropriate. Please stop Photoshopping Keegan's head on Jesus. Don't do that. Don't. Although, if it works, by all means, continue to do it.
Or as baby Jesus, you know.
Or baby Jesus.
Russell Hunt brings up a good point in the chat. We're doing this on Mother's Day, the lottery.
Yeah,
maybe the NBA doesn't care about Mother's Day. We fired Luke on Mother's Day. We got this now.
Maybe.
I wonder why they moved it up.
Well, that's a good question.
It was usually always game 2 of. Is it
I feel like it was always on a Tuesday? Or
whatever.
Wednesday.
Whatever ESPN had, whether Eastern or Western, it was game 2 on usually a Tuesday, and that's when the lottery would be going into that game 2, and they moved it to Sunday afternoon, a whole round earlier. Oh well, not complaining. That's fine.
Maybe they're like, no one cares about this lottery, so let's just bury it on Mother's Day and keep it moving.
Next year, when Cooper Flag is available, it'll go back to its regular time.
Yeah. It's going to get it's going to get the decision. It's going to be called the lottery, the primetime special, exclusively on Amazon Prime.
Remember they had, and I doubt it'll be this way this time because it's on Mother's Day. They had Zion and all them boys in Chicago or whatever for the lottery.
That's right. Yeah. Yep.
I think what would be funny is if you moved up in this draft and it was a bad, like, you can't trade it. Like right now, so the number 13 pick, it's got value in this draft, right? Like there's going to be people who fall in love with some player around number 13 and you'll be able to trade it. You might not get what you might normally get, but if you move up into the top, let's say you have like the second pick in this draft, I don't know what the value is there. I think, yes, there's more value in the number 2 pick than the number 13 pick. But I also would be concerned that no one's going to want to pay one of these guys $9 or $10 million a year for their rookie scale contract. This isn't a good draft, and nobody is guaranteed to be, like a rotational player like early on in their career at the top of the draft. And so my concern would be moving up would be a bad thing. Like the last thing the Kings want to do, again, over here in the Matthews mattresses, chatty house that's going on. We always hear from Rory about how, the Kings won't spend above the luxury tax, right? They've never been a luxury tax team. So if they're able to retain Malik Monk, they're able to get someone to either trade or sign for the mid-level exception, that puts them at the luxury tax. But if you go from number 13 to number 4 or number 2 and you're paying $9 million, all of a sudden you're going to be like $6 million over the cap. And that's a lot. In this draft, I don't think those are like $10 million players in the first like 4 years of their career at the top end of the draft. Maybe I'm wrong.
Kings really should have gone into the salary cap for Quincy AC and all of the stellar players that they've had here during Vivek's
Mo Harkless.
Mo Harkless.
Yeah.
Mo Harkless, Alex Lynn, and who was the other one?
Metu.
Chemezi Metu that we're starting alongside Tyrese Halliburton and De'Aaron Fox.
A quick look at some of these mocks. One mock, I've got Zach Edey going to the Kings. That would be a disaster.
Big Zach Edey guy.
Yeah, that would be a complete disaster. And I would look at Monty sideways if he did that. Another one, Jacoby Walter out of Baylor. I like that kid. He's a young boy, but I like him a lot.
He's not a Monty guy then.
That's true. Another one
Monty is not drafting a 19-year-old.
This one is crazy. They got Klingon from UConn, the big guy, all the way at 13. I seen him as high as
second
2.
round. Oh
no, I've seen him as high as like 2.
Who was the second? Oh,
Klingon.
that was the kid from. That was the kid from. Who was your team, James? Was it Iowa? Who was in the championship?
No, it's Edey. That's who Edey is, a guy who could possibly go in the second round. Yeah. And that's what I think what you're talking about, how these things are all over the place, right? Our friend of the show, Brett Huff, he does his cumulative draft every year where he pulls all of the mocks and he continuously tracks them and then comes out with like a score for whatever a cumulative draft, basically. And he said that it's funny because ESPN's number 1 pick, the first pick in the draft, is number 10 on the Ringer, and the Ringer's number 10 is number 1 is number 9 on ESPN. And that's just like this draft. And you brought up Klingham, and he literally looks like a guy who would go into early to mid 20s. Not a guy who would go in the top 5. I mean, he can block shots, but like he's not Walker Kessler, and at least I don't think he is. Maybe he's got a little bit more offensive game, but not much. And so I'm baffled. Like that's what this draft is tough, and a lot of 18, 19-year-olds, and then a bunch of European prospects.
You know what that means? Kings are
Trade
winning.
out.
Kings are winning. Kings are going to get their second number 1 overall pick in history this year. Couldn't have been it couldn't have been last year. Couldn't have been a year where Zion was available or Ant-Man. Nope. It's going to be this year.
Alec, I think this is how you say his name. Alex Sarr is the Ringer's number 1 pick.
Got to take him for 50 cents.
I
like Alex.
I like Alex. I actually seen like some highlights. He looked like he can play. 6'11" guy that can move.
His brother plays for OKC. Well, I think it's OKC.
No,
mostly for the Blue.
Or you talking about because
Sarr.
Cody Williams' brother is Jalen Williams.
No.
Cody Williams go to Colorado. His brother is Jalen Williams, one of the J-Dubs.
No.
Star's got a brother with the blue, you said?
Uh-huh.
That's crazy.
I think he played against the Kings at one point. Yeah.
I didn't know that. I've seen Alex play. I've never seen his brother play.
No, this is all compelling. This is all really selling me on the draft. No, I'm hyped now. I can't wait to stop what I'm doing on Mother's Day to watch the lottery.
Olivier Sarr. That's who it is.
Oh, yeah. I've heard that name. I don't know what he.
I almost guarantee he played against the Kings this season.
Maybe that's
I'm all-
why I heard that name though.
Yeah.
I think
And
his
he's a
brother-
7-footer.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, but does he protect the rim, James? Because the Kings clearly desperately need a rim protector.
Yes. That's all we're going to hear about. Okay, maybe I was wrong. Maybe he didn't play against the Kings. Maybe I was just watching a random game and he happened to show up in a game. Yeah.
That happens.
It's not great. Oh, no. I was watching the G League playoffs, I believe, and he was playing against the Kings. The Stockton Kings.
Well, so you were right. You didn't
Yeah.
say he played against the Sacramento Kings.
True dat.
You said he played against the Kings. So, James, as usual, factually accurate. I was going to ask you a question about Keon Ellis, but, we dove into this draft and we don't have time.
Quickly,
So
I can
we'll
say
just-
it in 8 seconds or less. No, go ahead.
I don't even know how to ask the question. I was going to have a conversation about Keon and his development. And we always talk about Keegan. Keon started so much this year. Like, what are we hoping for his development to be? What are we wanting him to do next? What do we expect him to do? Of course, I don't even think we know his role yet. I mean, there's so many different layers to this. It's a lengthy conversation.
True.
But I just don't think we talk about Keon and what might be next for him enough.
Yeah. I mean, I think
That's
he's
the
going to
proper
be your
answer,
starting
James, given that we have like 30 seconds. That was the perfect answer.
King starting shooting guard next year. Boom.
Even if Malik is here?
Probably.
Oh, that was not convincing.
Yeah, we'll talk about this on Monday.
So, yeah, apparently we talk too much, and Charlie has programmed the show to cut us off at exactly 3:55. So in 8 seconds, the show is going to end. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Have a great weekend. Happy Mother's Day from D'Lo and KC and ESPN 1320. Did it fire? Are we good? Okay.
I didn't even almost nothing.
I was like, I didn't even know what was going to. I was just watching the clock. Like, it was going to fire.
Happy weekend. Happy Mother's Day, everyone.
Break the walls down.
All right. Cool. You guys got to run?
Yeah, we're going to go. Well, we'll tell y'all. We're going to go do a giveaway. So head over to 1025. We'll see you guys next week, man. Have a great weekend.